Good evening, everyone. Happy Cinco de Mayo. It's May 5th, 2025. It's the 31st meeting of the 26th Council, and we will come to order. All councilors are going to be present tonight, with Councilor Pena joining us on Zoom. We're going to start with a moment of silence, and then followed by the Pledge of Allegiance in English and then in Spanish. Civic Plaza parking passes are provided for members of the public. You can obtain a parking pass from council staff at the table near the chamber's entrance. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting in person and on live streams through 4 different platforms: GovTV and on Comcast Channel 16, the GovTV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. The live streams can be accessed from your most smartphones, tablets, or computers. And this meeting is also closed captioned, and you may enable your closed captioning services on your television or device at this time. The video recording of this and all past council meetings will remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council's website. Council staff is available via telephone. If members of the public need assistance finding the videos online, please call 505-768-3100 for assistance during business hours Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The council will take a break at approximately 7 p.m. this evening if needed. With regard to decorum in the chambers, we want tonight's proceeding to be as civil and respectful as possible. Please do not make any personal attacks, and please no applause or snapping, clapping, or outbursts during the meeting. This meeting will go a lot smoother if we can all respect one another. We're going to begin with proclamations and presentations. Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to ask there she is, Miss Marilyn Beck, Miss Ann McKinney, and granddaughter to come to the podium. Okay. Hello, thank you for being here. Today, this is Foster Care Month. Okay. Thank you for being here. Marilyn is with the New Mexico Child First Network. And I can't remember your niece's name.
Marin.
Marin. Hi, Marin. Thank you for being here. Whereas safe, healthy children are the key to a safe, healthy future for our community. And whereas during these unfortunate times when children cannot safely remain in their primary homes, community members who open their hearts and homes to foster children provide a vital service to our community. And whereas nationally, 1 in 3 foster families quit within their first year of fostering, and New Mexico has unique challenges that make the job even more challenging. And whereas quality foster parent recruitment and retention is the foundation of fixing our broken foster care system and getting children out of state offices and into caring homes is important. And whereas the 2025 legislative session was historic for children welfare in New Mexico, with the creation of the Office of the Child Advocate, yay, a reformed CARA law to help children born exposed to drugs, a revised confidentiality code in the Children's Code, increased monthly stipends for foster families and kinship care providers, a new law to ensure that youth in foster care will always receive their federal benefits, and evidence-based tools for child protective service workers to help families in crisis. Whereas Miss New Mexico USA, Mackenzie Sadow, and her brother Michael were in foster care as children, and she is Michael's legal guardian now. She is using her platform to bring awareness to foster care, people with autism, and substance misuse. And whereas the City of Albuquerque recognizes the importance of foster families, kinship caregivers like Mackenzie, and advocates who work tirelessly to provide substitute care, and love to ensure that all children are supported and successful. Be it proclaimed that the Council, the governing body of the City of Albuquerque, hereby joins the nation in recognizing May as National Foster Family Appreciation Month in honor of the foster parents who help our most vulnerable children to move beyond surviving to thriving. Thank you for being here, Marilyn. We mentioned Miss New Mexico, Mackenzie. She was scheduled to be here this evening, but she has COVID, so she's at home getting better. Otherwise, she would have been here also to receive this. Marilyn, thank you for everything you do for foster care, families, and children. You have been an advocate for over a dozen years, and we made some real good strides this year, right? You want to take the floor?
Thank you. My name is Marilyn Beck. I am the founder and executive director of New Mexico Child First Network. I know many of you. This is my niece, Marin, and my mom, Ann, who's one of our founding board members. I was a foster parent. In my time fostering, I fostered 39 youth, ages baby to 17 and a half. And we are so honored to once again be before you all, celebrating, recognizing, appreciating, bringing awareness to foster families, foster care, and this part of our community. You all as counselors have done so much and continue to do so much. Our state foster care system is in crisis and remains so. And so taking a moment of recognition, appreciation, and again, awareness and education about the legislative wins that we had this past session are just a beginning, but also to talk about the future. And I know you all are working on some housing opportunities, funding opportunities for programs like New Day and New Mexico Can for kids aging out of care. Our kids, every kid in New Mexico faces trauma. Our kids in foster care face even more. And so we appreciate your giving this moment to those families who care for them and also those children and youth impacted by the system. So thank you so much. I want to say one thing because it is important, and I don't know if that's right. On June 14th, Saturday, June 14th, you all have sponsored this every year. We have our annual fishing day. And so I know several of you have come out. It'll be 9 to 12 at Tingley Beach, thanks to your partnership and commitment with the city. And so you all are granting us the space of the Tingley Beach, which is awesome because the state actually stocks the ponds. So the kids in foster care get to come out and fish. And so thank you to the city of Albuquerque, the state of New Mexico. And we would love to see you and anyone else in the audience helping untangle fishing poles for 3 hours. So.
Thank you. I can attest to the fact that that fishing day is brilliant, beyond brilliant. And each year, this will be the 3rd year you've done it, it has grown. And she has community sponsors to buy the fishing poles and all the buckets and the worms, and then all of the other, there's a lot of different departments out there from across the state, but the smiles that it brings to these children, and for a day they can know that it's all about them. And so the families that participate, it's just the best day, and I would encourage everybody to join Marilyn and her team just to help. We have fire, AFR goes out. We even have some of the APD goes out as well. So I appreciate you. Thanks. We want to shake your hand.
Thank you so much. Moving on to our second presentation, Councillor Baca. Councillor Baca, your presentation?
Thank you, Madam President. Here we have Ms. Janet Sayers, Chair of the Library Advisory Board, who will be providing funding information about the Albuquerque and Bernalillo County Library System. Thank you.
Good evening, Ms. Sayers.
Okay, and oh, push the right. Oh, and point it at that. Good evening, Madam President, members of the council. I am the queen of low tech, so hopefully this will go fine. Oh, that is not supposed to be our first thing. So that's our first thing. So tonight, thank you for the time, and I've got 3 minutes to tell you about the staffing system of the library, which does operate on a shoestring. I would like to say it's like having this wonderful restaurant, and the staffing would be 1 chef and 1 waiter, which that's about where we're at. Okay. So the 19 library branches are funded, but they're underfunded. And the library's budget has basically not increased for staffing for many years. The increase that you see was due to the opening in 2022 of the international branch. And that branch is open 7 days a week, and including 2 nights. Okay. And that slide is just showing that in comparison to other cities, we have a very, per capita, we don't look good in comparison to those. All righty. You can tell I have no practice in doing this kind of thing. Libraries can only be opened safely with a minimum of 2 employees. But we know that people call in sick, people want to leave for medical appointments, people schedule vacation. So the library for many years has shuffled people around in order to cover these libraries when they don't have a minimum of 2 people that can be there for it to be open. I just wanted to mention that the employee staffing at Westgate and Alamosa, which is in District 3, that is 3 full-time equivalents. The San Pedro Library in Councilor Rogers' district, that is at 5 full-time equivalents. And at the Juan Tabo Library, which is in Councilor Champagne's district, that is at 7 full-time equivalents. Oh my golly, I have 1 minute left. Okay, let's talk about temporary employees, which brought out some discussion last week. There's nothing wrong with having temporary employees, but about 1/4 of the staff of the library are temporary employees. And these are people, these are not college students. These are adults who get a job through the temp agency. They have to be trained and learn all the same things that the rest of the library staff learns so that they can serve at the information desk. But they can only work for 2 years. And I don't know why that's the city policy, but it's been around for a very long time. And so as soon as they know they're going to be furloughed, well, they start looking for a job, before that 2-year.
Go ahead, and if you want to get a couple key points in.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So again, the city invests in the training, and then people leave. And that's not a good way to have a personnel system, a staffing system. In closing, the side effect is that our fundraising partner, which is the Albuquerque Library Foundation, it's hard for them to raise money when all they can tell a potential donor is that it's status quo. We can't do anything more because of our limits on staffing. And I know asking for $2.5 million in this budget sounds preposterous, sounds crazy, but we wanted to lay out that if we could move towards a goal of more permanent positions over the next whatever time period it would take, That is what the 2.5 million represents. More permanent positions, and the 500,000, that is what we're spending anyway on the recurring technology budget. So thank you for letting me do this tonight. I apologize that I'm not that good at this kind of thing.
Don't apologize, Ms. Sayers. You did great, and I know that it's a short time frame. But counselors, do you have any questions?
And thank you, Councilor Baca, for making this happen.
Thank you for being here, and I know that I think that we've all, at least I think I have, I don't want to speak for anyone else, that I've been definitely hearing a lot about the library, and it is something that's important to keep our eye on when we go through this budget process.
Thank you
Thank you for
very
being
much.
here.
And I will I'll hand this back. Thank you.
Our final presentation tonight is from the administration, who's going to provide an update on public restrooms that are available. Dr. Single, you want to introduce? It looks like Director Simon might be
Thank
the
you,
lucky
Madam
winner.
President. Director Simon from Parks and Rec is here to give the presentation on behalf of many, many different departments that have restrooms. Thank you, Director Simon, for being the team player tonight.
Good evening, Madam President, councilors. We're happy to give you an update on a subject that the council has requested, which is an update on public restroom infrastructure. There are currently 91 restroom locations across the city that are maintained by various city departments. Of those 91 publicly accessible restroom locations, 8 currently offer 24/7 access. You can see the list of the 24/7 restrooms there at the bottom. Of about half of them are in city parks, and then the others are scattered across a couple transit locations and one other location. Also, the city's recently stood up this restroom locator tool, which is integrated into the city website. It also is connected to the 311 system and the See-Click Fix system. So you can find the locations of publicly accessible restrooms on the website using this tool. Essentially, it's a very large map, and each little icon on the map is an identifier for a publicly accessible restroom. It has information. If you click on that little icon, it has information on where it's located, the hours it's open, and then, as I said, an opportunity for the public to comment on conditions or leave a suggestion or request for service. Those generate immediate tickets if there's a service request. And I think that is now a live feature of the city website. The good news is there's some new restrooms on the way. We have 3 Portland Loo style restrooms that are in various stages of design and process. They're all going to offer 24/7 access when they become operational, either later this year or fully in 2026. You can see the locations tentatively that have been selected for those. 2 are in the downtown area, 1 at a West Central location. Those are high volume, high need areas, and I think they've been developed through kind of conjunction with community consultation and assessment of where those 3 would help. Our department's also about to drop 2 more vault restrooms into the Vista del Norte Park. Those have unfortunately just been held up by some minor permitting stuff, but we're set to go to put those in shortly. And then you can see once all of those facilities have been constructed, the total will go up to 95, and you can see the breakdown by department there in the lines. I would also say that there was some great news coming out of District 6 that I saw over the weekend, and that Councilor Rogers' participatory budgeting process has also resulted in an outcome, I think, of perhaps 3 more Portland Loo style restrooms also going in strategic locations in District 6. So our numbers would be updated by those, I think. So With that, I would stand for any questions, and if I can't answer them, I do believe we've got a couple other department directors here who would take something that's more in their lane. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Counselor Sanchez?
Just one, real quickly, Unser and Central, where at exactly?
Madam Chair and Counselor Sanchez, I believe that location is going to be in the Nuevo Trisco area. The exact specific location of the Portland Loo, I don't know if it's been settled, but of course we have a transit location out there as well.
Can you have somebody meet with me before it gets set up, just to make sure?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And yeah.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam President. So can we go back to the list of the ones that are open 24/7, please? So the first one on that list is, I believe, Old Town, if we can get it back up.
Okay.
Second page. One more.
Sorry, let me go backwards.
There we go.
There we go.
So it says restroom locations available 24/7, and it lists Old Town. But if you go to the website, under Old Town, it says 7 days per week, 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. So which is it?
Yeah, Madam Chair and Counselor Feeblecorn, there are two publicly accessible restrooms in Old Town, so I obviously I'm not clicking on the map right now, but we also have a restroom at the Plaza Don Luis location, which is open roughly on those hours, so that may be the one.
Okay.
The Portland Loo, or the Old Town Loo is the one, I believe that's 24/7.
So that's not on the list that's on the website? I'm looking at the restrooms location table that's on the website. That is what you get linked to when you click on it from the press release that was sent out. And on that list, there are not 8 locations available 24/7. On that list, there are 3. 2 of them say coming soon. So on that list that's on the website, back to what I've been saying for the last 2 years, there's 1 bathroom in the city of Albuquerque that's available 24/7, 365 days a year. And so I'm very concerned if we're telling the public that there's 8 locations, yet they're not showing up on the table that's on the list that you get to from the press release. And so I would just love to get clarity on this. We've been asking this question over and over again. If there's another one at Old Town, why is it on the list? Again, the one that's on here says it's available 7 days a week from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. And I don't want people to think that there are more bathrooms than there are. The one that I'm aware of, the one that I've been to, and I've been to many of these looking, the one that's available 24/7, 365 is the one in Uptown. I would love for us to have additional ones, but I just don't see them on this list. So I'd love to get clarity on that, and then I'd love to get clarity on, for the ones that say coming soon, who's maintaining them, and is there money in the budget that was proposed by the administration to pay for the maintenance of those new coming soon 24/7 spots?
Madam President, Counselor Feeblecorn, I think certainly if there's something that's not aligned with the website, we can correct that right away. And I do believe the reality is on the ground is that we have 2 locations in Old Town, one of which is 24/7. So we need to correct that. And then with respect to the costs of maintaining future restrooms, I don't have that information. Either we can have the CFO address that.
That'd be great. I did submit it in advance, so I assume someone has an answer.
Mr. Soroso?
President Bassan, Councilor Feeblecorn, for the 3 portaloos that we've spoken of that will be coming online this year, we expect them to come online in the fiscal year in 2026. Those will be managed by a combination of GSD and transit with some help from solid waste through our ambassador program. But we have capacity now with the folks in transit that are maintaining our shelters and our uptown bathroom that we will add to their schedule and also supplement with our ambassadors. And then our Civic Plaza one, GSD is going to take that on. And that's within, it's close to the building. It's within the capacity and the budget of their folks to maintain.
Thank you, Madam President. So I just want to clarify that the administration's proposed budget that was sent down to this body will pay for the maintenance and upkeep of all of the 24/7 coming soon bathrooms that are on the list.
Council President Bassan, Councilor Fiebelkorn, that is a yes. As we go into additional bathrooms, as we start adding, we'll have to come back and talk to you all about funding.
Thank you, Madam President.
Counselor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have a clarification issue. How many were public restrooms are available?
Madam President,
Director?
Councilor Champagne, I believe our number that we've counted 91.
91, okay. And I'm a little confused because I asked this administration several meetings ago because the mayor at Bear Canyon Senior Center said it was 126. So is it 126 or is it 91?
Madam CAO.
Thank you. Madam President and Councilor Champagne, when we gave you the 126, we have many more restrooms, and we were counting restrooms that might be behind an access point of whether you're paying for access to the zoo, or you have to be in a childcare setting or whatever it may be. So we extracted anyone that would have been restricted in any way. So the 126 was when we were looking at all of our community focused sites, and then we realized we didn't want to overstate something with you can't use the restroom unless you've paid your zoo entrance, for example, if that makes sense. So we have backed down to the 21, which are restrooms that are available without any admission or other barrier for access.
Okay, so Madam President, so 91 is the true public free restrooms. That's kind of.
Madam President,
ish
Councilor
again.
Champagne, at this very moment in time, yes, while we wait, we plan for 95 in 2026 because we're bringing additional ones on.
Okay, so the mayor was misinformed. Okay, perfect.
Counselor Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. Quick thank you to DMD. I know they're working on some loos, although I know our first meeting was last summer. So if there's any way to speed that up, for something that we've needed summer before that would be fantastic. The 24/7 list, it's not hard to look at that and realize that that's the part of the city where you don't really need 24/7 restrooms. I mean, how many people are using them at midnight at Domingo Baca Park? Not to bash on that in anything, but and of course, when I look at the list of 91, I know some of those aren't actually open most of the time, and in fact, at least one of those at Barelas Park hasn't been open for years, literally. So it's a little misleading to place 91 restrooms that aren't accessible most of the time. So I just want to get that out there. Thank you.
Counselor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to start with positive. From going from where we had no list to we have a list is a good thing. This is progress. It makes me feel like I've been watching San Francisco's list, and this is really cool to see that we have one like that because they have a cool one. I just can't help but see how many are currently closed by looking at the map. So we do have some, we know that as a community that we have some work to do on public restrooms. So I just want to say that, and yes, I'm excited for Portland Loos to be coming to District 6. But I just wanted to say that. Thank you for taking our questions and turning it into action where folks can technically go on here and look and find a place to go to the loo. So thank you for that.
Any other questions, counselors? Thank you very much, Director.
Thank you.
Moving on to the journal. Counselors, I move approval of the April 21st journal. There's a second by Counselor Grau. Any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca? Yes. Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Fiebelkorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grau?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes?
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Communications and introductions. Tonight, changes to the letter of introduction. Counselor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing OC-36 on tonight's agenda for action. OC 36 is approving and authorizing the filing of a grant application for the New Mexico Tourism Department's Route 66 Centennial Grant Program. This is something District 6 is applying for, specifically for our Highland Property Improvement Program, so that we can offer some facade updates and things like that. And the grant application is due tonight at midnight. And so that's the reason for the immediate action and doing it quickly, is because I made a decision to try to advocate this for my district, because it's a great program and I'd love to have it.
Thank you. We'll discuss the bill later on tonight. If this passes, I don't think that we need a second on this. So do we? Oh, Counselor Grout said yes. Thanks. Any discussion, counselors? Counselor Feeblecorn. Keep in mind, this is just on the immediate action, and then later on, we're going to talk about the bill if we get to it.
Yes, Madam
Counselor
President, I just remember just a couple of months ago, we did a change in the rules so that we did not have to get permission before applications were submitted for grants, and I'm just wondering why this one does not fall under that.
Counselor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. Just because we are, to strengthen our application, adding a match. And so because our legislation says if there's a match, it must come to us. That's why.
Any other questions or comments? The motion is for the rule suspension to hear OC 36 tonight. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
084, Counselor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. 084, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of introducing 084 and referring it to the Finance Government Operations Committee. 084 is amending sections 9244 and 9237 of the HUD Ordinance related to the sale or gifting of animals on public property.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Champagne. Counselors, any questions or comments? Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Counselors, any other changes to the letter of introduction? Seeing none, I move approval of the letter of introduction.
Second.
There's a second by Counselor Sanchez. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Before moving on to reports of committees, counselors, I just want to give you a kind, encouraging note that on May 19th, we are going to have a lot of legislation that we're going to hear, including the budget. So be prepared for that, and maybe if you could defer something or send it to committee or, ponder that in your dreams tomorrow night, but not tonight. Moving on to reports of committees, Counselor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. The Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee met on Wednesday, April 30th, and reports out the following items. In the matter of EC 367, that receipt be noted, and in the matter of EC 381, that it be confirmed. I make a motion to accept the committee report.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Grout. Any questions or comments, counselors? Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Counselors, we are going to move on to deferrals and withdrawals. Any deferrals or withdrawals? All right, seeing none, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Are there any changes to the consent agenda? Counselor Grout.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to pull item G, EC 342 off the consent agenda. EC 342 is the mayor's recommendation of award for PATH voucher database.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other changes to the consent agenda? For those individuals on tonight's consent agenda who are being appointed to serve on a board or a commission, thank you for your willingness to serve. I move approval of the consent agenda. There's a second by Counselor Rogers. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Pieblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Peña?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
If everyone can use their microphones, people watching on TV can't hear. Thank you. For the record and for everyone else. Thank you very much. Counselor Grout, we're on EC 342.
Thank you, Madam President. 342 is a program for a database to help, and I think it's wonderful. It sounds like a wonderful program, and an award. But I have a few questions about it. So, Madam CAO, can you confirm that the PATH voucher database can pull data from other databases?
Madam President and Councillor Grout, Ellen Braden from our Deputy Director from Health, Housing and Homelessness is intimately aware of all of this, so we'll have her answer these questions.
Hi,
Good evening.
Good evening. Madam President, Councilor Grout, yes, I can confirm that they can pull information from other databases. In fact, when we interviewed Real-Time Solutions, we specifically asked about a number of databases. Now, each of those integrations will have an additional cost. Built into the initial $300,000, I've given you a little bit more information than you need, but some by way of a little explanation. At the FGO meeting, the Finance and Governance Committee meeting, we talked about integrations, and our first integration that's included in the price is with PeopleSoft. So yes, it can pull out of other databases at additional cost, but we have prioritized PeopleSoft.
Very good. I'm glad to hear that. Where will the PATH voucher database be pulling its data from? In addition to PeopleSoft, is there a public-facing component too?
Madam President, Council Grout, primarily the information that will be pulling from is the information that is inputted into the database from our PATH providers. So that's the primary source data, and there will be a public-facing database or a public-facing dashboard that includes key performance indicators and other metrics such as demographics, the level of care of substance use that we're providing, and voucher funding drawdowns.
Very good. Thank you. Thanks for answering those questions. I appreciate it. I'd like to move, let's see where we are. I'd like to move for approval.
There's a motion for approval of EC 342. Any second? There's a second from Councilor Pieblecorn. Any other questions or comments? Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Pieblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Peña?
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Moving on to announcements, Councilor Grout.
Boy, where am I? There will be an Intergovernmental Legislative Relations Committee meeting on Wednesday, May 7th at 3 p.m. via Zoom video conference. There will be a Committee of the Whole meeting on Thursday, May 8th and the 15th at 5 p.m. in the Vincent E. Griego Chambers basement level of the Albuquerque Government Center. These will be hybrid meetings.
Councilor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. There will be a Finance and Government Operations Committee meeting on Monday, May 12th at 5 p.m. in the Vincent E. Griego Chambers basement level of the Albuquerque Government Center. This will be a hybrid meeting.
Councilor Pieblecorn.
Madam President, there will be a Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee meeting on Wednesday, May 14th at 5 p.m. here in the Vincent E. Griego Chambers. Then it will be a hybrid meeting.
Thank you so much. Moving on to financial instruments, Councilor Pieblecorn.
Madam President, 076 is authorizing the issuance and sale of City of Albuquerque, New Mexico general obligation bonds in 3 series in a collective par amount not to exceed $88,150,000, consisting of $59,840,000 general purpose general obligations bonds, Series 2025A, $5,310,000 general obligation storm sewer bonds, Series 2025B, and $23 million short-term general obligation bonds, taxable Series 2025C, authorized in an election of the city held on November 7th, 2023, to finance projects relating to public safety, citizen centers, and community enhancement, parks and recreation, energy and water conservation, facilities and equipment, library, museum, and cultural facilities, storms, sewers, streets, and transportation, providing for the levy and collection of ad valorem taxes for the payment of the Series 2025 bonds, approving the delegation of authority to make certain determinations regarding the sale of these bonds pursuant to the Supplemental Public Securities Act, providing for the forms, terms, purchase, payment, execution, and other provisions of and concerning the Series 2025 bonds, authorizing the sale of the Series 2025 C bonds to the state of New Mexico, prescribing other details in connection with the Series 2025 bonds and the payment thereof, and ratifying prior action taken in connection therewith. I move it do pass.
Second.
There's a motion and a second from Counselor Grout. Counselor Feeblecorn, do you want to move your substitute?
Madam Chair, I'll move the floor substitute that is on our iPads, and we'll let the bond counsel explain it, but I'll go ahead and move it.
There's a motion for to pass the floor substitute. Is there a second? There's a second from Counselor Grout. Mr. Muirhead? Oh, there, you came down rapidly tonight. I'm assuming this is going to be the same details and clarifying the exact numbers.
Yes, Madam President, Councilors, that is correct. And with one slight more substantive revision, historically, the city has sold its GO bonds through a competitive sale or investors bid on them in an open auction. This year, the financial advisor to the city recommended that it be a negotiated sale with an underwriter that agrees to purchase the bonds and finds investors, and that was driven by market instability. This provides more security for the city to make sure it gets the price it wants rather than subjecting it to an open auction. And so that's the substantive revision.
Councilors, are there any questions or comments about the floor substitute? All right, so with that, Madam Clerk, for the floor substitute.
Counselor Baca.
Yes.
Counselor Champagne.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Vice President Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Rogers.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
President Bassan. Passes unanimously.
My turn. Councilors, we're back on the bill as substituted. Are there any questions or comments? Do we have anybody signed up to speak? I don't think so. Just making sure, though. Okay. Any questions or comments, councilors? Counselor Feeblecorn to close.
Urge your support.
All right, councilors, we are on the bill 076 as substituted. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca.
Yes.
Counselor Champagne.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Vice President Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Rogers.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
President Bassan.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
We're on to final actions. Counselor Lewis, R137.
Thank you, Madam President. R137 is approving the appointment of directors to fill vacancies on the governing body of the Boulders Public Improvement District caused by the resignation of board members pursuant to the Public Improvement District Act and City Ordinance enactment and repealing all actions inconsistent with this resolution. I move it to pass.
There's a motion and a second from Counselor Rogers. I'll make sure. Okay, there's nobody signed up to speak. Counselor Lewis to open.
I just support.
Counselor Lewis, do you want to move your floor amendment?
I do. I move the floor amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
All right. This is for the record on page, let me make sure I'm doing the right one. On page 1, line 23, Robert Messenger, Chris Sanchez, Julia Culadon, and Donna Sandoval as the members. So we're adding in Donna Sandoval for this amendment. Is there a second? There's a second from Counselor Grout. Any questions or comments?
Madam President, thank you for our staff for adding that. It was just a correction that needed to be made, and we thought we could do it with that amendment to the resolution tonight. Thank you.
Perfect. Any other questions or comments? Madam Clerk, for amendment number 1 to R137.
Counselor Baca.
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout? Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Counselors, we're back on our,
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
President Bassan?
yes.
Passes unanimously.
Counselors, we're moving on to agenda item I. Counselor Sanchez, R140.
R140, approving the appointment of director to fill vacancies on governing board of the Lower Petroglyphs Public Improvement District caused by the resignation of board members pursuant to the Public Improvement District Act, NSA 1978, 5-11-1 to -27. That's 2013 as amended, and city ordinance is enacted number 0-2003-12. Council.
Your amendment?
Thank you, Madam President. Amendment on page 1, line 23 will be amended as follows. Robert Messenger, Donna Sandoval, and amended to say and Jennifer Turner. This amendment adds Jennifer Turner as a member of the district, replacing Pat Montoya.
There's a motion and a second for amendment number 1. The second's by Counselor Grout for R140. Counselors, any questions or comments? Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
We're back on the bill as amended. Counselors, any questions or comments? Counselor Sanchez to close.
Thank you, Madam President. I urge your support.
Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you, counselors. If only the rest of the night's going to go this smoothly. We're moving on to general public comments. Members of the public can provide live public comments to the council in person or virtually if they have signed up for public comment per the instructions published on the agenda and on our website Friday. The public comment ground rules are that each participant will have 2 minutes to present this evening. Comments are to be addressed to the council president, and any disruptive conduct will result in removal from the meeting. There's a 2-minute time limit, and the bell will ring to indicate your time is up. Mr. Cornelius, if you'll please call our first speaker. And, sorry, Mr. Cornelius, if your name is called and you're on deck, if you can start working your way down to the front row, that would be greatly appreciated. Kind of felt like a flight attendant.
Thank you, Madam President. Our first speaker is Maureen Baca, followed by Lisa Christofferson.
Good evening, Council President and councilors. My name is Maureen Baca. I serve as the board chair of the New Mexico Philharmonic. I'm speaking in strong support of Councilor Baca's proposal O2527 for a modest 0.075 gross receipts tax to fund vital quality of life projects across our city, especially the long overdue investment in a new performing arts center. For nearly 60 years, Albuquerque has not built a new performing arts venue. Our cultural institutions, including the New Mexico Philharmonic, are outgrowing the spaces currently available, and Popejoy Hall, while beloved, simply cannot meet the community's growing demand. This proposed tax is small, just a few dollars a month for the average household, but the return is enormous. It's the opportunity for Albuquerque to invest in itself for economic development, downtown revitalization, cultural enhancement, and to become the kind of city where the workforce of now and the future wants to live. The facilities created by these investments won't just serve artists or just the districts where they are built. They will serve families, children, schools, and small businesses across our entire community. They enrich lives and attract people to live, work, and stay in Albuquerque. I urge you to vote in favor of this forward-looking initiative. Let's give our community the tools to thrive and the places to dream bigger. Thank you for your time.
Lisa Christopherson, followed by James Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, City Councilors. My name is Lisa Christopherson. I reside in District 3. I make public comment today for 3 purposes. First, in support of quirky books. There is nowhere in this city for people to go. The shelters are gross and full. Foster homes, I know for certain this week, are full. Group homes are full. Youth shelters are full. A private business helping the city with the city's responsibilities should be supported and helped, not targeted and criminalized. I went to Quirky Books for the first time with a young person who loves to read, who had been on the streets, and we went there to buy $20 worth of books. We left with $100 worth of books. And they were very, very, very kind to her. I parked in the parking lot where all the tents were. I was not approached. I wasn't mugged. I felt very safe, and so did the young person with me. Secondly, the National Guard are on our streets. Why did Mayor Keller ask for the National Guard? Does he not trust our APD officers? Medina, the chief, he's joining in that request. Is he also sending a message that APD cannot be trusted? So us in the public, are we not supposed to trust our police officers because our chief of police doesn't and our mayor also does not? Which is reason 23 why I vote no against Keller, because he brought in Murder Medina. The second comment, not everybody living on the streets has a criminal life or a criminal element. There are kids on our street, and if I could echo what our friend Marilyn Beck said, right? We need places for these kids. I would very, very much encourage our city to rethink the moving everybody 2 hours business, because that's what led to the situation for my kid. Hey, you don't have a place to stay? I have a couch. Guess what? That couch was at a pedo's house. So we are moving people around and it is causing problems, and ACS needs funded.
James Freeman, followed by Marcelin Costner.
Good evening, y'all. I want to talk a little bit about housing vouchers tonight. So $8 million buys 596 housing vouchers. The fair market rate, which is set by HUD, is $1,087 per unit that includes utilities in 2025. This is the max amount that a landlord can charge. The idea that there's a 70-30 split with the providers is absurd, absolutely absurd. So the providers actually operate their housing voucher programs at a loss or break-even point with the expectation that they'll be able to make it up by providing wraparound services and Medicaid billing. Is there a waiting list? Yes, it's in the thousands. However, it's incorrect to believe that these programs only help 596 households. The list is churned constantly. One estimate, I would say, is about 2,000 people a year are helped with those 596 vouchers. The biggest way that the list is churned is actually by moving people from the city list to the Section 8 list. So sometimes HUD will have a lottery just for people that are already on permanent supportive housing vouchers. And so they'll open up a bucket of 75 vouchers, and it's only for people that are already on the city voucher. So that creates 75 openings for the city vouchers. I was shocked that DHHH didn't talk about that churn at the meeting of whole. So this is the Section 8 wait list usually uses a lottery system, and that helps churn the list. I cherish the ACS folks as well. I love me some Walter as well. Councilor Lewis made a great point about how the scope has changed at ACS. ACS has no case management apparatus. No client who qualifies for an ABQ housing voucher can complete the application process and maintain stable housing without wraparound services. If they could, they wouldn't qualify for the housing voucher. It's the ultimate catch-22. I want to thank Councilor Baca and Councilor Grout for helping me with the reference letter on extremely short notice. But we also got one from the mayor. I'm really touched. Thank you so much.
Marcelin Costner, followed by Stephen Baca.
Hi. I want to start by talking about the new budget that
has been announced, and the large increase in funding for a police department, which can barely pass a consent decree while doubling their murder rate. It has had multiple shootings this year of unarmed folks just having a mental crisis. And I'd also like to share some personal notes. This same police department is spending its time chasing down warrants for people for trespassing, which for layman's terms is being homeless in public. They're chasing down people. They're spending time to process people. They're spending time to find people who, what are we finding them for? How is that going to help them? Are they going to magically get a house because we fine them an extra $100 because we put them through the system again? Is that going to magically make it better? We're not making things better for people. We're tearing people down. This is ridiculous. These laws that we pass, these ordinances that we pass, what the hell are we doing? These are our people. And you're not going to make their lives better by kicking them while they're down. And to share a personal note, you're not going to help them when APD is sending 4 cars down Trumbull in the middle of a fucking rainstorm and a hailstorm to tell people that they need to get the hell out of their tents and leave. You are genociding people by pushing them out into the cold in the middle of a rainstorm, in the middle of a hailstorm. And we're using resources. We're sending 4 police officers to go do this. We're sending people to go just fuck somebody's day up. This is insane. What are we doing here? This is cruelty, and it's fucking crazy.
Stephen Baca, followed by Anami Das.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Baca. I serve as president of the New Mexico Philharmonic Foundation. And in that capacity, and as a lifelong Albuquerque resident, I want to urge you to support Councilor Joaquin Baca's bill O25-77 to create a quality of life enhancement fund. That will create a new performing arts center for us here in Albuquerque and for the state of New Mexico. Pope Joy Hall was built when I was 19 years old, followed by the destruction of the Albuquerque Civic Auditorium. We've not had a new performing arts center in Albuquerque in that period of time. Competing priorities have limited access, leaving our artists and our audiences without a suitable venue. Meanwhile, cities like Phoenix, Denver, El Paso, Salt Lake City, and Austin have surged ahead, investing in state-of-the-art performing arts centers. I think it's time that Albuquerque acts. By investing in a new performing arts center, we can preserve our culture, support our artists, and enhance the quality of life for all our residents. Thank you.
Anami Das, followed by Let's Otvo.
Hi, y'all. Just to continue what was said by Marcelin earlier. The encampment ban that y'all passed that has resulted in people's deaths also had other unintended consequences that you were all warned about prior to passing it, that being pushing folks into residential areas. I live in District 9 in a rather quiet part of town. And I saw a foil on the ground for the first time last week, and I've seen 3 since. I am a professional drug paraphernalia picker-upper, and so it wasn't that much of an issue for me. However, I am nervous about the pets in my neighborhood. I'm nervous about what the reaction to that is going to be from folks who might not know the intricacies of substance use disorder. So, as a public service, if anyone sees drug paraphernalia and they don't want to pick it up, you can call me. If you do decide to pick it up, I really recommend wearing gloves and using grabbers and putting it in a sharps container. If you need sharps containers, you can go to nmhrc.org and find those. I have 30 seconds. What else can I cram in there? Oh, fentanyl can't hurt you by touching it. It's not transdermally psychoactive. Whenever you see a video of like a cop overdosing because he was in the same room as fentanyl, or someone said the word fentanyl too many times in one sentence in front of them, that's them having a panic attack. Yeah, it won't kill you from touching it. That said, don't like just be willy-nilly about touching it. Anywho, bye.
Lance Otfo, followed by Brick Jonesy.
Madam President, council members, I think you've seen my smiling face here enough in the last 6 to 8 months. I usually come and try to give you, what I see is things that are wrong. But I don't want to be looked at as that person that just comes here and tells you what's wrong with this goddamn place of yours. I'd rather come in and try to give you some solutions to what might be able to happen to make things better. Isn't that what the Constitution's about? That we always strive to make it more equal, a more perfect union? It just troubles me still today that I cannot walk anywhere in public when there's some manager, director, chief of security, a flunky into the security department that thinks that I can't be in a public space with a camera. God damn it, it's a publicly accessible area. Yes, there's time, place, and manner, but when it's open to the public, it's open to the public. I'm not going to be told to turn my camera off or leave because there's some other individual in public that chooses or is having their feelings hurt by my camera. They're in public. For that, I've been personally trespassed from the police department because it comes to a point where we're just going to tell our security staff to ignore that gentleman. Let them continue to ring the bell because they're just idiots. They're just First Amendment auditors. They're just people that we don't want walking our halls with a camera, shining a light on what might be doing wrong. I'm tired of it. You folks should be tired of it. I can't blame it on any one thing. Well, let's just start with the police department. You can't get records there if they come to your house because some other state said that they wanted to do a welfare check on somebody. But yet the family of somebody that's shot in the back seat is supposed to expect that they get those records? Think about what I said. I will be back next week.
Brick Jonesy, followed by Tad Niemitzki.
Sometimes you impress me. So please continue that. I was listening actually to the committee of the whole meeting from the first. I was listening to that. I want to say that I was actually very impressed by Councilors Sanchez, Lewis, and Champagne and their inquisitive efforts to reach those answers from the chief. Councilor Champagne, your effort to exemplify individual accountability by referencing your service individually being your own responsibility. Yeah. Councilor Lewis, Champagne, and even Rogers, but particularly Councilor Lewis, your detailed examining of the specifics of each position of personnel within APD were very informative, and I particularly appreciated how Councilor Lewis showed that the savings in spending is not actually savings when you're spending it elsewhere. Yeah. The chief did say that he would spend it. He would spend anything you give him, and I believe him. Councilor Sanchez, I really want to thank you. Your words struck home with me. The chief looked like a bum coming in here, and I'm happy you addressed that. Those uniforms aren't cheap, and his attitudes towards redress were completely unprofessional, and you, Councilor, in my humble opinion, you were. Your attention to detail is very important to me, and I'm sure that it's important to your colleagues and the people of Albuquerque. Your questions were very pointed, and the obfuscation by the chief is exactly why I say he sucks, and it really displays in his officers, by the way. The mayor sucks, his administration sucks, unfilled and 2.5-month-old late IPRAs aren't going to cut it. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Tad Neminsky, followed by Nikhil Ananda. Nikhil Ananda, followed by Mark Bailon.
Hi, my name's Nikhil. I'm a resident of Albuquerque and a voter here. I'm also the chair of the Albuquerque Democratic Socialists. So normally I always approach power and those in seats of power with a great deal of skepticism. No intentional shade to any of you, but I think skepticism of power is sort of the root of this country. So I always assume that our officials are gonna exaggerate what's going well and underplay what's going wrong. Just natural human behavior to some extent. And so when I saw the governor issue an executive order calling the National Guard into Albuquerque, an executive order starting with the statement, Albuquerque has experienced a significant increase in crime, that scared me. How bad could it really be if this is what the people in power are willing to admit? But then I actually looked at the facts and the data that APD has helpfully provided. We see from APD's own statistics, compared to last year, this year auto thefts down 46%, aggravated assault down 17%, robbery down 37%, homicides down 48%. These are impressive accomplishments. So why is the city council, why is the governor, why are so many of our local representatives fueling this narrative of a spike in crime? Why are they calling in soldiers to be patrolling our streets when crime is already down? I ask the members of the public here to really think about who benefits from this narrative. Why are your officials trying to make you feel afraid? Who benefits from soldiers patrolling our streets when crime is down, and who do we think is the real target of these maneuvers? Thank you.
Mark Bailon, followed by Jordan McConnell.
Good evening, Council. I'm Mark Bailon. I'm from District 2. At this very last First Friday, I saw that the vacancy notices were posted around downtown. Big fan. I'm pretty excited that they're posted, and I hope to see some changes going forward, and that property owners downtown are being held accountable for their activation or lack thereof of their properties. I would say that maybe a packet duct taped to the building is a little uncouth, maybe. Probably could do something a little bit better, but regardless, pretty excited about that. Secondarily, I wanted to mention that I read through the MRA's final downtown plan. Pretty, standard government document, but despite that, I was still excited for what the future could possibly bring for downtown. And that I wanted to explicitly express support for making Central a festival street, and that it would be at least routinely closed to vehicle traffic and the curb brought down and pedestrianized, I'm gonna say most of the time. I think that it would make for a better First Friday. I think that would be just super neat and that it would all go super well. So thank you so much for the time.
Jordan McConnell, followed by James Shanley.
Good evening, Council President and members of the Council. My name is Jordan McConnell, speaking for myself, and I'd like to speak briefly about a critical bottleneck in our city's ability to grow: permitting delays. Right now, even developments that are allowed by right under our code can face long delays simply trying to get permits approved. I've heard from both developers and homeowners, some trying just to remodel a bathroom, who say it can take many months to get through the process. This isn't because our city staff aren't working hard, it's because we're understaffed and often unable to attract or retain the skilled planning techs needed to process applications quickly. As an aside, urban planners also tend to enjoy urban amenities, another good reason to support O2577. While we can budget for more positions, the reality is we're already struggling to fill these roles. One barrier is that these are now in-office positions despite being highly technical jobs that can be done remotely. I encourage the council to support the planning department by implementing flexible work policies, offering remote or hybrid positions as a cost-free way to expand our pool of qualified applicants and better compete with the private sector where these roles can pay significantly more. This would benefit not just developers, but homeowners as well as small businesses who are following the rules and simply want a timely process. I would also support working parents, people with mobility challenges, and others for whom commuting is a barrier. Let's give our city staff the tools they need, both human and technical, to help Albuquerque build. Removing friction from this process doesn't just support housing, it supports jobs, growth, and everyday people trying to improve our homes and our community. Thank you.
James Shanley, followed by David McKibben.
Madam President, councilors, I recently undertook to quantify the effect that the ART has had on Central Avenue from Tramway to Unser. What I observed along this main artery of our city astounded me. First was the devastation of commercial business. 27%, or 243 out of a total 916 current or formal commercial operations are now closed and abandoned or for lease. Second, the scale of unhoused living on Central and its adjacent side streets is a complete mockery and misery of the pretense that Albuquerque is making progress in the battle to end street homelessness. On Central, we see side by side a remarkable contradiction that sets, I believe, Albuquerque apart from other cities afflicted by homelessness. A surfeit of citizens without shelter and a surfeit of empty buildings. Albuquerque's administration is committed to an agenda of very expensive programs that are demonstrably inadequate to reversing a crisis that is blighting Albuquerque from one end to the other. An example is the Safe Open Spaces Ordinance that is high-minded but impractical, as reflected in the paltry number in operational compliance. Yet, the city directs code enforcement to fine and prosecute when a private property owner like Quirky Books has the audacity to act as a good Samaritan to get vulnerable people off our public streets and secure within the safety of his own property at his expense. The hearing officer supporting the city's punishment of this act of charity determined fixing homelessness is the responsibility of government. Government is failing miserably. This council has the power to effect bold and original initiatives that are desperately needed, not only by the thousands of unhoused, but by the small businesses that are being driven to extinction. I urge you to stand up and act. Thank you.
David McKibben, followed by Quentin Middleton.
Hello, thank you for your time. I'll always be a recovering addict, but here's the beauty of an addictive soul. We don't just crave escape, we crave connection. We get addicted to love, to helping, to giving, because we recognize the hurt in each other. We've lived it. I usually speak from the heart, but today I wrote something down. I wrote a poem for the lost art, for these murals that are fading under a city that spends our money criminalizing the homeless and restoring humanity, that sends cops to sweep away people trying to sleep, that funds military on our streets and calls it public safety. Tell me, how do you protect people? By attacking and terrorizing the most vulnerable. I am blessed. I'm blessed I've turned these moments of violence into moments of silence, moments to feel, to heal, to stand with those who live under the heel of a system that should be offering a hand. There's little action for those of us with the least, yet we show the most love, the most grace, the most action, more than seats who legislate lives they've never lived. We are not broken. We are not broken, we are builders. We are storytellers. We are defenders of dignity, not with weapons, but with compassion. We are still here, still loving, still rising, still refusing to let our art, our hearts, be extinguished. And man, it just really breaks my heart that we can't do better for ourselves. We can't, Isn't there a smarter way of handling this? That is, it's sad. Cops get more love and take care of people than other people. I'm tired of seeing my friends get pushed out into the rain because we aren't able to help. And we have way more stuff and ability to help than we allow ourselves to do. And it's sad. But hopefully we can do this better together and just learn to love and understand that, like, the least of us, myself included, I may be addictive and I may be homeless, but I'm still going to school and I still contribute to society, and we need to quit punishing us for it.
Quentin Middleton, followed by Benjamin Bean.
Hey, what's up with it, y'all? My name is Quentin Middleton. President and council members, thank you for having me and giving me this opportunity to speak with y'all. I've been here in Albuquerque for a little over 2 years, and I have a business that's been progressing a little over 2 years for substance use and alcohol. I would like to open my hands to y'all to give y'all the opportunity, and me an opportunity as well, and the homeless too as well, opportunity to come together and work together, because it's much needed, especially in areas that I do have my business in. I'd like to take this opportunity to reach out to y'all, to please reach out to Blue Sky Wellness, because I am the founder, CEO, and owner, and I'd like to play a part in making this city a better place for everybody, not just the homeless too as well. So again, Blue Sky Wellness, please reach out to me. If y'all have any questions, I'll be sitting in the middle right here. And if anybody else in here has any questions too as well, and how we can help this city get a lot better, please give me a chat or ask for my number. I don't have any business cards, but I do have virtual business cards where I can give you the QR code to where you can reach me. So, thank you.
Benjamin Bean, followed by Tad Niemitzki.
Good evening, Madam President, councilors. First, I'd like to say again that housing is the answer, at least part of the answer. I would like to ask you guys again tonight to support Rethink I-25. We are talking about $75 million that the state is going to have to spend on this project, and we'll be bringing in $425 million from the feds, but it doesn't actually accomplish the goals that we want it to accomplish, even with that extra funding from the federal government. I'm going to quickly go through some of the goals here. If what we want is vehicle safety, what we should be doing is reducing speeds, installing speed cameras, and reducing vehicle miles traveled. If what we want is pedestrian safety, we should improve the safety at our crossings and reduce vehicle speeds. If what we want is better transportation through Albuquerque, we should be reducing the vehicle miles traveled for the people who are already in Albuquerque. If what we want is better transportation within Albuquerque, we should be increasing the frequency of our existing public transit and building up bicycle infrastructure. We shouldn't be relying on the highway for people to get around inside of the city. If what we want is more jobs, we should be pedestrianizing Central, Lead, and Cole, which will increase the number of people on those streets and spending money on those streets. If what we want is street safety, we should do the necessary development to get more citizens out on the streets, basically to get more eyes on the streets. If you want to find out more, please go to rethinki25.org. Come talk to me, tell me why I'm right or wrong. I would love to hear your opinion. Thank you very much.
Tad Niemitzki, followed by Adeo Herrick on Zoom.
Would you give me an overhead? Okay, my name is Ted Niemiecki. What is it right here, that agenda? Here is what takes to get ready for today's agenda. How much time do you have? 72 hours. Lies. That takes from 8 o'clock Monday till 4 o'clock. You have to sign up. That's where we're at. Now we have so many like lately. That was only about 2, 3, 4 at final. Today is a whole bunch of. That's equality. We also allow speak up for 2 minutes on 2 agenda plus general public comments. That is city council business with public. Now, when comes, I spoke about cop who shot and killed in the head, mental issue, 32-year-old man married, shot in the head because he held his knife to his throat. Who gives cop shoot in the head? That is, we don't live during the Second World War, Nazi Germany during the Hitler army soldiers shooting executive. That's equality. Keeping interrupting. Okay, Basan, I have again for you too. Thank you.
Dale Herrick, followed by Jamie Wells. Adele? Maybe some technical difficulties. Go ahead, Jamie.
Hello, Madam Council President and council members. My name is Jamie Wells, and I'm I serve as the Executive Director to the Rio Grande Community Farm. We are a nonprofit organization practicing regenerative agriculture at Los Poblanos Fields open space, farmers, healthy soils, biodiversity, and inclusive community engagement through education and conservation. Our impacts include over 100 community gardeners, 43 micro farmers, 2 programs, educational programs that reached 466 youth in 2024, and finally, 17 acres of dedicated wildlife cropping and habitat. I want to sincerely thank the dedicated council, the Parks and Recreation Department, Open Space Division for the lease agreement that you signed that allows us to steward this viable land. A 5-year lease agreement significantly strengthens our ability to secure grants and funding that require multi-year commitments. And I want to specifically commend Director Dave Simon and Superintendent Colleen McRoberts for their ongoing support and open communication. Their partnership has been instrumental in our success. Thank you for your continued support.
We'll go back to Adeo Herrick.
Good evening, council members. This is just reminding me that if you haven't been on the streets, what we know APD stands for is another person dead. You don't call APD unless you want somebody killed. More funding for ACS. I don't want to see any more city jobs that are out here harassing homeless people. We need leadership who isn't going to hammer the homeless. Yeah. Thank you very much for your time.
Madam President, I was unable to locate 3 out of the 5 Zoom speakers, so that does conclude general public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your comments. We're going to move on to approvals. EC 326, lease agreement for agricultural use of a portion of major public open space between the City of Albuquerque and Southwest Soil Health LLC. I move approval. There's a second from Councilor Rogers. We're going to go to public comment. Mr. Cornelius.
Thank you, Madam President. I have Jacobo Sanchez, followed by Scooter Haynes, who I think is on Zoom. So, is he here? Okay. Jacobo Sanchez, followed by Scooter Haynes.
Madam President, council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak on EC 25-326. I'm here representing Southwest Soil Health, and my name is Jacobo Sanchez. I'm going to be speaking in favor of the long-term lease approvals. Over the last 2 years, I've had the opportunity to be a land steward of the Visitor Center and Los Poblanos Field 5, which come to about 37 acres, with 25% of that being managed for wildlife. These 2 years have given me the experience to learn and understand the field, soil, irrigation infrastructure, and wildlife habits. If given the opportunity, I would like to continue that work. It does take time to work towards a goal and to implement a plan, work on alternative funding like NRCS, MRGCD, CDOT, SWCD, all with whom I've built good relationships with. The city open space team conducted an REOI process, which enabled them to bring in a range of farmers and land stewards that range from conventional to regenerative and geared towards wildlife. I bring a middle-of-the-road approach based on a take half, leave half perspective, which gives back to the soil, wildlife, and helping me operate day to day. With that approach, at times things can be questioned because it is neither traditional nor 100% regenerative. This approach is based on an initial assessment to include soil sampling, interpretation, multispectral drone imaging, pictures, site walks with open space staff, MRGCD, NRCS, and a MAFCA. The long-term leases will help with the visitor center, in particular in the current and coming irrigation season. Last year, because of the river levels and the impacts of the Corrales siphon, our water wasn't consistent and was a challenge. Thank you for your time, and I'd appreciate your consideration to approve.
Scooter Haynes.
Good evening, Madam President, councilors. Thank you for your time this evening. I provided written comments to you today, as well as comment at the FGO committee. There was a request for expression of interest for the property in discussion in December of 2022 for a 1-year farming contract, not for a 5-year lease. This process has lacked transparency at a minimum on behalf of the Open Space Division. The contractor and proposed lessee has not met the requirements of their current contract, providing field use reports, annual reports, and community engagement. Causes me concern if they're being proposed for a 5-year lease. That may be due to lack of communication or accountability from the Open Space Division, not just on behalf of the proposed lessee. The property is not being managed in a manner consistent with surrounding properties and other farms in the area. I urge you to direct Open Space Division to exercise the extension that is available in their current contract. This will allow the property to be maintained by the current contractor, and an RFP process used to select a 5-year lessee. I am in support of the 5-year lease, as that does allow a lessee to properly manage the field with support of open space for farm infrastructure, soil health, and crop production. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Madam President, that concludes comment. Thank you.
Thank you. We are on EC 326. Councilors, any questions or comments? Councilor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam President. Just out of curiosity, the speakers brought up a couple things, but are there management issues going on right now with this property?
Madam CAO?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, I'd ask Director Simon to join us on this item since he oversees open space.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, I have with me Colleen Langan McRoberts, our Superintendent of Open Space. And she and her staff have been intimately involved, obviously, in the management of our ag fields and the partnerships that have led to these proposed lease agreements. In my opinion, I don't think we've had management concerns whatsoever on this lease or really any of the others. The farmers do always face challenges from year to year, and I'm going to have Colleen weigh in here, but we got some very good questions from Councilor Lewis at the Finance and Government Affairs Committee about various things that people may have seen on the lands, and we tried our best to respond and explain how management practices were being implemented on this leased on this these fields, and why people may have seen things that they have seen. With that, though, I'll let Colleen weigh in on how we're doing at the Open Space Visitor Center area. Or use this mic.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Madam President, councilors, Councilor Champagne, thank you so much for having us here today to talk a little bit about our open space ag lands, which are an incredibly important part of the network of open space properties. We face huge challenges today in managing these open space ag lands, which are important green spaces, provide really important environmental services, low impact recreation, wildlife habitat, a number of benefits to the public. But while they provide all these benefits, we are also dealing with water curtailments, drought conditions, things that are related to climate change. And so we did consider new ways to try to address the challenges that we are dealing with in working with both farmers who have a lot of experience farming in the Middle Rio Grande Valley, understanding the intricacies of flood irrigation, as well as people who have a willingness to be innovative and try lots of different techniques to deal with our big challenges today. And we have found those farmers through the process that we did. We are not having any management issues. All of the reports that are their crop plans and annual reports are posted online. And we are very confident going into long-term agreements that we have selected great farmers who are going to help us achieve goals that we have identified through our selection process.
Madam President, what you mentioned water issues and challenges. Can you give details into that, please?
Yeah, I mean, the best that I can. We expect that we will be going dry in our stretch of the river this summer, which is a huge issue. Additionally, the farmlands that are on the west side, Alamo Farm and the Open Space Visitor Center, are also dependent on the Corrales siphon, which has had ongoing infrastructure issues. So, we have MRGCD, the Middle Rio Grande, Middle Rio Grande Conservancy District, has been working with farmers and with us to really try to do what we can to deal with drought conditions and water curtailments by looking at, minimizing our water in every way possible through better infrastructure, through the crops that we're putting on the ground, making sure that we're all coming into compliance. And they are cracking down because they have to. So yeah, the farmers really up and down the entire Middle Rio Grande Valley are having a very difficult time. I really admire the farmers that are continuing the important work of keeping these spaces green and really supporting our local agriculture food sovereignty. But it is a challenging job, and I think we have farmers that are up to the task.
Madam President. So the surrounding areas and the surrounding farmlands aren't having issues with the same type and the scarce water and growth and such?
Sorry, I thought maybe Councilor Baca wanted to say something. Madam
Please, I have
President
the
and
floor,
Councilor
though.
Champagne, yes, everybody is dealing with these challenges of drought conditions, but I think in our area in particular, again, with these two properties being off of the Corrales siphon, they have additional challenges with infrastructure.
And Madam President, last question. Maybe the administration can answer this. Remind me again, why was this not put out for an RFP?
We were trying to go through a process where we were identifying different types of goals that would address these big challenges. And we really, frankly, didn't know if there were farmers that could do that. So we went out to a request for expressions of interest, which was casting a broad net just to see who could even be out there to fulfill these needs. We did that because we were having a number of challenges ourselves at the Open Space Visitor Center. We were seeing diminishing support for wildlife. In fact, the past 2 years prior to the request for expressions of interest, we saw that we were, we only had alfalfa growing, and our farmer was having to throw out corn to fulfill his requirements for the wildlife cropping. In addition to the water curtailments, we really started to re-envision, well, what can we do with these open space ag lands to support agriculture in the future, but do it in a way that is going to be resilient and sustainable. So working with a lot of partners, we came up with a set of goals, and the request for expressions of interest was really just seeing who might be able to even fulfill that. We did have, to our surprise, a lot of people who showed interest. And then we entered into conversations. That was not a determining factor necessarily, but it allowed us to then get into conversations with these different entities and to really identify who would be able to farm the different parcels that they showed interest in. And so, we try to balance both the areas that they were interested in as well as what the needs that they could fulfill for us regarding all these different goals that we had submitted to you in that form. But they were things around regenerative agriculture, addressing drought conditions, doing public programming, those kinds of things.
Okay, and I apologize, but one of the comments, Madam President, one of the comments said, so you had a lot of interest in this. You weren't too sure if you would have, so you started communications. But once you did, you communicated, you found a lot of interest. Why not go to an RFP when you have a handful of people that meet your requirements or the discussions you had?
Yeah, that was not required. We did enter into a license agreement that allowed us to, because we were at the head of the farming season, allowed us to then work with people that we felt, again, that we knew who were qualified. And then we were able to just go through that process to then, figure out how we could have these longer-term lease agreements. The long-term lease agreements had been something that had been requested for quite a while by the different farmers that we had worked with. They require long-term lease agreements to be able to get grants to support infrastructure and to invest maybe in longer-term crops. As well as, just to know that they have a real commitment from the city. So, we're here before you with dedicated farmers who are able to fulfill the requirements that we need. And, if we can come into a long-term agreement with them, we know that they can help us working hand in hand with us to fulfill those goals that have been outlined in that request for expressions of interest.
Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for being here today. I am very interested in what is being farmed there.
We have different, so all of this, I will just say, is online. Again, we have all of the crop plans. We have different things that are farmed at different locations, and so all of the farmers are required to provide a crop plan and let us know what they think that they can accomplish that year. It doesn't mean that there's never changes, depending on, again, water availability or what have you, but for the most part, they're able to stick to it. So, for example, at Alamo Farm, which is on the west side over by Paseo del Norte, we are growing teft there. Teft is a really great plant because what it does is it helps to provide control for weeds. It helps to smother them. It also is very drought tolerant. It's a warm season crop, so right now it's not green, but you'll see it become green here in the near future. And so that is the predominant crop there. Over at the Open Space Visitor Center, we have 2 fields that are just 100% wildlife crop with polyculture, different types of crops that are both perennial and annuals, looking at pollinator plants and all sorts of things. The leased agreements that you're looking at here today, too, for the Open Space Visitor Center include sorghum and sudan that will be in one main field, that is the one that's the furthest to the south, and then alfalfa in 2 other middle fields there.
And then what is done with the crops when they're harvested?
So it's a couple different situations, but predominantly 25% is required to be maintained on the landscape for the support of wildlife. And then the rest of it, the farmers are able to harvest and sell, and that is what essentially helps cover their expenses to do all this work. So when we don't have that kind of agreement and we're just having somebody do nothing but wildlife cropping, we have to pay a lot of money for that. That's city taxpayers and dollars going towards that, and it's well worth it, but this helps to offset those costs. And then the other benefit is that we often have these experienced traditional farmers working with other farmers who are also trying even more innovative techniques, but supporting and learning from each other. So that's what's happening at Los Poblanos Open Space with the traditional farmers there, the Rio Grande Community Farm. That's what's happening at the Open Space Visitor Center with Habitat, with the Habitat Farms and Southwest Soil.
Thank you, Madam Chair, President. A couple more questions. I do think I can see the benefit for a 5-year lease. I would agree with that. You did mention that you've had quite a bit of interest, and when you did find that out, why didn't you pivot and put it out fairly? I think a 5-year lease is a long time. It's my understanding that if you were to choose a different vendor, the current property manager would have to continue maintaining that until the new one was brought on. I'm pleased to hear that there was interest, because oftentimes we hear that when an RFP is put out, there is no interest. And so in this case, there is. And so I think a 5-year lease is a long time, and I think that it should be fairly distributed and given that opportunity and scored appropriately and so forth. These folks may be the perfect people for it, but I feel like it should be fairly done that way.
Yeah,
What do you say?
Madam President and Councilor Grout, I would just like to say that the farmers that we are working with today, first off, all of the people who did submit a submission for the request for interest, we were able to work with all of them to offer them a field to work in. So that was across the board. It may not have been all the fields that they wanted. In fact, I don't think we were able to offer all the fields that most of them wanted, but we were able to go and at least say, if you would like to farm this area. So we really looked at everybody and their qualifications and tried to match them up best with the areas that we thought that they would fit well within. At this point, the farmers we have worked with have done an incredible amount of work. They did go through the expression or the request for expression of interest. We did have a technical team who reviewed those and who did rank them. Again, that is not how we selected people. That was just a starting point for conversations. But then we had many, many meetings with those people. It was through those discussions, further discussions with our technical team, that we were able to match people up with their respective farms. And they have been now working at those farms for a couple of years and understand the goals that we are trying to achieve. I really think if we start this process all over, first off, a lot of these farmers are going to be missing out on grant opportunities. The Healthy Soils grant opportunity, for example, that is something where you do need a long-term commitment. And I know Rio Grande Community Farm is another entity who has been trying to work on a number of different grants, and the 2-year contracts has been very limiting, and that's why they haven't been able to get as much funding there to support our properties, our collective properties here. So starting that process all over at this point, I do fear that we are going to lose good farmers that we are currently working with, who've already dedicated a lot of time and have really proven themselves. We have gone through an appropriate process, and I really hope that you guys will approve these agreements today. It would really allow us to just address the massive issues that we are dealing with today with good farmers. We do not have any concerns about their qualifications or their ability to meet the general requirements that they have already been doing.
Thank you. Councilor Lewis? Oh, Councilor Grout, are you good? Councilor Lewis?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you all. I think, and certainly, I would agree. You guys have handled appropriately, the management, and you're not required to do an RFP. And so, I think if I were you all, I would have up to this point, be managing things in that regard and have good conversations with people that are interested in running these farms. And but I do have some concerns about. And I appreciate, Director, for the response to some of the questions I had last time, and sharing some of the information. The reality is, though, there is other interest in these farms, and there are people who've expressed some concerns about how they're currently being managed. You could characterize them as being mismanaged. I wouldn't say that, but maybe they might be managed a little bit better. There's always room for improvement. I definitely would say that. I have seen pictures of some of these farms from, and this one specifically from several years ago, and how it's managed now, and there are some stark differences. You can see, a healthy, thriving, open space, property and farmland, and then you could see, pictures of what some might say is probably not managed as well, or there could be some great improvements on it. And so, I certainly would recommend that we not approve this agreement. And it's not a rejection of you all. It's not a rejection of the process or anything like that. It's just it would be a recommendation from this council of going ahead and trying a different process. Right now, you put out an expression of interest. There were people that are interested. You have conversations with them, and then assign them to different farms. You gave them a 1-year commitment, so we're not committed to them anything beyond 1 year, and that's been extended already. And so if we were to extend that some more, these farms aren't going to be without anything they currently have right now. An RFP process, a formal RFP process, I don't think would hurt. If anything, I think it would be a better process. It might even produce some better management of the farms. And I think it's because there's more interest and because you have differing opinions about how these farms should be run. And these are people that are neighbors. They live in that area, in that community, and we all care about open space and how it should be run. And so, I just believe that I think we should try a different process and put these out for RFP. I don't think it would be onerous on you all to do that. If I did, I wouldn't be asking you to do it. I wouldn't be rejecting this. It's not rejecting it just out of the fact that, hey, again, anything personal with y'all. It's just simply a matter of, I think this is a case where it would be good to have a good formal RFP process and give everyone the opportunity that has expressed interest to do that, the opportunity to do that. I don't think it would take long to do that, and I think the properties would be much better off after going through a formal RFP process like that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilor Baca?
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to start off by thanking Director Simon, Colleen, for providing, there were a lot of questions last time, and so thank you for providing us with the information. I really appreciate being able to look through the scoring sheets and everybody's notes, everyone who went through this. It's to say that we're having difficult water issues is an understatement. It's a massive understatement. We had no snowpack this year. We had no high runoff this year. Last year we co-hosted a river event, and we didn't have it this year because they don't have the water. And we'll be cutting off those farmers this year. That's not a small thing to say, because that's people's livelihoods there. And they'll have to rely on rainwater. And so to say that this year's field is in poor condition compared to previous year's fields it's not accurate. There's literally no water this time. And the infrastructure at MRGCD, they're doing the best they can, especially with the siphon. given the challenges that exist there. But it is a difficult situation. And so to tell a farmer you're only going to get 1 year and to try and make something out of this, especially under these conditions, is frankly, it's kind of ridiculous. But I do appreciate that, within the documentation, show that you actually offered all the farmers an opportunity to manage a field, even if it wasn't the one that they preferred. So everyone who's spoken here, either they got one or had the opportunity to farm a field. So that wasn't lost on them. They simply, if they chose not to, it's because they chose not to. So with that said, we have someone who's working it. He just spoke previously, asking us to uphold what he's working on. I think he should be allowed to continue doing the work that he's doing. And so I strongly urge this group to support this, same as we did with the other ones on the consent agenda that passed. Thank you.
Councilor Sanchez?
Thank you, Madam President. I just, hearing both speakers speak, and one of the things that Councilor Lewis brought up is, I think it's really important that that this body right now can see some pictures. Do you have any photos of the before and after, or anything like that, just to see how the lands are maintained now versus how they were maintained in the past? I'm just kind of curious as to what that looked like. I was not at the FGO meeting. I was ill that day, so I wish I would have seen the pictures, but do you have any to show the rest of us today? Any photos or anything that we can see? Some of the concerns that we're looking at is 4-foot stands of weeds along the farm road, possibly standing water. These are the neighbors that are actually sending us the emails in reference to that. Can you give us an idea, or give us, I mean, no matter how you do it, if you have weeds, you can cut the weeds. So I'm just wondering what it looks like now versus what it looked like in years past. And I think that would have been something that would have been extremely, extremely important for the rest of us to see when it comes in front of the full body after it leaves committee.
Madam Chair, President, and Councilor Sanchez, I guess how I'd like to answer that question is we don't have photos to show you at this moment. However, I can tell you that, again, one of the things that was the impetus to this entire situation was that the previous farmer, we were seeing diminishing wildlife crops. And we actually have photos. I was talking to Matt Schmader, who is the prior superintendent, about this farm, and he says, that he has photos going back, 8-10 years ago or so, where the fields were covered with cranes. And so, again, we had been hearing from staff and some volunteers who have been with the division for a very long time about seeing that there was a diminishing wildlife there and what was up with that. And so that was one of the reasons we started this whole process of thinking about, how do we maximize wildlife and what are the other things that we want to do? So we could show you lots of pictures. It may not get to exactly what you want. Right now, the field that is closest to our neighbor's house is actually a field that's being managed by Habitat Collective. And they are transitioning that field into something completely different that's not your traditional alfalfa agriculture field. So yes, it's going to look very different. It is not going to look like the green crops of, a few years ago or what have you, that would have just been nothing but an alfalfa stand. Also, the fact that we are now planting warm season crops and crops that are going to be more adapted to dry conditions will also look different. So it's really not comparing apples to apples, both because of the water issue, but also because what is being planted. And all of this is with the intent of trying to maximize wildlife habitat and doing a better job than what we've been doing in the past.
Madam President, I would just say I would agree. It's very hard to compare the photos from a certain time to today when a lot of the assumptions, objectives, and environmental conditions have also changed. What we see now is the farmers trying to diligently implement the goals and objectives of this new approach, and they're doing really well at it. So I think historical comparisons and photos are always interesting. I love looking at those things, but I don't know that they'll be like determinative of whether the proposed leases are the right thing to do. I think we have the right farmers, the right time, and they're doing what we've asked them to try to do.
Thank you, Director. Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have one comment, I guess you could say. I have farmers in my family who actually do chili farming in Socorro. They rotate their fields. They move the fields around so that things could get done. But when you look at their fields are always either in a very, very, very properly kept state all the time, so that they can actually transition without issues. So once one field is ready to be transitioned, it's already put in that position. So it would have been really, really nice to see a photo of a field that's already been transitioned, a photo of a field that's already moving from one stage to the next and then to the next. Those should always be there. Another thing that we don't see when we're out there dealing with farming is a lot of weeds. So I would really, really like to see what it looks like right now, in order for me to get, to move forward on this. Like I said before, I was really, really sick the day of the FGO meeting, so I wasn't able to see any photos, but I think that would have really helped us right here if we could have seen some sort of transitioning and a very, very well-kept field, no matter what the status of that field is.
Councilors, I know there's some additional circling back we're going to do. First, I'm going to go to Council Feeblecorn, and then we'll start round two.
Thank you, Madam President. So I guess for those of us that aren't farmers, can you talk a little bit about the difference between farming, which is what we all see on the side of the roads wherever we go, and farming specifically for wildlife? Can you talk us through what that difference might look like?
Mm-hmm. Yes, Madam President and Councilor Feeblecorn, it could look like a couple of different things. It's not always going to be uniform. So sometimes it's putting out different types of crops that you leave so that when migrating birds like sandhill cranes especially come through, they can forage. And then typically what happens in that situation is there's a regimen of cutting so that the cranes have feed throughout the season. So it may look very much like a regular agriculture crop. We are also doing some very innovative things at the Candelaria Nature Preserve, at Los Poblanos, and the Open Space Visitor Center, where it does not look like a traditional crop, where we are planting a variety of pollinator and even perennial plants. Sometimes we're doing hedgerows, doing a whole bunch of different things, and also paying a lot of attention to the soil. The soil health is also an ecosystem of itself. And if it's healthy and rich and has a lot of biodiversity, that is going to be, an upward movement of supporting wildlife, throughout the entire system. So yeah, things may not look like a traditional agriculture field with grains or even with, different produce. And then sometimes it does. At Los Poblanos, at the Rio Grande Community Farm, they do intermix vegetable farming with a whole bunch of hedgerows and other native perennials that are between the different rows. So there's a lot of ways to do this, and what's really wonderful is when we work with different farmers and they bring in different approaches. Again, some of these farmers we're working with are generational farmers who know farming in the Middle Rio Grande. They've been doing it their entire lives. And others are, coming from really innovative, science-based techniques, and we're working them all together to try to address our issues. And so yeah, it could look quite different or quite similar.
Thank you, Madam President. And so one of the things that I know, because I like wildlife and I watch wildlife a lot, is that the number of, for example, cranes that I've seen in those areas went down seemingly pretty dramatically over the last couple of years. And then it seemed like there were more again last year. Do you have any data or any observations on the decline with the old way of doing things, and then potentially a rebound with this new way of doing things again? Because we're monitoring this and we're facilitating this specifically to increase wildlife on our open space, right?
Yes, Madam Chair and Councilor Feeblecorn, one of the things that is a wonderful partnership that we have is with the Candelaria Nature Preserve. We see that as a sister site, working with Bernardo, working with Vaida Oro, and also other refuges up and down the Rio Grande. And so, we are learning from each other and also looking at not just how to support large cranes, but also how do we diversify and have as much wildlife as possible for a wide variety of birds that are residential, migrating, as well as other animals. And so at Candelaria, for example, we did used to have more cranes there, and we still do have cranes, but we now have many more different species of wildlife there, and we have less cranes actually, because we're not just doing, kind of corn or Sudan or what have you. So sometimes, we can see diminishing numbers based off of what is being planted. And then there are larger things that are happening with the cranes that I wish I was a better birder and I could tell you that story. Our biologists definitely could, and we can definitely get you that information. But I think that there are, changes that are happening on a large scale. But our attention right now is on how to, again, maximize wildlife for as many different species as possible. And really also understanding that these places and the bosque play such an important role for wildlife in general. As we see more development, more pressure, and now more climate change and issues related to that, these places are truly little refuges. And so we have to do our best to maximize support for wildlife.
Thank you, Madam President. One more question. And so I just want to make sure I'm understanding, because before us right now is EC 326, and we're going to hear 327 in a minute. But earlier in consent agenda, we had two that have already passed. And was there any difference between the two that have already passed and these two in terms of process? Did those go out to RFP?
Madam President and Councilor Fiebelkorn, no, it was the same process. And I do think, as Colleen mentioned, this innovative process we used to really try to find the best we could for these precious public lands really worked well. We had expressions of interest. We were able to offer every farmer an opportunity through this process. It actually was a better result, I think. And we used that. It worked out very well, I think, for the other two leases that the council has just approved. With respect to the idea maybe of resetting, through an RFP process, I'm part of the government, so I think that sometimes I understand that RFPs don't always happen at lightning speed in our city. We try to do them fast, but I do think we'd be looking at extensive time. There's a structured process to that would kick in, and I would fear very much that we would lose this great crop of farmers that we have also nurtured and worked together with if we had to reset. So we use the same process. I think it worked very well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a couple of follow-ups. You had mentioned that you have warm seasonal crops. What are those?
At Alamo Farm, it is teft, and over at the the Open Space Visitor Center at Sudan and sorghum.
And those are just a one-time deal, right? The Sudan and the teft.
Yes, the teft I do believe will come back if you don't cut it. I'm not 100% sure about that.
Okay. And alfalfa is still 5 to 7 year crop, and
Yes,
you have to rotate out.
That is correct.
I recall that growing up in the 300-acre farm we had in the South Valley. So do you have these seasonal? Do you have a crop plan set forth?
Yes.
Okay.
And they are posted online.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I get a copy of the crop plan sent to me, and along with the questionnaire and decision topics that you had, and just the outline of your program that you decided to question and pick your people? Thank you.
Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam President. So there's a difference between some of the ones that are on the consent and these two that are before us tonight. Partly is that for one reason or another, it seems to me like there's more interest regarding how these properties are being managed right now, and some concerns about it, and then interest in more people that want to manage these properties. So that's my understanding. And then you're asking us to approve an agreement. And this agreement is for the people that went through a expression of interest. So the person that's managing this right now showed an expression of interest, and it was awarded to them. I'm not criticizing that process. I can't say, though, that that's the most fair process when there's multiple people that are interested in managing that, right? It might have been a fine process. It's just, I can't say it's the most fair process. I would feel more comfortable when you have properties like this that we want managed really well, and we wanted to accomplish our goals. And when there's people in the community that have a vision, to do it better, a vision to do it differently, or to do it better according to your goals and objectives, that they have an opportunity to participate in a fair way. And an RFP is a fair way to do that. And it can happen quickly. And we know that there's any kind of fear of losing a grant or these, in the meantime, that drop in, I don't think those are founded. You know, I think that we can live with that by going through a fair process with this. And so if you come to us and ask us to award an agreement to somebody who went through a process with multiple people and proposed gave a proposal that met your goals and objectives, then I think this council, I for one would be very comfortable with that if they went through a process like this. But again, this is someone who's managing the property. They were given a year to do it, and that time's gone on. And now you're asking us to approve another 5 years for this person when we know there's other interest, and we also know that there's complaints and there's concerns about how this is being operated. And so this is not, I think, an onerous request. I think it's pretty simple, and I think it can be done pretty simply in that regard. But I think, again, that's me listening to more than just you all. I respect your opinion. I think, you know, you're charging forward with what you have in front of you, but you have a city council that represents everybody and wants to make sure that we're listening. Now, and also in your goals and objectives for the RFP, if you want cranes on the property, just put cranes on the property. That's part of your goal, you know? If you want it to be farmland, if you want it to have animals, if you want it to be both. I can tell you that there's a lot of empty property, open space in my area that's an empty field and it's not managed, and you won't find a mouse on that property, you know? So I know that it takes to have cranes and have animals on those properties, it takes a certain amount of management and working those properties really well with people who know how to do it, and people who are proposing really good ideas on how to do it. And I'm familiar with the properties in the, in the Bernardo and those areas. Those are farmland properties that are just chock full of cranes and all kinds of wildlife. And it's private property and public property, and it's managed really well. And that is what we want for this property as well. So simply saying, hey, try for specifically for these properties, I think there's a fair way. Do an RFP, it's not going to be that hard. I think you already got a lot of people interested in talking about it even now, that they jump in and put together some great proposals according to your objectives and goals, and that's the way I would go. But as far as approving a contract that's before us right now, again, based on somebody that's been managing it, there's concerns about how they've been managing it. There's opportunities for other people to be able to participate in RFP. I can't approve this. I will approve something that goes through to a little bit more of a fair process in this instance.
Councilors, I'm going to go to Councilor Grout and then Baca, and then we're going to go ahead and take a vote.
Thank you, Madam President. Did you guys consult with the Open Space Advisory Board? What was their, did you tell them about this? Did you ask for their opinion? Did they give you any feedback?
Yes, Madam President, Councilor Grout, we did, brief the Open Space Advisory Board and had an entire presentation on not only what we are doing with these farmlands, with the leases, but with all of our agriculture properties and things we're even doing, in the city at Filtercombe Park. And so they are aware, and they had no concerns, and, we're supportive.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for that. I, too, think this is wonderful, what you're doing with the open space, but I think the process, especially when you have a lot of interest, and again, I'll just go back to, I know that oftentimes there isn't interest when RFPs are put out, and we have interest now, and so it needs to go through a real good process, and I would, I like the way Councilor Lewis summarized it. I think I want to vote for something that has gone through a fair process. Thank you.
Councilor Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you again, Director Simon. I just, for providing us these very clear goals and objectives, along with the scoring sheets that show the qualifications and all the work that went into this selection. It's very, very clear why they were chosen and what the goals and objectives for each of these farm fields was. So thank you for that again. I appreciate it. It's a very, very transparent and open process right here. Doesn't take much more than reading through the packet that you provided to us. I don't know, was it 2 weeks ago, week ago, something like that? So thank you again. You know, a couple quick things. You know, this is, we're in the Middle Rio Grande Conservancy District. We're not an irrigation district. And that's very specific because it is more than just irrigation. It's conservancy, conserving of our lands, conserving for all our wildlife. I mean, so much, our recreation. You know, I sometimes think people care more about the bosque than they do the actual river itself, but that's just the me thing. So I applaud you for making sure that our lands are being stewarded in a way that covers all of that, not just one thing. And again, you know, we have someone out here, someone who came here to speak, someone who's put his blood, sweat, and tears into, and a whole lot of prayers, because that's every farmer whenever they're doing the work, right? And that's not a small thing. And I say that as someone who served 6 years on the Middle Rio Grande Conservancy Board, where every week, just like here, the farmers came up and showed up. Not just the farmers, a whole lot of people, but hey, this isn't easy. It's not a small thing to go out there and put that work in, especially when you can't, especially these days, we literally can't guarantee water or that you're gonna get a crop. I mean, it's entirely possible for them to lose everything. And so they need that certainty. They need more than just 1 year, because otherwise they could completely lose out on all the money that they were planning on making, their livelihood, their families, what have you. It really does have to go 5 years for that. So thank you again. Again, I urge everyone to support just as we did the other three on the consent agenda. Thank you.
Madam President, if I could just have one more comment.
Quickly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, I just want to say, I think that we pursued things creatively, often as the council wants us to be innovative and do the best we can for our city, and I think we did that. And there was a lot of there was expressions of interest. There was more interest actually in the Los Poblanos fields actually than in the two leases that are right now you're looking at, and so much more interest in those in that area. Again, we accommodated every qualified farmer that applied or that gave us an expression of interest. We engaged with them all, and we offered them all an opportunity. And I think that was, again, a great sign that we were doing something creative and in partnership with these farmers, and everyone got a fair shot at some farming. We had one entity that declined to take the offer we gave them to farm. And as far as I know, we have not been deluged with complaints about the conditions of the farm properties right now. I think they're a small number. And these are small businesses, just like you would consider small businesses in other respects. So I know we often talk about supporting them, and they're a backbone of our community and economy, and farmers are the same. And I
Thank you,
think it's tough.
Director.
So thank you.
The motion is to approve EC 326. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
No.
Counselor Peebles?
Yes.
Counselor Grau? No. Counselor Lewis?
No.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
No.
President Bassan?
No.
That fails on a 4-5 vote.
We're moving on to EC 327, lease agreement for agricultural use of a portion of major public open space between the City of Albuquerque and Chris Gallegos, known as the Alamo Farm. I move approval. There's a second from Councilor Feeblecorn. We'll go to public comment.
Thank you, Madam President. We have Chris Gallegos, followed by Scooter Haynes.
Good evening, Madam President and council members. You did ask, I was going to go in a different direction, give a different explanation. I am currently the land steward for the Alamo Farm, which is probably the most visible open space because it does parallel Paseo del Norte. And earlier you had asked for some photos. I do have photos of some before and after. I'm not sure if they'll be accessible through here or if, but as we were kind of getting this set up, I took over the property 2 years ago, and when I took over the property was had been currently being planted in, my best guess, as in some type of sorghum or milo type of farm cropping. But and again, my pictures will reflect this, is that, let me know.
Public comment.
Okay. And it's on a cell phone. I'm sorry, I don't know if this is gonna work or not.
Is that okay?
I'm sorry. But what the explanation I was gonna give is that this photo here shows some of the sorghum or milo that was present, but most of it is noxious weeds.
Genuine.
Or dirt, okay? And so within 2 months, I'm gonna remove this so that I get to the right photo. Within 2 months, this is what the field looked like with a drought-tolerant TEF and the different type of management and irrigation process, okay? The intent of this was to continue the following year. Same methodology as far as planting and harvesting was the same potential outcome, although in the middle of the growing season, Mr. Baca well knows is that the water was cut off and we didn't have water for probably 7 weeks. So therefore the field turned into nothing but yellow grass, which is probably what most people visually saw as they were on Paseo del Norte. I had to make a conscious decision to, as a farmer, to say, I cannot harvest that, so therefore I'm gonna leave what's currently there and allow that to be used for soil health and to regenerate the soil and mix it back into the soil. So as a farmer, I did not make any kind of profit last year. Everything that I did and all my efforts was a complete loss. But because of my passion for farming and trying to continue with the tradition that I have been brought up with and being raised in the North Valley and wanting to preserve wildlife and farming practices, I continue to participate in the program that the city of Albuquerque has allowed me to. Mr. Sanchez, I agree with you that we try to, as being a successful farmer, you try to plan, anticipate, you try to prepare for the following year, but that is extremely difficult to do when you're only on limited a 1-year term.
Thank you, Mr. Gallegos.
So, thank you.
Scooter Haynes.
Madam President, councilors, thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you. A number of issues. Councilor Sanchez, as a member of a farming family, you can appreciate that soil health is of ultimate importance. And so all farmers work to take care of the soil so that it takes care of the farmer. My concern, Councilor Lewis, as you drive across Paseo del Norte to the east, we used to see wildlife. We used to see cranes. We used to see geese. That isn't the case today. That is of a major concern to me. The lack of water that Councilor Baca brings up, that is of course an issue, which raises the question, why are we using a warm season grass that likely we won't have water to irrigate because we expect water to be cut off in the next 30 days or so. So the choice to use a warm season grass over something that could have been planted in March is an interesting choice, to say the least. But to Councilor Grout's comment, 5 years is a long time. And so when we're talking about objectives, goals and objectives, it would be, in my opinion, it would be something that should be included in that lease agreement. I've read the current lease agreements that are proposed in front of you tonight. They don't include objectives, goals and objectives as to what metrics would be measured to understand what is successful in the eyes of administration versus unsuccessful. And so I think that would be something that would need to be added to the lease agreements. I again renew my concern about the RFP process and appreciate your time again this evening. Thank you.
Madam President, that concludes comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Lewis, I apologize. You wanted to speak after Mr. Gallegos, and I didn't call on you.
Oh, Madam President, that's all right. It's just if we're ready for discussion, then.
That's fine too.
Okay, all right, that was it. Thank you, Madam President. And this is, by the way, this is a property that, you're on the west side with retail and homes, and, you drive across Paseo and just see this beautiful property, open space, and these are treasures, these areas are treasures, and they're owned by the city. We have partnerships with people that manage them. And so they're just important, it's important that we manage them well, and that, if the council has a decision on how they're managed, or at least we're not even talking about how they're managed, we're just talking about a process to get the best management. That's it. Everything that was said tonight about, even from Director Simons, about, the importance of having a long-term contract. I absolutely agree. The importance of how, drought, irrigation, all these things affect the management of it. Absolutely agree. I mean, those are all factored into it. But I do agree. I mean, there was a time on this property where I did see, this place flourished with cranes and geese, and you could tell that it was managed really well, and it was a good balance between farming and wildlife, and I just haven't seen that in a lot of years now. And I know that, back in those years, I'm sure we experienced some of the same kind of challenges with irrigation and drought and things like that. But again, this is not a discussion about how to manage these properties. I mean, that's up for the department to decide, and they have great ideas and goals and objectives. All this is about is because there's a lot of interest in it. Let's put the most fair process to get the very best possible proposals to manage it, and then let's award those to them, to those who meet the rules and do a good job of responding to the RFP. That is the only thing that I'm talking about. And Councilor Baca and I might have differences on how to manage a property, and or whatever. I'm not even saying that. I mean, maybe you guys know best about how to manage it all and how to these properties to be taken care of the best. But all I can say is that there's multiple complaints from neighbors and others about how they're managed right now. Right now, they're managed by someone who's been given a short-term contract. I know that's not ideal, and we're being asked tonight to give that person a long-term contract without going through any kind of competitive process. And so all it is a competitive process, and that's it. We're not talking about anything other than that, and I don't think it's something that's too hard, too difficult to do. We do them all the time. I don't think you could do it in a few weeks, but it could get done in a month or two. And in the meantime, it's within the current contract to continue to manage the property. And so, again, we're just talking about a better process to be able to give a stamp of approval on it. So, thank you.
Councilor Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. I think one thing Councilor Lewis and I will agree on is these are jewels. These are a valuable part of our community, 100%. These green spaces that we all have grown up, part of that is because, it's easy to grow alfalfa. When there's plenty of water, you just run the water out there, flood it out. It's going to be standing water, and it's going to be super green. It's going to look amazing. And they do that because people have careers and jobs, and it's their side thing. And then you have folks like Mr. Gallegos over here, who's a farmer. He's an irrigator. You can tell. He can come up here with his photographs, and he can describe exactly what's happening, what his crops are, and why he's doing what he's doing, and why he lost out. Just as I said, right? He lost out. He didn't make any money. And now we're going to talk about taking away the contract that was very clearly put out there for folks to apply for. We're taking away from Mr. Gallegos on this at this point. You should really think about that. Sorry, we're about to prove it. But he has been working that field, and he's put his time, his energy, his money into that. And like all farmers, it depends a lot that's well out of our power. And he's making the best of a bad situation. So I urge your support in upholding this. Thank you.
Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have just a suggestion across the board, and I've said this before. We at the City of Albuquerque don't use request for qualifications enough. Request for qualifications will allow us to get qualified all the providers that can do that thing, and then we can hire all of them if we want to for different projects. So I would urge us in this administration, Parks and Rec, everyone, especially affordable housing and these type of things, just do request for qualifications, which will make sure everybody that can do this work meets those qualifications, and then we can hire them for all the different projects, all the different fields, and we could be nimble. requests for informations just drag out the process because then we have to turn around. We can't hire off of them. We have to turn around then and do an RFP. So please, please, let's start using the request for qualifications so that we can be more nimble and hire folks to do multiple things for multiple projects across the city. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a couple questions. I don't know if the folks from Open Space left, but Director Simon, can you just answer one question for me? I'm just curious because I was not overwhelmed with people who were complaining about these awards. In fact, I only got one email from one person. So officially, how many complaints have we received from the public about these lease agreements?
Yeah, Madam President, Councilor Feeblecorn, I believe we have received one.
One.
Yes.
The same person for both places, the one that we
Yes.
just failed to renew and the one that we're considering right now?
Yes, I believe the only complaint we received has been from Mr. Haynes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And then I'm sorry, Madam President, one more question. I looked at the contracts, they have a start date. What happens if for the one that we didn't just pass, and for this one that I think we all know where it's going, what will happen during the time frame that it takes you to create an RFP and get responses, which, no offense to Parks and Rec, but I don't think the city of Albuquerque is really great at getting RFPs together, getting them out the door, getting them back in, getting them scored, and then getting them chosen. So what happens to the land between the start date of these contracts that we're turning down and the award of an RFP that we start hopefully tomorrow? What's that time period and what happens to the land?
Madam President, Councilor, we don't know. I mean, the farmers are on a month-to-month situation right now. This is early in the season. They'll have to make a decision about whether they want to continue to invest in the property or not. I'm not going to make that decision for them, obviously, and I don't want to jeopardize the outcome. We want our lands obviously managed. It's the partnership really that works, but I do fear that we could have negative outcomes.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for answering those questions. I'll just make a quick statement that I'm a little alarmed that we're going to have open space land that needs to have attention over the next coming months that will have none. And actually hearing the passion in the two gentlemen that have been here tonight's voice, I believe that they might continue to take care of this land for us. But if I were them, I probably wouldn't. And so I think we're putting ourselves in a very, very dangerous position. And again, these are open space pieces of land that are supposed to be managed for wildlife and for public use, not for farming. And so these are folks that are willing to give up a lot. I mean, we heard one gentleman, he gave up his entire year's crop so that he could maintain the soil for the next year because there's not water. It's not that he did anything wrong. So I would urge us to really think through what time period you can really issue an RFP and get responses and choose an answer and get that contract done and then get that contract through City Council because it's not short. And I'm very, very concerned about the future of these two plots of land. Thank you.
Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam President. Just real quick, have we ever had an RFP for these?
Madam President and Councilor, we have never done an RFP. We've used different procurement approaches.
And why was there no water?
Madam President, Councilor Sanchez, that would have to do with the curtailed allotments this year from the MRGCD.
Did they just shut it down?
Some disruptions caused by the infrastructure issues on the Corrales siphon, which have shorted, farmers on that side of the river considerably.
Madam President, whose fault was that? Was it the Middle Rio Grande Conservancy District that had the issues with the water, or was it the city?
Yeah. The siphon's a big it's a facility that had.
Madam President, real quick, the last question is, if we do move to an RFP and does the two gentlemen here have the ability to apply for that?
Madam President, Counselor, yes, they were, we qualified farmers for these, to participate in the process. Everyone who submitted in response to the REOI, they were qualified farmers. We liked the batch, and that's why we offered all of them an opportunity. I think they'd all have the opportunity again if they so chose.
Thank you.
Councilors, the motion is for approval of EC 327. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
No.
Counselor Peebles?
Yes.
Counselor Grout? No. Counselor Lewis?
No.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
No.
President Bassan?
No.
Fails on a 4-5 vote.
Moving on to EC 370, Revenue and Expense Report for second quarter fiscal year 2025. I move a receipt be noted. There's a second from Counselor Champagne. Counselors, any questions or comments? There being none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Peebles?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Pena? I'm sorry,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Item D, EC 375, Request Authorization to Establish a Professional Service Agreement with Chicanos por la Causa to provide Gateway Women's Housing Navigation. I move approval.
Second.
There's a second from Counselor Baca. Let's move to public comment.
Thank you, Madam President. We have Lisa Christopherson.
Thank you, Madam President and councilors. I urge your support, the Chicanos por la Causa, to provide services at the Gateway Women's Housing Navigation. They have integrated services, and they have a pathway to livelihood, careers that I think would benefit us all, not just the persons who who will be receiving these services. I would urge your support for this because representation matters. And the majority of our folks, sort of, at least in the pit count, the portion that I did, they have Hispanic, Chicano, Latin heritage. And so I really do feel that being seen and being heard and being humanized by people who look and feel as we do really is important to making that connection. When we ask people to change their life, make different choices, they need a partner who they can to trust. And so entities that bring that experience of dealing with trauma, being trauma informed, I think will benefit us all. So I urge you all to support Chicanos por la Causa. Thank you.
Madam President, that concludes comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilors, we're moving on to questions. Counselor Grout?
Thank you, Madam President. I have some more questions about this. I'm glad that we have somebody, although I question the process. I've had conversations, email exchanges with the administration. I have a couple of questions for our attorney, our city attorney. HHH did not receive responses to the RFP that was put out for services described in E 375. In this case, the city is required to get the best obtainable price pursuant to Section 5-5-10B of our procurement code. Triple H stated at the last council meeting that it got the best obtainable price because it was budgeted from the year before. So that's the cost. So that's the cost that they went with. So, Ms. Keefe, in your professional opinion, is that answer legally sufficient to satisfy the requirement that the department get the best obtainable price according to our procurement code?
Councilor Bassan, Councilor Grout, there's no real definition of best obtainable price or how you go about determining what is the best obtainable price. It really just sort of leaves that up to the discretion of the department. And so I would say this answer is a little vague. I would want more information and some clarification on really what the price is, what the market price is, what process the department went through, but there's no real legal way to analyze what's the best obtainable price.
Thank you. And a follow-up question. The last council meeting, I asked the associate CAO, Martinez, why 2 contracts were predated 2 months prior to the actual execution of the contract. She said that this ratification language, which allows vendors to start services before a contract is signed, is standard language in all contracts. So I have 2 questions. Is that accurate? And in your professional legal opinion, is it acceptable to allow work to start before a contract is executed as a standard practice?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, I would not say standard. I would say that from time to time, we need to include ratification language in contracts. City legal does discourage that practice, but occasionally a department will have to be in a situation where the services begin and then we finish the contract and do the ratification language. And I have to confess, I have done that once in the last 3 years. But it's not standard language. It's not included in every contract. It's only included when needed, and we do discourage it. But sometimes it happens.
Thank you. A follow-up, ma'am. What about liability? I mean, when you don't have a signed contract, there's more liability on the city's part, correct?
Council President, Councilor Grout, that is why we discourage it, or among them, and including the fact that our contracts have an indemnification clause, our contracts require insurance, and those things might not be in place. And so if something happens in that period of time, we don't know that there could be liability on the city. And if a dispute arises during that period of time, we don't know what the result would be. That is why we encourage people to have the contracts in place before work begins.
Great. And thank you for that explanation. And while I am thrilled that they do have somebody to work at the women's facility on Gibson, the reason I wanted to take some time, I didn't quite understand why there was an immediate action need for it, because I've went back, I had our council staff help find, you've asked us many times to do an immediate action, and then it takes quite a while before the contract is executed. And this particular nonprofit or business has, they're working on the west side, and they're just starting up, and there seems to be a little bit of a delay in getting things, a little bit of a delay of getting up and running in a timely manner. And so I was wondering if they are going to be staffed to be able to do that at the new shelter for the women, because we certainly don't want to have more delays. Going back to this vendor, or to the process for immediate action, in November of 24, there were 2 immediate actions, and we approved them in November, and the contract was signed 1 month later and 2 months later. One of them still has not been invoiced at all. And then there is a third one that we did immediate action in December, and the contract was executed 2 months later. To me, when you have immediate action, we need to be doing it this week, kind of thing, and you should have all your ducks in a row so that we can get that signed right away. So that's my concern, 2 concerns. Why immediate action? Should we not be doing things more timely and be thinking ahead? And then 2, I just didn't want to have a contract. I don't like hearing that there's not case management happening and these people seriously getting help. I have heard this quite a bit, and I don't like to hear that when we approve a contract and it's still not being done. It had this one contract that I'm talking about in particular, we don't have anything invoiced for it yet, and it was approved in November. And I don't know if they're working for free or what, but I don't know how they're paying their bills. if they're not invoicing.
Madam CAO.
Madam President, thank you. I'm not sure what the question is, Councilor Grout, but I'd be happy to speak to all of the items you just spoke to. We bring items to you all for immediate action when we have been doing the work to ensure that we're moving a relationship along and we've brought something forward we believe we can stand behind. We also bring that to you at the time that in which we can no longer take action without your authority that you provide to us through your appropriation. So when we're working with a partner, in this case, we are working with nonprofit partners in almost every case. They are putting together all of their capabilities to be able to operate the contracts that we are working with them. We cannot get to a final contract negotiation and finalize that contract for red ink on the paper until we get through you all, through appropriate action with you all, where you give us authority to do so. And it's imperative that we give as much information as possible to you all, which you ask for in the process, completely appropriate. But we cannot get to a final with these parties and put it before you, because that takes time, energy, effort, cost for all of these nonprofits. So we are doing a balancing act to ensure that we're supporting them in their ability to work with us. This is not uncommon across the public sector. Multiple times tonight, it has been said that the city is bad at things based upon being the city. RFPs in the public sector take time. You have to get it right. You have to give people the right to compete. You have to give them the right and opportunity to get a complete response together to do that competition and be able to do that. It's costly to them. It's costly in their time, their energy. And we're talking about nonprofits that are doing everything they can to pull that together. No nonprofit is going to staff up before they have a contract. That would be inappropriate management. None of us would do so unless you have a big giant trust fund in the background supporting you. You're not going to start hiring people and asking people to give notice at their other job with the hopes that a contract will make it through what is at times a lengthy process. Now, I fully respect that we want to take our time when we can. I fully respect that bureaucracy, the history of bureaucracy is to make sure that we do good business. But you all have said to us many times, and now tonight we've had 2 examples, where when we've used alternative solutions to make sure that we're being inclusive, because we've heard from you that RFPs can be too onerous for small businesses and nonprofits, and you specifically now tonight have decided that we don't want to use a request for interest where we qualify individuals within that process. Now we're hearing that we don't want us to move quickly when we have the opportunity to work with a contractor or a nonprofit and bring something for your evaluation before you for immediate action. I will tell you in this case, I believe that when we bring it to you for immediate action, we've done everything we can possibly do, and now we need to give them some assurances as quickly as possible so that they can get up and running. That also goes for why we would potentially have where it's retroactive for them. If they've done work, we should absolutely be supporting them for the work they've done. Lastly, I want to make it clear, just because we haven't been invoiced does not mean work isn't being done. Every nonprofit has their own, in these cases, vendors have their own back-of-house capabilities and how they do that work. Chicana por la Causa is an excellent nonprofit that has come to New Mexico, and we're fortunate that they want to work with us. They're doing an exceptional job at the Gateway West, and there is case management there. I'm not sure what source is different than the fact that we know that they have operating case management happening at the Gateway West. They have stood that work up, and they will bill us, obviously, and based upon the way they have been doing that work. My frustration comes out because these nonprofits are our partners, and coming to you all for immediate action has a lot to do with how long it might take for your processes to be, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't have committee processes, but when we're in a position and we've been doing the work that we've been doing and we have beds ready and available to go, and we've been working through an appropriate RFP to ensure that we have plenty of folks in responding, we try our best to do so. Our team, I know, did a great job of ensuring that we cast that net as far as we possibly could. And in some cases, we did not have responses for those. We don't want to be in a position that then the individuals that are today in those shelter beds are being provided case management, being provided the supports and access to connections that they will now have no one working with them. And it is not appropriate for us to say, well, the operator that's there will just have to stick around out of the goodness of their heart. So that is part of why this is important for us, to create the opportunity for it to be a seamless transition. Specifically on Chicana por la Causa's contract for the Gateway West, we came to you in November and we spoke here multiple times about the transition plan that we needed to have with heading home that was on site. So we worked carefully to make sure that we included additional parts into that contract so that transition would occur seamlessly. So yes, it took some additional time for us to make sure that when you all approved here, we incorporated those things that you asked and ensured that we worked through those final negotiations with them, which included them then expending the time and energy and additional effort now that they knew that we had the authority to check the rest of the boxes, such as insurance and employment and all of the other pieces that they have to do. So I appreciate that you have concerns and questions, that in form and function, immediate action represents some sort of unnecessary speed, but I believe in every case, we are doing that so that we can continue the process to get under contract and be thoughtful in those negotiations.
Thank you. Councilor Grout, were you done with questions?
Thank you.
or
I
have
just
more?
have one comment. Thank you for your comments and your explanation. On my side, these are taxpayer dollars. They're not my dollars. And so when these questions come up and I have these, it's a big responsibility for us as well. And so $4.9 million contract is something that I want to make sure that, or any of these contracts, that we're thoughtfully thinking about them and not rushing. I understand your process, and there's a process here too. Thank you.
Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. In the interest of time, I'm going to stick to the major points that I want to continue to reiterate to HHH in these contracts. Our city has been in a situation where we have one provider to run all of our shelters for the last, I don't know, 6 years at least that I've looked at. And I'm afraid we're heading down the road again, the same road. We're just going to pick whoever happens to want to play with us at that moment. And it's not going to work. One provider can't handle every single one of our facilities. So I want to urge us, please, to not do that again, because I'm feeling like we're going down that same road. The other things that I continue to talk about are if we look at the breakdown of where this money is going to be spent. I want to make sure the public understands the breakdown of this money that's going for this contract. When we look at personnel costs, we're paying 100% of the personnel costs for this site, because like you said, they need to get up and running. So that's $930,648 going of this money going directly to personnel. Direct operating costs, $617,000. Indirect operating costs, so basically $1.8 million. Each provider has to give us a breakdown of their operating budget and where else do they get funding from. And I've asked this again for Chicana por la Causa for the West Side Shelter. Where are they at with their Medicaid reimbursement application? So I have the same question for this contract. Where are they at with being able to bill for Medicaid?
Dr. Verplu?
Madam President, if I may, real quickly, I just want to, I want her to answer,
Sure.
Dr. Verplu to answer the question, but I would just want to make sure we're all clear. We have 5 providers that we have brought forward for managing, and we appreciate and understand where we had been previously. We also know there's value in giving the opportunity for a provider to work with individuals across a continuum. And so that is a conscious decision we felt with Chicana por la Causa, working with the Gateway West, to be in a position then to operate our housing and treatment navigation centers for women, to have the opportunity to make those, move them along in that to the next level. And I think that's important for us. It gives us an opportunity for Chicana por la Causa to also show their capabilities across the entire timeline of individuals moving from unsheltered to housed. We also important to note, through this process, we have multiple operators that are interested, that have either been here or will be entering and coming to our community. So that includes community bridges, endeavors, Chicana por la Causa. We have YDI that we're all familiar with in our community, and Horizons. And then Heading Home is still here and operating with us as well. So I just want to be clear, we have diversified those operators, and we're very consciously working with each of them to make sure we're thinking about where their capabilities are. And now I will obviously hand it over to Dr. Verplu related to Medicaid.
Dr. Verplu.
President Bassan, Councilor Rogers, thanks for the question. The providers, Chicanos por la Causa, is credentialed to bill Medicaid in other states, and they do so really effectively in a lot of their other programs. We've had conversations about how that works and what they're billing for. One of the things that's complicated about billing for Gateway West is that they're operating the facility. So most of the staff that they have there, like security, dorm monitors, food distributors, bus drivers, that kind of thing, can't bill for those particular staff. And so that's something to consider. There are case management, there's a small portion of case management, and that is billable under peer support. So what they'll be doing is they'll be hiring staff or helping the staff that they have there get credentialed as peer support workers, going through that OPRI process. Then the next step that they'll need to do is they'll need to be credentialed with the state, and they'll need to complete their Medicaid credentialing here in New Mexico. So they're working on all of those things. I typically, when we work with providers and get them started in that first year, we really think of it as a startup year to figure out what they could be billing for and really do that estimation. And then that second year, really see providers start to bill for the things that they can bill for. As soon as they can get that process going, they will start to bill for the services that are billable.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm really aware of the process for how people can bill for Medicaid. When have they applied? Have they at least submitted their application to the state of New Mexico?
Yes, it's my understanding that they've applied.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. The other question, so just looking at the FTEs that we're going to pay for in the contract is not a full-time, but a 0.20, okay, again, this is very important to me, 0.20 supportive housing manager. Okay, so 0.20 of the time we'll be able to help people navigate housing in the housing navigation women's shelter. 6 supportive specialists that equal $249,000. 3 CPSWs, so that's what you just mentioned for the CPSWs, and 3 intake specialists, of which the city of Albuquerque will pay for 100% of those wages. When I looked at their breakdown of where they get funding from currently, the only grants they put listed here from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services is $1.6 million. It asks how much of the percentage of that budget will go to this project, 0%. And I look at all of the other revenues from the city as the West Side Shelter, 2 contracts for that. And what is Albuquerque Behavioral Health Housing Stability for only $100,000 out of the almost 6.9 we're about to pay this provider? So can you explain that for me?
Dr. Verplu.
President Bassan, Councilor Rogers, could you repeat your question? Your question is about what their funding streams are for the program?
Thank you, Madam President. My question is, what is Albuquerque Behavioral Health Housing Stability?
I'll have to reach out to the provider and find out that answer for you.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, it says that we're paying them $100,000 to do this, and so I would appreciate to know what that contract is for, because that's a new one for me. And housing stability only at $100,000 is not enough, in my opinion. So I guess the point I'm making by all that, to get to the point, is that we're paying them a whole lot of money for a startup, right? For a company that has already been in business, not in New Mexico, but in other states. I just feel like we're the startup capital here for all of these things, and it's taking a lot of our money away from the beneficiaries, who are the people who need it. And let me just say for the public, the amount of money that's going to go directly to unsheltered people out of all these millions is $160,998 listed as direct assistance to beneficiaries, meaning these are essential kits for clients. I don't know what the kits are for. Bus passes, state ID documents, birth certificate document fee, gas cards, work clothes, airfare, application fees to apartments, deposits, and snacks. $160,998. Not enough. So my pet peeve is constantly I want to see the direct assistance to beneficiaries be in the millions of dollars, and the amount going to coffer these nonprofits' pockets is not as high. We need to pick providers who are already in business and who can do this work alongside of us. And in my opinion, I think we could probably do it cheaper if we hire staff and do it ourselves than to continue to contract out. And yes, I'm looking directly at our administration. Continue to contract out for the biggest issue facing the city of Albuquerque, which is homelessness. I would argue, why won't we do the same for policing? We have a huge policing shortage. We don't hire IPS armed security. Oh, well, we now have National Guard to do some of that. But I'm just saying, if we had the same, if we use the same strategy that we are for homelessness for policing, and I asked that directly of our mayor, why don't we do that? Well, the list was long. We can't control use of force with a contractor for policing. We can't control training. We can't control quality. I would argue it's the same with homelessness. And we've got to flip this. It's not working. Contracting out for the biggest problem of our city is not working. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Lewis.
Madam President, I mean, just to comment on immediate action. This council approves a lot of immediate action, so there's nothing wrong with proposing immediate action on anything. But what you do have to be prepared for is when you propose immediate action to be able to make the case, without being frustrated about it. You don't need to be frustrated about it. That's just a part of what this is, you just got to make the case. And so, those are some very legitimate questions about, and when you propose immediate action, you just got to have to expect that a counselor is going to say, hey, why do we need immediate action? Why are we always doing immediate action? That's just going to happen. There's going to be concern about it. There's going to be questions about how the process went. Is this the right process? That's just going to be the process. That's just going to be what happens. Same way. We approve policies, and we get upset about you guys not implementing those policies. Maybe as fast as we want to. And so I think somehow we do think sometimes immediate action should never happen. Obviously, it should happen. There's a purpose for it, but we got to make the case for it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, so with that, I just want to make sure to add just a couple quick things that I have to say I've been preaching, don't hire the city, hire specialists. So I want to make sure to put that out there just in case you win that battle, Counselor. But also, I just am curious if, and I don't want to put parameters because I don't even know what I'm really asking and if it's possible. But I am curious because even recently I've had something that I've reached out and we've worked together on with making sure to ratify something kind of retroactively for the benefit. And, there's unintended consequences and things happen, and I get that things happen. But I am curious if there's a way, and if you all can brainstorm and potentially work with admin, if you all can make it happen, to figure out kind of a timeline in the last few years, like, how many contracts are we ratifying prior to contract approval, right? What is the timeline on that? And maybe part of it is that I'm anticipating it's going to come back that we're doing more and more like this. But I'm also recognizing that we have more contracts probably too than we used to however long ago. So I want to keep an open mind, but at the same time, I am curious, what kind of rabbit hole are we going down by continuing to do this? So I guess if our staff can brainstorm, if admin can kind of brainstorm, if there's a way for us to figure that out, do we continue down this path? Is there a way to stop it? Is there a way for us to be better? Is there a way for admin to be better? I don't know, but I think that would be something that would maybe be beneficial for all of us to feel more comfortable proceeding and supporting one another as we move forward. So councilors, the motion is for approval of EC 375. Madam Clerk.
Councilor Baca.
Yes.
Councilor Champagne.
No.
Councilor Peebles.
Yes.
Councilor Grout.
Yes.
Councilor Lewis.
Yes.
Vice President Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes on an 8-1 vote.
Everyone, we're going to come back here. You get a few extra minutes tonight. We're going to come back here at 8:35. We are back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your break. We left off at final actions. We are on 072. Councillor Baca by request.
Thank you, Madam President. Final action is by request 072, amending ROA 1994, sections 2783, 2787, 2788, and 2789 of the Independent Hearing Office to clarify the procedures for appeals. I move a do pass.
Second.
There's a motion and a second from Councillor Feeblecorn. There is no one signed up to speak. Councillor Baca to open.
This is merely a cleanup bill by the city clerk if folks have questions. Otherwise, I would urge support.
Councillors, any questions or comments? Do we have Councillor Pena back? Is she there? Okay. Madam Clerk, we are on 072 for a do pass.
Councillor Baca.
Yes.
Councillor Champagne.
What are we talking about? I'm sorry.
Yes.
We are on 072. Councillor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam President. I vote yes.
Councillor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Councillor Grout.
Yes.
Councillor Lewis.
Yes.
Vice President Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Rogers.
Yes.
Councillor Sanchez.
No.
President Bassan.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, passes on an 8-1 vote.
All right, we are on agenda item B under final actions, 075, committee substitute, adopting a new Article 25 in Chapter 9, ROA 1994, to be known as the Distressed Lodging Property Ordinance and amending the Lodgers Tax Ordinance. I move it do pass. There's a second from Councillor Grout. And we have a couple people signed up to speak. Let's go to them first, and then we will, wait. We will remind me, did we decide to do amendments first and then go to comments? So that way they were able to, it was amendments first and then do public comments. We were gonna try that out. So that way the people that are watching can hear how we've changed it, and then we move on. So let's do that first. Yeah, and maybe that'll also allow some time for them to return if they need to be. So I will move amendment number 1. This is amend section 4 beginning page 5, line 27 of the committee substitute blue line drafts as follows. Under section 4 compilation, section 1 of this ordinance is to be compiled as a new Article 25 in Chapter 9 of the revised ordinances of Albuquerque, New Mexico, 1994, titled the Distressed Lodging Property Ordinance, and change section 1 to 2. I will move this amendment, and if there's a second, I'll explain it. There's a second from Councillor Feeblecorn. This amendment updates the bill's compilation section to ensure that all substantive provisions are properly incorporated into the city's code of ordinances. Councilors, any questions or comments? All right, so Madam Clerk, we are on amendment number 1 to committee sub 02575.
Councillor Baca.
Yes.
Councillor Champagne.
Yes.
Councillor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Councillor Grout.
Yes.
Councillor Lewis.
Yes.
Vice President Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Rogers.
Yes.
Councillor Sanchez.
Yes.
President Bassan.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Councilors, I'm going to back up just a smidge, just to go to explain this bill. This came, and I know that we have Director Varela here and the admin. This is by request, but this came down to me because we have some of the problematic hotels and motels throughout the city that have been causing more and more problems. And there was kind of this gray area of potential for enforcement. And so the admin had wanted to make some changes to that to make sure that we could add more teeth and really go after the bad actors in the process. Some of the good actors and some of the people in the tourism and lodging industry ended up coming to us and making sure to express some of their concerns because of the committee substitute. It ended up yielding quite a bit of compromise as to what their concerns were so that we could make sure that we weren't actually putting more harm onto the people that were really just here with their business, trying to provide lodging and following all of the rules and all of that. And so I do feel like we worked really well with the industry for the most part, and I think that they left, I know that they left. They ended up reaching out to me, some of them, and saying this was a really good process. Thanks for incorporating the ability to communicate between the admin and them so that we can get a bill that will work a lot for everybody. So I know that Director Varela is here for questions once we get to that, but I wanted to give you my little open that I kind of spaced out on at the beginning. And so now we're going to move on to amendment number 2, Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to move a floor amendment number 2, beginning on page 2, line 33, amend it to change the guest logbook to add in after address, if available, after phone number, if available, and after license plate of all vehicles for the guest, if available. I'll move that floor amendment.
There's a motion and there's a second from Councilor Rogers. Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. So, you know, I get the point of this piece of legislation and I support it, but it does bother me that while we are trying to make sure that people who own properties are following our laws, we are with this maybe inadvertently making it more difficult for our unhoused neighbors to scrape enough money together to actually go and stay in a motel for the night because they may not have an address, a phone number, or a license plate for a vehicle. And so, you know, I think that asking if they do have those things is one thing, but if they don't, I don't want them to not be able to rent a room for the night when they are, you know, fortunate enough to find enough money to stay somewhere safe for a night or two.
Councilors, any questions, comments? Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I was also had the same concerns about what this meant for our own motel voucher program and our own ability to actually house people in motels. This would seriously affect our own programs. And so I appreciate this amendment. And so knowing that this is by request from the administration, that's my question. Did we take into account our own motel voucher programs that we fund that don't, like specifically from HHH? How will this affect our own motel voucher programs?
Director Varela.
And Council President and Councilor, thank you for that question. We were very concerned about that exact issue, and we verified that in order to qualify for a voucher program, you do need to have an identification. And so this does not harm the people who are in the voucher program in any way.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's for permanent supported vouchers or transitional. For motel vouchers, it's not a requirement.
And Council President and Councilor Rogers, I won't argue to the contrary, but that's not the information that was provided to me.
Right, I understand you're in planning, not HHH, so I would understand why you wouldn't have that answer. I know personally from working in these programs and working on the motel voucher task force that Councilor Grout and I just work with the hoteliers and the providers. That was a big point of conversation for data that is not required, which is why we were talking about the HMIS system and a different identifier that follows them through all the programs. So we worked at length, so I don't need HHH. I know the answer because we just finished doing this in the motel voucher program. So that's why I can't support this, because it is absolutely going to hinder our ability to house people in the motel vouchers. Thank you.
Councilor Sanchez, and just before, I don't know if Dr. Verplu is still on the premises somewhere, but if we can get her down here to help answer some questions, if that's...
Madam President, I believe Ellen Braden is
oh, okay, good.
Communicating with her by phone right now.
Perfect. Councilor Sanchez?
Well, I'm with Councilor Rogers on this one in reference to making sure that we have information on these individuals. If there's damage, if there's issues that are caused, we need to know who these people are. If there's a way to contact them and tell them to mellow out, or you're not welcome here because you're using drugs or whatever the case might be. And this one says name, address if available. Everybody has a name and everybody has an address. Maybe they might not have an address, but they will at least have the name. And most have phone numbers, but if they have, and I think it's just important that for the security purposes of the hotel or anybody that's around them or anybody that's in the area, because my whole career, every time we were out there as law enforcement officers, it really, really helped to make sure that we knew who the individual was, especially if a violent crime or any kind of crime was committed. we were able to actually address it in a better way, have some investigative tools. And I think it's important to have those investigative tools in order to make sure, and if nobody's doing anything wrong, then you shouldn't have any issues with providing an ID.
Counselors, I would like to clarify, Counselor Sanchez, what you just said and what you had said right before that, to me, actually are contradicting each other, and I want to make sure that I'm understanding it correctly. Because, but just real quick, Counselor, because to me, and I want to make sure to circle back with Director Varela, on the if available part, I can respect the theory and then the hopes and desires, but I agree with what you just said, Counselor Sanchez, where if you are going to be staying in one of these properties, pretty much right now, people that are staying there, if I go out of town or stay somewhere, then I have an ID and I do it. And I understand that we're talking about unhoused individuals who are on vouchers, but sadly, in the world that we live in, how many people are going to go and stay at a motel or a hotel and just say, oh, I don't have that available. And now all of a sudden they're off the hook, lending me to say that I don't know if I'm going to support this. I'm going to wait to hear from Director after my long-winded comment. But I want to make sure, I don't know if I can support this, because to me it almost makes it null and void and eliminates what we're trying to go for. So just it seems from what you indicated that you were saying one thing and you were saying another, and they actually aren't the same.
Thank you for that clarification. What I'm saying is that there are a lot of folks who do not have these available, right? Like specifically IDs. In our motel voucher workforce task force work, we asked specifically how that was handled at the hotels for this project directly from the hoteliers. And there is a requirement for them to enter them into certain systems like HMIS that does give them identifiers. They can even do photos for those identifiers. So if they don't have an ID, there is still a way to identify who we placed in that hotel. And we also require our providers to keep that information of where and who they placed where and for how long.
Thank you.
So good, thank you. Got
So
it.
just to clarify a little bit, Director, I would like to ask this is by request, so I know that I've worked with you in the administration a little bit. I would like to ask, how does this affect the bill if it passes?
And Council President and Councilors, Councilor Rogers has a very good point. Well, first of all, these are hotels that are in trouble. They have gone from legitimate operations to basically harboring, not in this case, poor victims of different predicaments, but people on the run with felony warrants, for example. And the concern with a well-intentioned amendment like this is if that felon on the run just simply has to say, I don't have that, you can't have my name, I don't have an address, I don't know what car I showed up in. And suddenly we have no identification on the person whatsoever. I do really like the fact that Councilor Rogers said that to get into the voucher program, it sounds like it is the nonprofit that's administering the vouchers that goes and gets you the hotel room. So we already have an identifying ability right there. So I do not think, I had misinterpreted, and I thought maybe somebody has a voucher and they show up at a hotel. No, they actually are getting signed up there by a caseworker. So in that case, I think they're going to get their hotel room. They have a form of identification.
Thank you. Other questions before I go back to Fubelkorn, just in case it might be a close too? Any other questions or comments on amendment number 2? Council Fubelkorn.
Thank you, Madam President. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about this. If we look at the bill, what the bill says is that if you are a troubled motel or hotel and you've done certain things, and that list is provided in the legislation, then you have to comply with enhanced operational requirements. There is a section that we are not touching with this amendment that says that you have to have an ID and all those things that I don't agree with. The part that we're amending right now, or I would like to amend, is the part that says the guest logbook. So you already have to have all those other things, but for a guest logbook, they're maintaining a secure digital or physical logbook of all guest check-ins. And it says including the name, address, phone number, and license plate of all vehicles for the guest, along with the room number and duration of stay. Records must be retained for a minimum of 1 year. I want everyone that needs a housing voucher to get one, but not everybody has a housing voucher. Folks that you see on our streets, when they are able to scrape up enough money for a night or two, they go to, and they do not go to the Four Seasons. They cannot afford that. They go to the lowest rent places available, which are in general some of these that will be having this advanced operational requirement to get a room. They may not have, and this does not say an ID. This says we have to ask them their name, address, phone number, and license plate. They might not have an address. Unhoused neighbors do not have addresses. And all I'm saying is that we should not disqualify an unhoused person from renting a room, even in what we would call a flea bag motel, because it might be all they can do, and it might be better than sleeping in the Arroyo tonight. So I think it's, Councilor Sanchez said everybody has an address. That's just not true. Many people do not have addresses. And I think that we continually say that we don't like seeing unhoused people on our streets, but now we're saying that if they somehow scrape up enough money to stay in a hotel for a night or two, we don't want them to be there either. And that, I think that's a really large problem with this bill. And all I'm saying is that if somebody doesn't have an address, that does not disqualify them from sleeping in a motel overnight. And with that, I urge your support.
Thank you, and I know that was a close. I just want to do a technical correction that you said 1 year, but in the committee substitute, it's up to 45 days now. The motion is for a due pass of amendment number 2 to Committee Sub 075. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca,
Yes.
Counselor Champagne,
Yes.
Counselor Fiebelkorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Vice President Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Rogers,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
No.
President Bassan.
No.
Passes on a 2-vote. 7-2 vote.
We're moving on to amendment number 3. Councilor Fiebelkorn.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to move floor amendment number 3, which is on page 2, line 24, removing the requirement for a valid government-issued photo ID and replacing it with the language that was already in our ordinance under the Cadillac converter ordinance, the one that requires, well, I'll explain it in a minute, but replacing that requirement for a valid government-issued ID with a photo that can be used for identification purposes. And with that, I'll move that floor amendment number 3.
There's a motion and there's a second from Councilor Rogers. Councilor Fiebelkorn.
Thank you, Madam President. So we already have in the Cadillac converter ordinance that this body passed a while ago, an allowance for folks that don't have government-issued IDs to still use pawn shops and things like that. But we did want to be able to track those folks. And so that ordinance says that you have to take photos, and it has to be clear, discernible, color still image that clearly depicts a full face view of the person. Valid government-issued photo IDs, and many people that do have those have them removed from their encampments. And so they might not have them available at any given time. So just giving some flexibility. So again, people who are unhoused can stay somewhere safe with a lock on the door for a night or two if they're lucky enough to get that much money together. So happy to answer any questions.
Councilors, any questions or comments? Did you have anything to add, Director? Okay. I get this in theory. Again, I'm actually, from my eye contact with Director Varela, I'm not really opposed to it all the way, but I do want to put out there that I believe, if I recall correctly, and I could be wrong, in some of the meetings that we had with some of the actual lodging people that own these businesses, I can hear some of them probably telling us that they are concerned about now the requirement that they're supposed to take a picture. And I don't know how comfortable they're going to feel taking a photo image of a patron at their business if they don't have an ID. And I don't know, I mean, I guess I get it from the other ones, but at the same time, so that's my concern with it. But Councilor Fiebelkorn, if anybody else, no? Councilor Sanchez.
I think we've provided enough ability for anybody to get an ID and go through the proper process. I think it's important that we do show an ID. Stuff happens at these places. Sometimes crimes are committed. A lot of drug trafficking could happen. A lot of other violent crimes could happen. And there's no way to identify or truly identify an individual just with a picture, and then just stating some name just doesn't do it for me.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? Councilor Feeble-Corn to close.
Thank you, Madam President. So I want to clarify, we're not telling any business owner what they do or do not have to track for people that check in. All I'm saying is that under this ordinance, we cannot require them to require a photo ID. There's still, I mean, if you go down to the embassy suites, I'm pretty sure they're going to require an ID. But having this flexibility for folks that want to at least give shelter to our unhoused neighbors seems like a very small thing to be able to offer that flexibility within the law. I do hear Madam President's point about taking a photo. We are also taking their photo ID and taking a photo of that. So we're already creating, you know, work for folks to maintain these standards. But I disagree that everybody can get a valid government-issued photo ID. And I do think that I've met many, many, many people over the years who are unhoused that had one, and then it was cleared away in an encampment or by a decampment. They lost it. It was stolen. I don't think that, I certainly can't understand what it must feel like to have all of your things in an unhoused situation, but I do know that things like that are very hard to hold on to. And again, we don't like seeing them on the street. We should be welcoming them into hotels and motels if they can scrape up enough money to stay safely for a couple of nights. So with that, I urge your support.
We are on amendment number 3 to 075, the committee substitute. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
No.
Counselor Feeble-Corn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout? No. Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
No.
President Bassan?
No.
Passes on a 5-4 vote.
Councilors, are there any other amendments? We're going to move on to public comment. Mr. Cornelius.
Thank you, Madam President. Lisa Christopherson has left for the evening, so we have Anami Das, followed by Adeo Herrick on Zoom.
Cool. I thought I missed public comment. Hi, y'all. Madam President, I appreciate the discussion that was just had. I wanted to add that most hotels have security cameras. Those can be used to take a photo of someone. I also wanted to add that when I was trafficked and then eventually when I got out of that situation, the very first thing that my trafficker did was take my ID from me. So like the idea that everyone can get an ID, maybe, but who knows if everyone's able to hold on to their ID. What was the other thing? In section 4, did y'all fix the thing where it only references section 1? I know I'm not allowed to ask questions, but like that's a technical thing. Y'all fix it? Yay. Cool. Lastly, I want to say that when I commented on the ordinance during the FGO, Director Varela responded to the idea that there might be issues that make it harder for victims of trafficking and domestic violence victims to escape those situations. He responded to that by saying, if you can't, what is it? If you don't have an ID, you probably shouldn't be staying at one of these crime hotels. That's incredibly dismissive. And like I make these public comments because I have ideas that are valuable, and to be dismissed like that was infuriating. To make it very, very simple, not everyone has everything. Not everyone has what they need, and not everyone is able to meet these standards. Standards like this one very intentionally target people experiencing poverty. Thank you.
Adeo Herrick.
We see people getting their IDs taken all the time. I agree. It's pretty insulting to assume that just every poor person just has an ID, and that again those IDs aren't maliciously torn up and destroyed by Councilor Sanchez's favorite consistency. That's all I got to say. Thank you for your time.
Madam President, that concludes comment. Thank you.
Councilors, we're on the bill as amended. Any comments? Councilor Grout?
Thank you, Madam President. I have just a few things to say. This ordinance defines guest as someone who's over 18. Why are we not tracking minors? Minors are sometimes trafficked out of these troubled hotels.
I'm going to refer to Director Varela or admin. Or legal. Part of me thinks that if I had to guess, because I'm certainly no lawyer, you can't really require things of a minor. But
sometimes there are children under 18 that are in the hotels.
And Council President Bassan and Councilor Grout, one of the goals is to fight any type of human trafficking. I'm not aware of any hotels that will rent rooms to minors.
Okay.
I'm aware of minors who have been in very difficult situations, who have needed a place to stay, and an adult has had to go over and rent the room for them. And so the purpose of this is it's to help fight and prevent human trafficking, but not to track people. The reference that was made a little while ago was in response to a comment that I made at FIGO when I said that a person in a lot of trouble experiencing that kind of distress probably should not be staying in one of these unsafe hotels. I stand by that. Whoever is helping them out should be taking them to a better place than one of these unsafe hotels.
Thank you. Thank you. This bill also requires the guests to have a photo ID. Many times those victims of domestic violence, they're leaving their abusers and they don't have an ID. But I know we're going after the troubled properties. I hope that there aren't any roadblocks that create that, have an issue. But why didn't we amend the overnight lodging ordinance? Because the overnight lodging ordinance already requires a guest login.
Director?
And that I'll defer to Government Affairs to answer. But I believe that the idea was to have a freestanding ordinance so that it was real clear that this was the policy of the administration.
Okay, thank you.
Can we get Government Affairs here, please? Thank you. Councilor Grout, do you have a different question that we can go to next?
Nope, that's my last one.
Okay. Councilor Grout, I'm going to come back to you once we get Government Affairs in here. Now we're moving on to Councilor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. It states in here that it's if it's found in a violation of a 12-month period, my question basically is it a rolling 12-month or a calendar 12-month?
Director?
Council President and Councilor, rolling 12-month.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam President. Just wanted to make some clarification. It's obvious that the two speakers were victims of human trafficking and never reported it. That would be something that would be very, very important to do if you somehow had your driver's license or your ID stolen or taken away. There's police officers all over the place that would be able to help out with making sure that you had the help and support that you needed, and also probably a path to get your driver's license or your ID back. We need to help the victims, and if the victims don't come forward, then they're probably being threatened, which is also an issue. So those are the kinds of things that we need to have IDs for. Those are the things that the police need to be talked to about. Those are very, very important issues that should be able to be dealt with at that level.
Counselor Grout.
Thank you. So my question was, the overnight lodging ordinance already requires a guest register. So why didn't we just amend that?
Madam CAO, Mr. Anderson, anybody from administration, if you please will answer the question.
So, Madam Chair, I know we have Ms. Shanna Schultz on who helped craft this bill. She can answer that question for you.
Ms. Schultz.
Hi, Madam Chair, Councilor Grout. We did consider putting this entire ordinance under the kind of general overnight lodging ordinance. However, that ordinance is applicable to all hotels, and we wanted to be clear that this ordinance is only applicable if you kind of get put on the bad list. So we wanted to keep it separate, what all hotels have to comply with versus what only hotels on the bad list have to comply with. So it was intentional to kind of split them up.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Counselors, any other questions or comments? Counselor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam President. How do you get on the bad list then?
I mean, I'm going to defer to admin, but it is listed inside as far as code enforcement violations over the 12-month period, the lodger's tax violations, and in addition to some other things that are in the bill.
I read the violations in a 12-month period. I didn't see the others that really popped out. That's why I asked the question. So is there more than just the ones that Madam President pointed out?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, 925-4 applicability. This ordinance applies to any lodging establishment that has, and then it has 3 items, failed to make lodger's tax or hospitality fee payments to the city for 3 consecutive months, has been found in violation of any city ordinance on 3 or more separate occasions within 12-month period, or has been found in violation of the nuisance abatement ordinance 11-11-1-1 on 1 or more occasions in the previous 12 months.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments, counselors? Anything else from the admin? All right, we are on 075 as substituted and amended, well, committee substituted and amended. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
No.
Counselor Champagne?
No.
Counselor Peebles?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
No.
Counselor Sanchez?
No.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes on a 5-4 vote.
Moving on to 077, Counselor Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. Adopting a 3/8 of 1% municipal gross receipts tax to create a quality of life enhancement fund. I move to pass.
There's a motion. Is there a second? I'll second it for the point of conversation. Counselor Baca to open.
Thank you, Madam President. So it has been nearly 40 years since we did the original quality of life. Counselor Hoover being the sponsor, who shortly after, as I understand, announced his retirement. Because these types of bills take a little bit of initiative, requires people to be a little bold, a little courage. And I'm sure he wasn't thinking about that at the time. Probably not thinking about that now. I believe what would matter to him, though, is that, earlier this year, Councilor Lewis transferred $1 million in GEO-bond money from his district to my district in order to protect what Councilor Hoover created almost 40 years ago, Tingley Beach ponds. The same ponds that are going to be used by foster kids here in another 2 weeks. We have an opportunity to do something bold, something long-lasting, because the previous one brought us the Biopark, Explora, open space on both sides of the city or the river, the Balloon Museum. I don't think anybody regrets that those were built. This initiative allows us to take an incremental step towards a brighter future, with a dedicated end date to ensure we are using public funds responsibly. Because I believe we must invest in ourselves. A reduction in crime and homelessness by themselves do not make for a vibrant city. A truly thriving community requires an approach that goes beyond just addressing problems. It must also actively invest in growth, culture, and opportunity. A 3/8 increase provides a large return on investment by providing cleaner, safer, more vibrant neighborhood amenities. It's a smart investment in quality of life that supports families, seniors, and youth. You know, it's not surprising to know that the success of Albuquerque's business community is deeply tied to the overall quality of life in our city. We've heard this many times. It's difficult to attract private investment due to the lack of quality of life. You know, it was a surprise to me to learn when I spoke to members of our medical community that we also lack, or one of the primary difficulties in attracting doctors and other health professionals to New Mexico is the quality of life. They're worried for the quality of their families, same way we are. This tax fund will fund real tangible improvements, starting with the long-promised completion of North Domingo Baca Aquatic Center, a new performing arts center downtown, and other tangible needs throughout the city. They're essential spaces that bring people together, promote health, and stimulate our local economy. And this fund is spread among all 9 districts, just like our other council set-asides. And let's be clear, nobody on this dais today will be voting to raise taxes. This bill asks the people of Albuquerque if they're willing to invest in themselves. Thank you, Madam President.
All right, true to what we described earlier tonight, we're going to move on to amendments. Councilor Baca, you have the first amendment. It's labeled A in your iPads.
Thank you, Madam President. This is on page 4, line 8, insert new section 9, and renumber the subsequent.
Madam President, the point of order. We do have public comment tonight.
Yes,
right?
and just like on the bill right before that, we're going to do amendments first and then go to public comment. So that way all the changes can happen and then the comment can make their comment on those changes. And then we move forward.
So, yeah, Madam President, I know that's at your discretion, but I think on this one, personally, I'd like to hear from public, because I know we have to do public comment. We don't necessarily have to do these amendments. And so I'd recommend that we do public comment first. And
It was from the public's request that we do it this way in general, which is why I've been honoring it in that manner.
then, Madam Chair, the motion's on the floor. I'm going to call the question.
Second.
Okay, this got done with me before too. We're going to go back to Mr. Padilla. When somebody calls the question, does that mean that we must go to the question? Because it happened earlier this year where we didn't, and it was at the discretion of the president. Not this year, but last year.
It's my understanding when you call the question that you have to go to the vote. It takes 3/4 of the body to actually call the question.
Okay, so we're going to vote on calling the question.
And Madam Chair, I'll withdraw the motion if we go to public comment first.
Councilor Lewis, it's my discretion, and it was through the public's request that we are going to do public comment first, and then we'll do the amendment, or we'll do public comment after the amendments through their request. So Councilor Baca with amendment number 1.
Madam Chair, point of order, I'm going to call the question.
All right, so the motion is for calling the question. Is there a second? There's a second from Councilor Grout. Madam Clerk? Wait, before we do that, how many is it going to take?
If there are 9 counselors, it takes 7 votes. If there are 8 counselors, it takes 6.
There are currently 9 counselors, so it will take 7 votes. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
No.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Peeblecorn?
No.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
No.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
President Bassan?
No.
It fails on a 5-4 vote.
Counselor Baca, amendment number 1.
Thank you, Madam President. This is, my apologies. On page 4, line 8, insert new section 9 and renumber the subsequent sections accordingly. This is to provide oversight for the council, since councilors are, as this bill is written currently, councilors have discretion how this funding is used. And so this is just to put guardrails to make sure that we are tracking and reporting accordingly, not just us, but the administration as well.
There is a motion for amendment number 1. Is there a second? There's a second from Counselor Rogers. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, the motion is for amendment number 1 to 077. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Peeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout? Yes. Counselor Lewis?
No.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
No.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes on a 7-2 vote.
Counselor Pena, you have the next 2 amendments. I will let you choose the order of which. I think that you probably had a cognizant choice, but we have amendment number B. Is that the one you want to move first as 2?
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, and I was hoping that Counselor Lewis could read those amendments for me, as I am not feeling very well.
Counselor Lewis? Amendment letter B, number 2 to 077.
All right, so this is amendment, Madam President, this is amendment number 2?
Yes.
Okay. On page 3, line 6, amend as follows. Striking section B, 1 and 2 there, striking subsequent years in number 3. Adding the blue line. This amendment eliminates the dedication to specific projects. This allows for important flexibility so that council can make appropriations as part of its ordinary budgetary process. Madam Chair, let me move it first and move it.
There's a motion for amendment number 2, and for the record, it would say, it would strike, just to make sure to be clear for the public too, striking 1 and 2, and then it would say, "In all revenue shall be allocated equally among the 9 city council districts based on a determination from each city councilor as to the appropriate use of funds for their district consistent with the goals outlined in section 5A. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second from Counselor Peeblecorn. Counselor Lewis.
So, Madam Chair, yeah, I wanted to move Councilor Pena's amendment here, and I know there's a number of other amendments that maybe other councilors intend or may not intend on moving. My concern here is that at this point, we're talking about how we divvy this up between different council districts. I don't agree with the bill right out. I don't agree with the bill whether these amendments pass or not. I didn't want to bypass not hearing from the public, but one of the reasons for calling the question is, I think all we're going to do tonight with these amendments is, we start arguing for different projects. And if we get into that, I think all of us are pretty good at arguing for the need. We all probably could make a really good case for all the different projects in all of our districts. And one of the problems with this bill is it does pick winners and losers. And I think all we're going to do by adding amendments is continue to pick winners and losers. There's no way we're going to get to a real fair agreement on that, And so, at some point, before we, spend a good amount of time, doing that, I think we should vote on this bill as it stands.
Counselor? Thank you. I'm sorry. I wanted to make sure that you were able to say your thing. We are on amendment number 2, and if we can try to keep it germane to the amendments, that would be great.
Well, Madam President,
I see the relevance.
it's germane to this amendment as well as, any other amendment that might come up.
Thank you. Counselor Pena?
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to say, I appreciate Councilor Lewis reading the amendment. It wasn't with the expectation for him to vote yes. So if he doesn't support it, I completely understand. I just want, for the record, he was reading it into the record for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Baca?
Thank you, Madam President. I think this is one where Councilor Lewis and I will agree. This amendment would completely defeat the purpose of the bill, of actually building stuff and getting stuff done. And voters should have some sense of what they are voting for. But of course, I also would never speak for another counselor in their district. So yeah, I am completely against this. Thank you.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? Councilor Pena, did you want to close on this amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just urge your support. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, for amendment number 2 to 077.
Counselor Baca?
No.
Counselor Champagne?
No.
Counselor Peebles?
Yes.
Counselor Grout? No. Counselor Lewis?
No.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
No.
Counselor Sanchez?
No.
President Bassan?
No.
Fails on a 2-7 vote.
Moving on to amendment number 3, Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If Councilor Lewis would read that into the record again, just for the purpose of reading it into the record. Thank you, Madam President, sorry.
No worries. Councilor Lewis.
Madam President, this is floor amendment number 3. On page 3, line 6, amended as follows. On section B, all revenue shall be allocated as follows. First 2 years, all revenue shall be allocated to completing the North Domingo Baca Aquatic Center. Any excess revenue shall be dedicated to completing the Westgate Community Center. Any excess revenue remaining following the completion of the Aquatic and Westgate and Community Centers shall be dedicated to the Cibola Loop Multi-Generational Center. All excess revenue remaining following the complete allocation of capital needs for the first 3 projects shall be allocated to the Downtown Performing Arts Center in Council District 2. Strike number 2 there where it says second year, and any excess revenue shall be allocated equally among the 9 city council districts, and adding with each councilor determining their district's use of the funds based on a determination from each city councilor as to the appropriate use of the funds for their district consistent with the goals outlined in section 5A. And 3 subsequent years, all revenue shall be allocated equally among the 9 city council districts. Strike with each city councilor determining their district's use of the funds, adding based on a determination from each city councilor as to the appropriate use of the funds for their district, consistent with the goals outlined in section 5A. And this amendment allocates some of the revenue from the first 2 years of dedication to 2 almost fully funded projects. This will allow 3 projects in different areas of the city to be fully funded before allocating funding to a new performing arts center in District 2.
There is a motion. Is there a second? Second from Councilor Feeblecorn. Councilor Pena, did you want to open or should we go to questions?
I would urge support, so you can go to question, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? I know. Councilor Baca?
Thank you, Madam President. You know, in my time here on the council and in my previous elected position, I don't think I've ever seen an amendment where the sponsor's details were completely taken out and someone else's were put in, essentially co-opting the bill. I mean, might as well cross my name off as sponsor and put Pena in there. I'd actually be very fine if she put these in as one of the other projects for folks to vote in. But to do it and take what I've written in is kind of ridiculous. So I do not support this, and I urge everybody else not to support it.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? Councilor Pena, I'm going to assume you're urging support still, but did you want to add anything else?
Madam President, yes. So the point of that amendment was that's exactly how I feel about the sponsor and the allocation of just in his district. So I urge your support. Thank you.
The motion is for pass of amendment number 3 to 077. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
No.
Counselor Champagne?
No.
Counselor Peebles?
Yes.
Counselor Grout? No. Counselor Lewis?
No.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
No.
Counselor Sanchez?
No.
President Bassan?
No.
Fails on a 2-7 vote.
Councilor Feeblecorn. I believe you have amendments.
Thank you, Madam President. I will pass out my first amendment. Mark, you can give that one to them. I will move floor amendment number 4 And this is on page 3, line 6, striking section B, 5B in its entirety. So taking out all the dedication language, which favors one project over another project, one council district over another council district. With that language stricken, the money goes into the general fund, and this body, whoever is serving on this body at the time, does the adult thing and chooses priorities in a budget system, much like we choose what we're funding already. And so with that, I'll move that floor amendment number 4.
There's a motion and a second from Councilor Rogers. Councilors, any questions or comments? Councilor Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. I think the adult thing is always to let people know what you're voting on. So as with the previous one, I do not support this and urge others to not support it.
Any other questions or comments? Council Feeble-Corn to close.
Thank you, Madam President. I do urge your support because I think that the idea that we would be allocating $80 to $86 million to one council district over another council district in the first couple of years is pretty shameful. I think that I don't think there's anyone up here, I'm not speaking for others, I'm speaking for myself, that doesn't want the North Domingo Baca Aquatic Center to be finished, and I would be happy to appropriate the funds in the first year of this tax to get that project finished. But I think that is something that should be decided by this body, and an appropriation, just like we appropriate everything else that comes before this body. And so I urge your support.
The motion is for amendment number 4 to 077. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca?
No.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Peebles?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
No.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
No.
President Bassan?
No.
Passes on a 5-4 vote.
Councilor Feeble-Corn?
Madam President, I'm passing around floor amendment number 5. It is beginning on page 1, line 2, amending the title as follows: adopting a 0.375% municipal gross receipts tax to create an affordable housing fund. And then you can read all, I've added in the whereas clauses and basically changing this from quality of life to affordable housing fund. Because as we have all heard time and time again, the number one issue pressing in our community right now is a housing crisis. We have unhoused people, we have people who are becoming unhoused, we have people that are precariously housed, and we publicly say all the time that our priority is affordable housing. So if we're going to be raising $80 million to $86 million a year every year for the next 20 years, I think it should go for affordable housing. So I'll move floor amendment number 5.
There's a motion. Is there a second? There's a second from Councilor Rogers. Any other questions or comments, councilors?
Madam President?
Councilor Baca.
As a sponsor of the bill, and the bill's no longer my intention, am I able to call the question and get some public comment?
Right now, we're on amendment number 5. You can call the question on the amendment, and we can do a vote on that.
Well, we're going to vote on it anyway.
So Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. I checked our record just out of curiosity. We said it will generate $80 million for, is that per year? Is there I missed it maybe in our packet. Does it show, how do we know what the revenue is going to be? Because I hear 80 million, but I don't see it in my documents. So thank you, Mr. Motzko.
Madam Council President, Councilor Rogers, based on the current, not current, so last year's FY24 audited 3/8 cents hold harmless tax, it raised $80 million. So we're going off of that number based off of last year's accruals.
Thank you, Madam President. And just to make sure the public understands, this is raising gross receipts tax across the board. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on amendment number 5? On amendment 5, Councilor Baca.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Well, I 100% agree on affordable housing, as I always have. The legislature's already appropriated $110 million. 117 million for affordable housing, so we don't need another bill for just housing. So I do not support this amendment.
Anyone else, counselors? Counselor Feeblecorn to close.
Thank you, Madam President. I will just say that we have lists of affordable housing projects that are ready to go if we were to just have gap financing, and those lists total up to $300 million and more. And so the idea that maybe you're going to get some money from the legislature to pay for some affordable housing, even if we got the whole 117,000, which we will not, does not negate the need for affordable housing in our community. I will also point out that this tax that would be raised in this goes on for 20 years. And I can't think of anything in our community that we're going to need funding for 20 years more than we will need for affordable housing. Estimates show that we will need to be putting 5,000 units a year for the foreseeable future. And having this level of tax would allow us to do that. And it certainly is not something that will be fixed overnight with $117 million from the legislature in 1 year. So I urge your support.
Madam Clerk, we are on amendment number 5 for 077.
Counselor Baca?
No.
Counselor Champagne?
No.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout? No. Counselor Lewis?
No.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
No.
Counselor Sanchez?
No.
President Bassan?
No.
That fails on a 2-7 vote.
Madam President.
Counselor Lewis.
Madam President, I move to call the question.
Oh my gosh, okay. The motion, is there a second? There's a second from all the counselors next to me. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
No.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
President Bassan?
No.
That passes on a 7-2 vote.
The motion is for a due pass to 077 as amended. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
No.
Hold on one second. Mr. Padilla?
Madam President, we haven't done public comment yet, so
I understand that, which is why I voted no to calling the question. But the council has said and voted on calling the question. That's the next thing to proceed as far as Robert's rules. So to the public, I voted no, and I believe Councilor Rogers might have voted no because I wanted to get to public comment. But with that, the
Madam
motion
President.
is for Councilor Lewis.
I mean, I'll withdraw the call. Well, actually, we already did it.
Yeah, it's already a vote.
But I would ask, Madam President, at your discretion that we go ahead and hear from public comment and then take the vote.
No. The motion is for 077 as amended, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
No.
Counselor Champagne?
No.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
No.
Counselor Grout? No. Counselor Lewis?
No.
Vice President Pena?
No.
Counselor Rogers?
No.
Counselor Sanchez?
No.
President Bassan?
No.
Well, it fails, so 0-9.
Correct.
Madam President, point of order.
Councilor Lewis.
I guess we ask our attorneys, is there any concern about not hearing from public comment? And if there is, I'd be glad to make a motion for a revote and go to public comment at the president's discretion.
Madam President, Counselor Lewis, there is another bill that's coming up right now, so what we can hear is public comment on the bill that's coming up right now, because it's a companion bill, and then what you can do is move for withdrawal, because that bill is necessary. We needed this bill to pass for the second bill for you guys to take action on it. So what you can do is listen to public comment on the next bill, and then make a motion to withdraw.
So, Madam President, so technically, that motion that we just did passed, that bill that failed is really not codified until the next bill as well. So therefore, there's a chance for the public to weigh in before there's a final vote. Okay, all right, thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselors, I would like to urge you that if you want to call the question, make sure that we listen to the public first, if that's what you want to do. Otherwise, it is the discretion of the president, and it's been said 3 or 4 times that it's my discretion, and then I say what I want to do, and then we don't do it, or we keep asking more questions. Moving on to R127, Counselor Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the companion bill to the previous bill. As the previous bill didn't pass, I move withdrawal.
R127, adopting a proposition to be substituted to the voters at the next election to be held in the city of Albuquerque concerning adopting a 3/8% municipal gross receipts tax to create a quality of life enhancement fund. There is a motion. Is there a second to withdraw? I'll second it. The motion is for withdrawal to R127. Madam Clerk. Okay. Okay. Let's go ahead and go to public comment. I think we should listen to everybody. Seems to be the will of the council.
Very good, Madam President. Our first speaker is Ben Garland, followed by Paul Gessing.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the council. I came here originally to say I support the tax. I did have some issues, like many of you did, with how it was structured. I sent you all some ideas on how to address that over the weekend. That's all I've got to say. It's been very entertaining. Thank you for your time.
Paul Gessing, followed by Jordan McConnell. Jordan McConnell, followed by Marion Tanow on Zoom.
Hi, I'm Jordan McConnell. I'm a downtown resident. I had come to speak in favor of putting the tax on the ballot. I am pretty disappointed by the way the debate has gone. I think overall we've talked about a lot of good issues tonight. One of the things that has come up is a lot of professionals that work in homelessness services, that has also included myself, are looking to move to coastal cities. I could move back to Los Angeles anytime. And I don't know why many of us stay here when our council doesn't want to give us the types of opportunities to succeed, to make our downtown vibrant, to keep people here, to create good jobs. All these things work in an ecosystem, and they support the housing side, the business side. So I had better comments, like written out, but I don't know, I'm kind of flabbergasted. That's all I can really say. But thanks for listening, and have a good evening.
Marian Tanow, followed by Benjamin Bean.
Good evening, Council President and councilors. Thank you for the opportunities to speak with you. I was able to follow as well the debate. I'm here in support of this gross receipts tax proposal, which apparently is failing. I have seen all around the country the importance of having great edifices and cultural organizations, and of course affordable housing is a great idea to have in conjunctions with many other things. Otherwise, we're back in the pandemic when you can just watch Netflix, you can go out to eat, and you have to eat frozen pizzas. So I want to thank you for trying to pass this and give the voters an opportunity to vote on it. But I am profoundly disappointed that this will not go to the voters. At least it seems that way. So once again, thank you for your consideration, service, and your time, and good luck with everything else.
Benjamin Bean.
Good evening, Madam President, councilors. I agree that we do need to address housing. I do think that it should be a different bill. I think that maybe that was coming from a place that I am also interested in with this bill. To be clear, I was generally in favor of the unamended version of the bill. The amended version, I'm not so sure. What I would have liked to see is some sort of guardrail or guideline in the bill that says that since this is a gross receipts tax, the money or the projects funded by it should be available to everybody regardless of their income or ownage of a personal vehicle. I do think that we should be funding projects like this. I would like to see this bill come back, maybe with a little less changes in the entire purpose of the bill. Thank you very much.
Madam President, that concludes comment. Thank you.
Mr. Cornelius, it looks as though there's some extras behind you if you want to go ahead and call them.
Oh, Carlos, I saw you on Zoom. That's okay. All right, we have a Carlos Michelin, followed by Mark Bailon. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Michelin, will you go to the other one? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, councilors. I came here tonight, spent several hours here to say that I support this bill for several reasons, but it's about investing in ourselves. We rely too much on federal and state funding to do everything, including waiting decades sometimes to complete projects that we have been planning forever, just because we can't pay for our own stuff. And I would say I personally didn't care too much for those two big projects. I think they're great ideas, but I could go either way. But I like the idea of 20 years, even longer, just paying for our own improvements. And this is stuff like improving streets, creating parks, making it safer for our kids to enjoy this city. We can have nice things if we put, this city has enough money and enough people that if we want nice things, we can get it. And to me, this bill was just about that, about investing in ourselves. I 100%, every comment I've given in this council, I think, has been about housing. I want more housing. I want duplexes. I want better zoning. But that's a separate issue, in my opinion. And I'd say let's stop waiting for someone else to fix our city and invest in ourselves. And I want you to please reconsider a bill like this in the future. Yeah. Thank you.
Mark Bailon.
Like many people here, I was also here to speak in favor of the proposed bill and its companion piece. I generally like to propose myself, or I like to think of myself as a pretty positive, optimistic person. I like to focus on those positives, but what happened just a minute ago was pretty, I don't know, rough to watch. It was really sad in many ways. I think that we should invest in ourselves. You know, I had a nice long written comment out. I was prepared to even edit those comments for after the amendments came through. I think that doing comments after the amendments go through is a really good idea. That's not as germane, but maybe we should stick to that as much as we can. I guess the only other thing that I was going to mention that I think would be a good idea in general is to have like kind of a dashboard for where all of the district-specific funds are going. I think that this would have been a really good opportunity to kind of have the larger discretionary funds just like be easy to follow about where all those are going. I think that that would be super cool as a resident to check out, and I think that everyone across the city would benefit. So that is something that I would mention would be a good idea despite the bill not passing. But yeah, I do wish that we can revisit this and invest in ourselves and create some local resiliency that isn't focused on grants and stuff from federal funds that are quickly diminishing. Thank you.
Madam President, that does conclude comment. Thank you.
Councilors, the motion is for withdrawal of R127. Any questions or comments? Councilor Baca to close.
I do not support. Well, we motion to withdraw, right?
The motion is for withdrawal,
Yeah.
and you're closing.
Yeah, urge your support.
Madam Clerk, R127, a motion to withdraw.
Councilor Baca.
Yes.
Councilor Champagne.
Yes.
Councilor Peepercorn.
Yes.
Councilor Grau.
Yes.
Councilor Lewis.
Yes.
Vice President Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Rogers.
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez.
Yes.
President Bassan.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Moving on to agenda item E, Counselor Pena by request, O80. This is adopting a zoning map amendment from PD to R1A for approximately 7 acres, from PD to MXT for approximately 44 acres, and from R1A to MXT for approximately 22 acres on the Salazar Family Trust located between 98th Street and Unser Boulevard. Counselor, I'll let you go ahead. Oh, wait. I'll come back to you if that's all right, Madam Vice President, for your motion once we get through the formalities.
Yes, thank you, I appreciate it.
O2580 is a quasi-judicial request which requires special procedures to allow the applicant, staff, and the public the opportunity to speak. This agenda item will proceed as follows. Council planning staff will get 5 minutes to present. The applicant's presentation will be 10 minutes. Testimony by public speakers will be 2 minutes each. Rebuttal by applicant will be 5 minutes. Cross-examination by anyone who spoke during public comment, 2 minutes each. Comments by the planning department, if any, will be limited to 5 minutes. And council planning staff closing comments, if any, will be 5 minutes. City staff and the applicant must be sworn in. If you are being a speaker at this time, as a staff member or an applicant, please raise your right hand. Anyone else that's going to end up speaking on this, if you're in here, raise your right hand. Do you affirm under penalty of perjury that your testimony today will be true? Thank you. Mr. Cox, if you'll go ahead and begin your introduction.
Council President and councilors, I'm going to keep this very brief because I believe me and the applicant will have about the same exact amount of information. And so to avoid duplication and time for everyone. Really, I just wanted to point out the approximate area as to where this zoning is occurring, which is around 98th and Unser in the Southwest Mesa. What the zoning or the rezoning is proposing is to approximately rezone an area currently P or planned development to R1A, 7 acres, planned development to MXT, 44 acres, and R1A to MXT, 22 acres. If the council is all right with it, I would like to end there and pass it off.
So we'll move on to the applicant's presentation with a limit of 10 minutes. Good evening, Mr. Scherzer.
I believe we have I have a presentation. All right. Okay. Thank you, Madam President, councilors. My name is Jim Strozier. I'm here today representing Titan Development. With me tonight is Matt Lammers with Titan Development. I've got a brief presentation. I'll go through that. I know it's been a long night so far, but I'll try and go through it as quickly as possible. And so, let's see. All right, looks like, all right, good. Excellent. So this is a request for rezoning of approximately 53 acres to support new development on Albuquerque's west side. Planning staff and the EPC recommended approval of the zone map amendment on November 21st, 2024 from planned development PD to single-family residential R1A and mixed-use transitional MXT and single-family residential R1A to mixed-use transitional MXT. The MXT zoning allows a mix of limited commercial and office uses and a wide range of residential uses. It's supported by the comprehensive plan policies. It allows uses that are complementary to the surrounding neighborhoods and removes the barriers of development from the planned development zoning, which include requiring a site plan, EPC, need to customize and justify the uses proposed, and an extended and unnecessary approval process associated with that. Here's an aerial photo of what we refer to as the Salazar lands. You can see that this area on the Southwest Mesa is surrounded by existing development, mostly single-family homes, neighborhood parks, and an elementary school. The surrounding zoning, once again, is primarily residential. We do have the elementary school, Rudolfo Anaya Elementary is existing, and vacant land in both the incorporated city limits, which this property is in, as well as unincorporated Bernalillo County. So if approved, this zone map amendment will facilitate new platting and dedication of the Unser Boulevard right-of-way. Currently, Unser exists in an easement. New development in an area that has been passed over due to prior ownership and zoning constraints. New needed residential development to meet the housing crisis. Complementary uses to the surrounding neighborhoods, and an elimination of an overly complicated and unnecessary PD zoning requirement. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Urge your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to move on to testimony by public speakers at this time. Mr. Cornelius.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had Tad Nomitsky and Benjamin Bean signed up. I believe neither are here at this time. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Okay, well, Mr. Strozier, you do get a moment to have a rebuttal to the
all those comments?
Yes.
I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any. Other than that, urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to skip cross-examination from the public comments and move on to comments by the planning department, if any. Good evening, Mr. Montoya.
Good evening. Madam Chair, Director Varela had to leave at an emergency. However, the planning department does support this. I believe planning staff has worked closely with Mr. Cox.
I'm sorry, real quick. Does he have to be sworn in? No, yeah, right? Yeah, thank you. Before we got too much further into that, do you swear under penalty of perjury that your testimony is true tonight?
I do.
Thank you. Now you may proceed.
Madam President, once again, Director Varela had to leave. The planning department does support this piece of legislation. I believe planning staff worked closely with Mr. Cox, and we're in full agreement.
Thank you. We are moving back to our council planning staff for any closing remarks.
Council President, councilors, I have no closing remarks here for any questions you may have about the application, though. Thank you.
Well, that was relatively painless. Councilor Pena, did you want to go ahead and make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion for a due pass.
There's a motion for a due pass and a second by Councilor Grout. Councilors, any questions or comments? Councilor Pena to close?
I'll just close real quick. I just want to make some comments just to say that, you know, support this. It's going to be a lot of much needed housing for the city of Albuquerque. I know we keep talking about housing, but you will hear me in the future just talk about the need for infrastructure, because in the southwest area of Albuquerque, you know, we lack a lot of, because of lack of investment, disinvestment, the whole thing. We need additional, you know, we need to improve lots of streets. We need street lights. So, but I'm happy and encouraged to see this development move forward. Thank you.
The motion is for a due pass to 080. Madam Clerk.
Councilor Baca?
Yes.
Councilor Champagne?
Yes.
Councilor Peeperkorn?
Yes.
Councilor Grout?
Yes.
Councilor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Councilor Rogers?
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Moving on to agenda item F, Councilors Peeperkorn and Rogers by request R129.
Thank you, Madam President. R129 is adopting the 2025 Action Plan and Program Investment Summary for the expenditure of Community Development Block Grant, Home Investment Partnership Program, and Emergency Solutions Grant Funds, providing an appropriation to the Department of Health, Housing, and Homelessness for 2025, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Entitlement Funds, and move a due pass.
Second.
There's a motion and a second for R129. Councilors to open.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam President. This is our HUD Action Plan that needs to go to HUD filing pretty quickly here, and I urge your support.
Before we get to that, counselors, I believe there's an amendment. Amendment number 1, Counselor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. Amendment number 1 is just attaching Appendix B to the annual plan document. Committee amendment number 1 passed, and that replaced the annual action plan, but Appendix B was accidentally left off the amended plan. And this just adds Appendix B back into the plan. Appendix B details the rules and guidelines that are attached to the entitlement grants. So this includes resale guidelines, recapture guidelines, all the guidelines we need to administer this program. So we need it in the record. And I urge your support.
Counselors, any questions or comments on amendment number 1? Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second from Counselor Peebles. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Peebles?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Counselors, are there any other amendments? Mr. Cornelius, if you'll go to public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President, pardon me, we have Anami Das to speak.
I seem to have lost it. Cool. I wanted to read 2 of the public comments that were included on pages 119 and 122 of the PDF. The first one on page 119 reads, why is living in your car illegal? I only escaped sexual slavery because of my car. What happens when, hold on. What happens when all of your possessions are put in a dumpster? What happens when you're a homeowner and homeless people are damaging property? The other public comment included reads, I assume this person's recommending, collaborations with community partners, collaborating with community partners, including New Mexico, or partnering with New Mexico Eviction Prevention, and that was submitted by someone with the email address that ends with New Mexico Eviction Prevention. I read those 2 poorly because I hope to point out that there seems to be a real disconnect between the way homelessness is discussed by people who are impacted and by people who are involved in the nonprofit industrial complex. Yeah, and I hope that that's taken into consideration when public comments like these are the only 2 included. Also, I love HHH, but please, for the love of God, fix the formatting on the things you produce. And lastly, good luck on your write-in campaign, Counselor Sanchez.
Counselors, we are on amendment, no, we're on the bill as amended. Counselors, any questions or comments on R129? All right, counselors to close.
Thank you, Madam President. I urge your support.
Madam Clerk, the motion is for a due pass of R129 as amended.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Peebles?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
We are moving on to agenda item G. Counselor Champagne, R136.
Thank you, Madam President. R136 is adjusting the fiscal year 2025 operating appropriations. This resolution, and I move for a due pass.
There's a motion. Is there a second? There's a second from Counselors Grout and Rogers. Counselor Champagne to open.
Yes, Madam President. This resolution reallocates $85,000 from the existing FY25 general fund appropriations initially designed for non-reoccurring services contracts under the Health, Housing, and Homelessness Department. The intent of this, intended service providers either did not enter into an agreement with the city or the city departments opted out to proceed with the contracts. Rather than allowing these funds to be unused by June 30th of this year, the council, asking that we redirect them to a project that can be executed within this current fiscal year. Council services will oversee the contract and the administration for bands of enchantment. And
Councilors, are there questions or comments? Councilor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam President. I asked this question at the last meeting, and I was told that there would be some follow-up, and there wasn't, so I'm going to ask it again. What happened with Tender Love's contract, and why did they not receive these funds? I totally get that now we're in a situation where they can't be expended in time, but I would still like an answer to my question of why weren't they provided to the original recipient of this council-directed sponsorship in time.
Madam CAO.
Madam President, Councilor Feeblecorn, the Economic Development Department was working with Tenderlove on this, and there was some issues related to some compliance related to our requirements. That would be, and I don't want to speak on the public record too much about exactly what the discussions were back and forth, but let me say this. The city has requirements. We hold a standard related to independent audits, ensuring that they have those documentation in place, ensuring that we can meet some of the standards related to taxpayer dollars. And I think we were going back and forth with Tenderlove and having some challenges with being able to meet those requirements. I do have a memo that was provided to me that I absolutely can talk through with you related to the specifics of the Tenderlove contract negotiations.
Thank you, Madam President. I would have liked that information that I asked for at the last meeting. That would have been really helpful. But I just will say really quickly that this has happened on several of my council-directed sponsorships. Tenderlove is not mine, but I very much support Tenderlove. But I think that there needs to be way better communication between the administration and councilors. If you're going to not fulfill a council-directed sponsorship, I think the person who sponsored it should know. And that's happened to me this year, and you're aware of it, and we were able to fix it. But these kinds of things shouldn't be surprising to the councilor who directed that sponsorship toward an entity that they truly believe is a good entity and is, helping the citizens of Albuquerque. I totally understand that there might be things that would make us not able to complete those sponsorships, but it shouldn't be a surprise to the councilor. So thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I also didn't get a response about what happened, so I reached out to Tenderlove directly myself. And I have to say on the record, on behalf of Tenderlove, they were not happy with how they were treated by the department. I also found a previous council-approved appropriation of $400,000 that never went to this company as well. At the time that we executed this contract, they were our operating budget was under $500,000, and an audit for the state of New Mexico is not even required for them. I've gone back and forth with other providers. They were offered technical assistance from the department. The contractor that you sent to do that technical assistance asked for very inappropriate information like their password to QuickBooks, and they were treated like this is their words, they felt like they were treated like they were doing something wrong. We've never even given them the money. So I understand that at this point, there's not much that we can do, and to Councilor Champagne's point, we need to use this funding. But I personally would like to sit down with this department and this provider and do some work together, just like we did with Vision Sankofa, who felt the same way. And we can sit down and we can come to we can help them because they're just, I don't want to say, I'm going to stop there because I'm going to say something else. Yeah, so please let's work together offline to fix this because we still have an appropriation that you have not given them that's for $400,000. And we need to fix this, especially when I see other providers not providing this. I mean, I can't even get reports from some of your providers right now, but we're holding them to a higher level of scrutiny than we do contracts that are millions of dollars. Thank you, Madam President.
Counselors, any other questions or comments? We are on R136. Counselor Champagne to close.
Thank you, Madam President. And along with my fellow counselors, I sponsored this to go to Tender Love last fiscal year. Tender Love is back on the budget again this year. I think it's our, so I'm not trying to target it. Again, it's under HHH that didn't use this. This was reoccurring money under them, but it's our fiscal responsibility that if money cannot be used, instead of losing it, to appropriate it to the right area. And knowing that they're going to be back again next budget, we learn from this mistake and make sure it doesn't happen again. So again, I urge your support for this. Thank you.
R136, the motion is for a due pass. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Peeperkorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Item J, as Counselor Grout by request, R139.
Thank you, Madam President. R139 is approving and authorizing the filing of grant applications and the acceptance of potential grant awards for multiple city departments from associated grantor agencies in providing an appropriation to the city of Albuquerque. I move a due pass.
There's a motion and a second from Counselor Champagne. Counselor Grout to open.
We have a floor amendment from Counselor Baca.
Yes. Did you want to open and just say anything about the bill first, or should we just go to the amendment?
Let's just go to the
Okay, Counselor Baca, floor amendment number 1.
Thank you, Madam President. On page 6, after line 5, insert the following. As per the letters from Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham and state sponsors to Albuquerque City Council President Brooke Bassan, hereto as Exhibit A, the intent of this appropriation is for affordable housing in District 2, specifically in the downtown and Barelas MRA areas of Albuquerque. This amendment clarifies the intent of the appropriation that was not included in the original scope of work. So just for clarification, this funding was appropriated for housing directly within downtown and the Barelas MRA per Governor Lujan Grisham and Speaker Javier Martinez, Senator Debbie O'Malley, and Majority Whip Day Hockman V. Hill. So if you take a look, there's a couple letters in there, one from the governor herself, the other for Day Hockman, Representative Hockman, I'm sorry. So we're just clarifying and putting in guardrails.
Motion for due pass.
Motion due pass.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Grout. Counselors, any questions or comments? All right. Madam Clerk, for floor amendment number 1 to R139.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Peeperkorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Counselors, is there any questions or comments before I go back to Counselor Grout? Counselor Grout?
Thank you, Madam President. I have a question for Kevin Morrow. Can this bill be passed tonight, or does this bill need 2 hearings?
Council President and Councilor Grout, I believe that this bill is acceptable to be passed tonight, even though it is an appropriation, in that it is an appropriation for next year's budget and also deals with capital. And because next year's budget hasn't been fully passed by this council, this is effectively aspirational, I guess. Like it's intended to be adopted as part of next year's budget, but will be further adopted as part of the budget process.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Can the administration tell us about what you have in this? And then I have a couple of questions.
Mr. Soroso?
Council President Bassan and Councilor Grout. So this is our omnibus grant bill. We come to you every year. It has, the word of the day is plethora, literally. It comes with a plethora of grants that we get from the state. We bring it to you one time rather than come to you with a whole bunch of appropriations and approvals. So within this grant is everything that has come through the state legislature this year.
Thank you, Mr. Soar. So I am concerned, and I asked Gov Affairs, and I told them about this last week. There is a line item in there, Section 8, for $110 million. It was vetoed by the mayor, by the governor, and so it's not appropriated to anything specific. And so that's a large chunk to just have in there as a line item with no oversight. And I don't think that that's all intended for the city of Albuquerque either. So can you tell me why the administration never got back to me about that specific amount? Actually, I did get an email this afternoon between 4:30 and 5, I believe, which is 30 minutes before we go in, which is not appropriate.
Madam CAO.
Madam President and Councilor Grout, I did send to all of council an email this afternoon. My intention was for it to go to you all earlier today, and so the timing was not intentional to be that such short notice. In the email, I addressed and wanted to make sure we addressed the point, which is that our goal is to be able to ensure that we're agile and able to accept any portion of the $110 million that will be appropriated for the purposes of what is mentioned specifically in the language. And I did include that specific language in there, which is to support housing, affordable housing, transitional housing, and the expansion of housing services provided that providers that facilitate behavioral health services and substance abuse recovery, homelessness, assistance, and prevention for persons with behavioral health needs. Our intent is to be in a position that we do not have any barriers to being able to accept the governor's appropriations when those decisions get made. They'll be made by the Department of Workforce Solutions in collaboration with the governor. We put the full amount in simply so that as the city, when we put forward our projects and we enter into grant agreements, we would be in a position to be able to accept those. In the email I sent you all, and my intent was to share with you all, we understand that there may be a hope for reporting and guardrails associated with this when the city receives these funds. And so we committed to providing you all through EC for your for transparency what those grant agreements look like when we enter into them with the state. So the lists of projects, when we worked together with the county actually to lobby for the funds to be allocated, and it was appropriated. I'm sorry, it was appropriated by the legislative body with additional designations towards both Albuquerque and Bernalillo County, as well as Doña Ana and Las Cruces. Those items, that specificity was struck. But we have been obviously meeting with the Department of Workforce Solutions and Governor and others to make sure that we understand their intentions. And we just want to make sure we have the agility to be able to accept any projects that they intend to fund through these dollars within the city of Albuquerque based upon the priorities. Those priorities, as I said, when we lobbied for the funds, were related to housing, homelessness, and that included affordable housing, transitional housing, and we've been continuing with those lists that were used. And the projects are wide and broad in terms of projects that we have all seen. And I included in my email some examples. I think it's important to note it's clear that any of the items in that email, so the young adult housing navigation or housing and treatment navigation center, any more motel acquisitions where we may convert a motel for low-income housing, and even our home owner rehabilitation programs, we believe will all be examples of projects that would be funded.
Madam President, thank you. Thank you for that explanation. I appreciate it. And while I understand, I still think that you need to come back to this council to get those appropriations made. So I would like to offer an amendment this evening. Mr. Motzko, do you have that? And I think all of the things that you mentioned are appropriate and so forth, but again, I do think it's our responsibility to make sure that they are appropriated wisely and that we ask all the right questions. So we just all need to be on our A game and make sure that we're timely so that we're not holding up anything, but it is our responsibility. And sorry, Mr. Sarso, if you don't like that shaking your head, sorry. That's inappropriate, sir. I'd like to offer floor amendment number 2 on page 13, after line 7, strike section 8 in its entirety. The explanation is the $110 million in HB2 has not been identified by the state as to where the funding will be directed. If the city is to receive any of this funding, the council will appropriate it in a separate resolution. Need a second.
There's a motion for amendment number 2 and a second from Councilor Champagne. Councilor Grout?
I think it speaks for itself.
Councilors, any questions or comments? Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. I guess I'm confused because what I read from the governor's office is we're not getting $110 million for the city of Albuquerque. I read that it was more like $40 million. So can someone, I know we had $80 million, some goes to the county, some goes to the city. How much is the city getting?
Mr. Motzko?
Madam Council President Bassan, Council Rogers, in the original HB2 language that Dr. Single mentioned, it did say it was a $110 million appropriation, 80 million split in half going to Bernalillo County, half going to the city of Albuquerque, and then the rest going to, I believe, Ana County and Las Cruces. So I think Councilor Grout explained why we want to add this amendment in.
Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. I think I agree, but it should actually, I mean, so I know this amendment is about striking this whole thing, so it would be a moot point, but if this amendment doesn't pass, I would say we need to say exactly what we're slated to get, not what the whole appropriation is.
We don't, Madam President, that's the point. We don't know what we're going to get.
Thank you,
Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm completely aware. I think in my conversations with the governor's office, they're waiting for us to provide a list of projects that can be done, but rather quickly. This body has not been asked for such projects, right? So I think I just want to say on record that, and I think I responded to the email we got from CAO Single, Dr. Single, that we need some say on what that list is that's going to the governor in the first place. And so I would like to just say that on record, that this body should be in collaboration with the departments of the administration designing said list. Thank you.
Councilors, any, Madam CAO?
Madam President, if I, Councilor Rogers, to your question about amounts. So the 40, 80, 10, 15, all of that was struck out. So it is today just 110 million available across the state. And so our intent was to put us in a position that we can apply working with Workforce Solutions for any amount, all of it, even. I'm not saying that they would necessarily provide that to us, but their goal is to ensure that these dollars are activated as quickly as possible. So our intent was simply to ensure that if they make the decision to begin appropriating or moving dollars appropriating, for example, in July, when we're on break here, that we would be able to be in a position to say yes, and then, like I said, we would through EC ensure that you all received the grant agreements and that we had worked out with them.
Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. So to your point, and I agree, we continue to ask you to be fast and nimble. With our rules on FGO, I think this is one of those issues, right? Where if we have to wait 2 months, we're past our break and past our fiscal year. So what I'm asking, is there a compromise that we could get to where we could be nimble and also do what we need to do, but also this body has some say as the appropriating body to what's on that list for what is actually funded.
Mr. Motzko?
Madam Council President Bassan, Council Rogers, I did misspeak, and I appreciate Dr. Singal correcting me. That language was struck from HB2, and it is just $110 million across the state. The governor also vetoed she line item vetoed the needs to be expended within the next fiscal year. So there is a little bit longer timeline that we can expend that funding.
Thank you, Madam President. That helps a lot. Thank you very much.
Counselor Pena?
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say I appreciate and respect the intent of this amendment. It's just that I know with some of the conversations I've had, this money is in a way, for lack of a better word, has become a little competitive. So I know that from my conversations that they're looking for shovel-ready projects, and I think that I would agree with the administration on this, that they actually need the ability to be, as someone stated, as nimble to be able to provide those projects as shovel-ready projects to move forward in a quick manner. That way we don't lose an opportunity at securing as much of those dollars as we possibly can. Thank you.
Counselors, any other questions before I go back to Counselor Grout to close on the amendment? Counselor Grout?
Thank you. I have a note here that Triple H told staff that they need to go back to the state to request the funding. So we need to have a plan. We just can't have $110 million and that's our plan. We don't have a plan. We need a plan. So we need to get a plan together. We need to be prepared. Y'all need to be prepared, not just ask for that money. So I would urge your support on this amendment.
Counselors, the motion is for a due pass of amendment number 2 to R139. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca,
Yes.
Counselor Champagne,
Yes.
Counselor Fieberkorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Vice President Pena,
No.
Counselor Rogers,
No.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
President Bassan.
Yes.
Passes on a 7-2 vote.
Madam President. Point of
Counselor
order,
Champagne.
please. I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting, suspend the rules and extend the meeting tonight. Let's go to 12 a.m.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Grout to suspend the rules and extend the meeting to midnight. Counselors, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca,
No.
Counselor Champagne,
Yes.
Counselor Fieberkorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Vice President Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Rogers,
No.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
President Bassan.
Yes.
Passes on a 7-2 vote.
Counselors, we're back on R139. Are there any additional amendments? Counselor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam President. I just have one question. And I don't know who gets to answer this, but if we do receive the funds from the state, we're allocated the money, where will the funds go into? What fund do they go into? Like we have 110, we have 2, whatever.
Mr. Soroso?
Council President Bassan, Councilor Champagne, as with all grants, it would go into Grant Fund 265. We wouldn't receive them ahead of time. These typically our grants with the state are reimbursable grants. So we give them an idea, or we give them a plan. This is what we want to do with them. They approve that. We do a notice of obligation. We spend the money. They reimburse us. It's sort of the whole process, but it all kind of goes in and out of Grant Fund 265.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Counselors, any other questions or comments on R139? Counselor Grout to close.
Urge your support.
The motion is for a due pass of R139 as amended. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca,
Yes.
Counselor Champagne,
Yes.
Counselor Fieberkorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Vice President Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Agenda item K, Councilors Rogers, Feeble-Corn, Grout, and Champagne by request, R141.
Thank you, Madam President. Get my script. All right, R129 is adopting.
Correct,
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. R141.
R141 is our appropriation of substance abuse funds. I'm sorry, let me start again.
Yes, please.
Thank you. R41, appropriating funds to serve individuals experiencing substance abuse disorder. I move a do pass.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Feeble-Corn. Councilors to open.
Madam President, I'll just say, this body last month appropriated or set the guardrails for the opioid use, the opioid settlement funds. And we, at that time, appropriated to grants for nonprofits, grants for small providers in our community, and also to APS for their Crossroads program. This is the second step of that. This is the appropriation to the city programs. And I was pleased that the proposal that came down from the administration fits perfectly within the guardrails that this body adopted. And so this is just closing that loop on the opioid settlement funds for this year.
Thank you. I know that we're going to have some discussion, but Councilor Pena, I'm going to go ahead and read in your amendment, and then I will let you take over after that. I'll move floor amendment number 1 for Councilor Pena on page 1, line 2, amend the title as follows. Amending the Joint Opioid Settlement Implementation Plan and appropriating funds to serve individuals experiencing substance use disorder. On page 3, line 22, section 12A, change it to say the following funding categories and percentages shall be adhered to within plus or minus 2% for all annual funding allocations. And on page 3, line 22, maybe, number 6, add in number 6 after number 5, assist eligible persons to access behavioral health Medicaid waiver program. And then section 17, autonomy, the city reserves the authority to independently amend this joint opioid settlement implementation plan from time to time. I made a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by Councilor Lewis. Councilor Pena, did you want to go ahead and speak on this if you can?
Madam President, I just wanted to say that I think that was there something in there? I think I may have forgotten something in there, but anyway, thank you, Madam President. I just, this money gets tied up for future councils as well. And I just really wanted to be able to have some flexibility, whether we adopt it moving forward and do the work that we need. It's important, but I think that, just to give us some flexibility. And then also, you've heard me talk about the Medicaid waiver. I think that's an important also tool that we've been talking about. I know Peter Kubra has been talking about it at the state of New Mexico. I think that we definitely need to look at being able to provide resources for that as well. So I would urge your support. Thank you.
Councilors, any questions or comments on amendment number 1? Councilor Feeble-Corn.
Thank you, Madam President. So I cannot support this. We went through a 2-year process that we went through many public meetings, many listening sessions. We went through months and months of discussions at LGCC, Local Government Coordinating Commission, and we developed a program that this body approved last month, and I think we should stick to that. I do want to clarify that the last thing on this, the Section 17 autonomy, is really not relevant because the amendment, or the bill that we passed last month is not dependent on any other body. That was a City of Albuquerque opioid settlement fund agreement that we approved, and it says how we are going to spend our opioid settlement funds. It does not depend on what any other body does. So again, just can't support this. Really think that we should stick with what we passed last month that went through the scrutiny of a 2-year process. And also just pointing out that there is no need for an autonomy section because we are already completely independent of any other body.
Counselors, any other questions or comments on amendment number 1? Counselor Pena, oh, Counselor Lewis, I'm sorry, Counselor Pena, hang on.
Madam President, you know, I was going to sponsor this with Councilor Pena as well, and I'm glad to add my name on this if she's still okay with that. But I do think the autonomy language is important because oftentimes what happens is, you know, we might, or, you know, a future council might, you know, choose to amend or choose to, you know, adjust things in certain ways. And then what oftentimes comes back is the, you know, people try to give strength to it by saying, hey, this came out of a committee with the county. So, you know, even though it might not, you know, substantially, you know, change the fact that that's true, I think oftentimes it's assumed and it's used often in that way. So I think, you know, it's just good clarification language in that regard. So I do support this amendment.
Counselors, any other questions or comments? Counselor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. I will just point out that it is already different than the counties. Councilor Rogers proposed an amendment to this proposal at the when we approved this at the last meeting last month, and so our proposal, our plan is already different than the counties. They are not dependent on each other in any way, shape, or form. The county did not make the change that we made because they did not like our change. And that is okay, because we each have our independent money and we are spending it in the ways that we have appropriated, we have decided is the best way for the city of Albuquerque.
Counselor Pena to close, and may I remind you that Counselor Lewis did offer to be added as a sponsor if you want.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, if Counselor Lewis wants to add his name, that's good. So I would just urge your support. I think it's important. As you know, I didn't support the bill initially. I just, I really, you know, feel that, you know, some of the resources and the decision making belongs with the city of Albuquerque and with this council, and I stand by that. So thank you.
The motion is for amendment number 1 to R141. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
No.
Counselor Champagne?
No.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
No.
Counselor Grau?
No.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
No.
Counselor Sanchez?
No.
President Bassan?
Yes.
That fails on a 3-6 vote.
Counselors, are there any other amendments? Mr. Cornelius, if we'll go to public comment.
Thank you, Madam President. We have Adeo Herrick signed up to speak. Adeo, would you please accept promotion to panelist if you would like to speak? Madam President, Adeo Herrick has declined to be promoted to a panelist, so that concludes comment. Thank you.
Thank you. We're back on R141. Counselors, any additional comments or questions? Counselor Champagne, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Madam President, just a couple of, I'm trying to understand budget now at 10:30 at night. Does this legislation appropriate any money from the general fund?
Madam CAO.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, no, it does not.
It's all strictly Fund 201. So this bill, it doesn't appropriate, none of the money included in this comes from 110 for operating or anything?
Madam
operating
President.
expenses.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, no, this is strictly opioid settlement funds being appropriated.
Which all goes, Madam President, which all goes to 201 and comes out of 201, correct? There's no commingling of funds from 110 or anything like that.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, that's correct. No commingling.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? Councilors Rogers, Feeblecorn, Grout, or Champagne to close.
Thank you, Madam President. We urge your support.
The motion is for R141 as amended. Not as amended. Oh, no, it was amended. We did do one. Okay, as amended, Madam Clerk.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't.
Counselor Baca?
Not as amended.
We didn't amend it.
It failed.
Yeah, it failed.
Amendment.
So it's just R141. Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. For the record, I would like us to somehow work with all the attorneys in the city to figure out what needs to happen to the ordinance on 2 hearings or not about budgetary everythings, whether we need to defer or whether we don't, and which one that applies to or which one it doesn't, because it seems that we've been doing this based off of who wants it more. And I think we need to clarify that in some kind of an ordinance update. Mr. Padilla.
Madam President, there's currently an ordinance that's working its way through the process that amends the entire budget process. And so we've taken notes on that. And what we'll do is have something available to clarify the budget language so we don't run into these problems.
That would be great. Thank you. We're moving on to agenda item L, Councilors Sanchez and Grout, R144.
Thank you, Madam President. R144, directing the Human Resources Department to conduct a survey of employee satisfaction with the city benefits package. I move a do pass.
There's a motion and a second from Councilor Grout. Councilors to open.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill came to fruition with us sitting down, having conversations with the unions and them showing a little bit of concern in reference to the current benefit package as it stands. We just felt that it'd be important to have employees, the city of Albuquerque, actually be able to weigh in a satisfaction survey regarding one of their most important health benefits, or one of their most important benefits, and that's health insurance. I think it's important that we make sure that we meet every expectation and needs of every city employee in reference to what their package is. Myself, I've been a lifelong city employee, did 26 years and now another 4 years as city councilor, and I think that's one of our most important benefits is our health insurance. And me hearing issues from our city employees brought this to fruition. So I think that if we can gather this feedback, that we'll be able to help the employees understand or help the administration understand the employee needs and make it a little bit better for them, a nicer place to work, easier place to work, and they understand fully what their benefits are.
Councilors, Councilor Grout, did you want to add anything?
No, Madam President, thank you. Councilor Sanchez asked me if I would like to sign on with this, and after giving it some thought, I know that there has been a recent survey that people took, I think, on dental insurance. I have had, over the last year, I have had several people reach out to me and were very disappointed with the benefits that we have. And I know that it has been difficult even for me to find somebody to go to sometimes. But so I thought, sure, I would be happy to do that. And let's see what people say. And now that we've had it for a year now, let's see if these concerns are real, if a lot more people are having those issues, or if it's just isolated. I know the director was trying to get a hold of me, but I didn't have 2 seconds extra. So anyway,
Taking them as a city employee, so I just want to have director of HR come up and tell us, because I'm pretty sure I remember taking a benefit survey, not specifically just on dental. I know from doing benefits in HR at CNM, when we make a change, there's a spike in complaints for the changes. So I just want to make sure we're not being reactionary because people are just unhappy with things like I'm hearing defined fitness being gone from our packages was a big one that I heard of. But can you talk to us about what we already do for benefit surveys?
Certainly, Madam President, Councilor Rogers. We've done 2 levels of surveying in just this year already. With our engagement survey in February, we included a limited set of questions to get a sense of where employees may have been seeing some kind of difficulty. From that, we learned that there were 2 areas where people were expressing difficulty, and those were primarily with dental coverage and then with the general medical coverage. So we followed that up last month with a specific survey about dental coverage so that we can get some information about that. And the overwhelming response was that people wanted to say more about medical coverage than dental. So we already are working with our consultant to develop a way to create a well-benchmarked survey so that we can actually compare our results with other similar organizations. That's very important in this realm because there's like a lot of background noise that comes with the healthcare system in general, and trying to actually figure out what is people's dissatisfaction or issues with our particular set of things as opposed to just the general state of things is important.
Councilors, Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm all about asking folks what they want and what they're not happy with. I guess my major concern is that we are directing you to retain a consultant to design and conduct a survey, and I don't see an appropriation. So in the past, when I've tried to direct someone to do something within the city, I've always had to do an appropriation. I'm wondering if we have funds available that we could use. It sounds like we already have a consultant on board. Is that something that we can afford to do in the existing contract, or are we, giving you an unfunded mandate?
Director?
Madam President, Councilor Feeblecorn, I would respectfully request that you not force me to hire another consultant. We already have one, McGriff LLC. These kinds of surveys, this sort of interaction is well within the scope of services that we have them on board for. In fact, they help us develop and administer our dental survey. They can provide a host of materials about how to create an effective health insurance survey. So rather than dealing with a new appropriation or anything like that, I would humbly request that we just skip that part and let us carry on with the consultant we have.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. So do we have money in the contract that we currently have with the one consultant to do this additional survey work? Or would it be taking money away from something that you already have planned with this consultant? I'm just trying to understand, is this something that's within the scope of the contract you have already that doesn't require additional funding?
Madam President, Council Feeblecorn, yes, it is within the scope of the contract we have already. It would not be an additional expense above and beyond what we're already committed to.
Madam
Okay,
CAO.
thank you. Oh.
Madam President, thank you. I just want to be clear that the scope that we have within HR is to do this work already. We already have it within our work plan within HR. Director Stoker has actually done a great job with ensuring we have a highly qualified contractor that can benchmark against others, because I think both Councilor Rogers and Director Stoker were very clear that we know that when we make change to benefits, and we know that folks, not only are they upset with the specifics of what we've done, but it also opens the door to being frustrated about healthcare, frustrated about dental care, frustrated about that. And we saw that in the comments as well. And so I think what the point was this is already in our work plan to ensure to do these surveys, to ensure that we understand what our employees are frustrated with, what they like, where they're finding value, where they're finding, hoping for us to consider other opportunities. And that is we have a contract already. We have a contractor that's highly qualified. That is funded. It's already in our work plan. So I think the point is it's there. We're doing this work.
Council Corn.
Thank you, Madam President. So the passage of this legislation, is there anything in this legislation that would be beyond the scope of your current contract, or is this?
Well, I guess it's a question for APD. I submitted the questions of what is the hiring process for the command staff for the chief?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne. So I was able to send you the answers to it, but the interview process for the police command staff, they go through obviously multiple steps. So one of the first initial steps are going to be the application and resume review. And during that process, we're looking at performance evaluations, disciplinary issues, training records, and of course, accommodations and awards, and then of course, qualifications. The second portion of that process is going to be an interview with the respective deputy chief that individual is requesting for that position. Upon that, if the individual continues to go further, it will have an interview with the chief of police. Once that process is completed with the interview with the chief of police, they'll do an interim appointment, which lasts about 6 months. Upon that, there'll be another review of basically of the performance that individual has done within the last 6 months. Upon that completion of the 6 months, and of course, some of the things that are being evaluated is decision-making, problem-solving, leadership effectiveness, team management, and then overall efficiency, and then crime reduction strategies. And then, of course, communication and collaboration with community stakeholders. Upon that 6 months, they're going to do what is called the final interview and the appointment decision, and that's where another interview is conducted with the chief of police, the mayor, and the CAO. And of course, the respected deputy chief or chief of staff of the bureau that individual is attending. Once that is completed, and the official promotion will begin after that period of time.
Okay, thank you, sir. And we learned this at the last budget meeting, but we do now have a first commander, a first deputy commander, then the deputy commander, and then a major, and then a commander, or a commander and a major. Are the first commander and the first deputy commanders part of the command staff as well?
Yes, so the ranking of it starts at deputy commander, and then first deputy commander is going to be the next rank, and then it goes to commander, and then first commander, and then it'll go to major, and then it'll go to chief of staff, and then it'll be deputy chief, and then chief of police. Now, under the chief of police, of course, there's a superintendent of police reform, which is under a different chain of command, but that would be the rank structure.
Okay, so like we had discussed at the Thursday, all 49 or 47 of them fall under that command staff?
Yes.
Okay. That was my point of clarification. Okay, perfect. My second question, Madam President, and it's more of a personal one for me because that was one of my first acts here is to go up to Santa Fe last year and advocate for spending for a police helicopter. The state gave half the money, city council budget found the other half, and we were able to purchase one, and I believe I saw it flying a couple weeks ago. Is that correct?
So, Madam President and Councilor Champagne, the actual new helicopter did come. It was actually last month, on April 4th. They are actually doing some things to make sure that the actual helicopter has a proper radio equipment. And then, of course, next week there's going to be traveling to get some sort of painting and some sort of equipment done. But my understanding that is not fully operational, as in flying, operational until all that's completed.
Okay. Madam President, is there going to be, once that all is done, is there going to be a press release on it?
My understanding there will be.
Okay. Just out of curiosity as well, Madam President, when we got our first one back in 2020, State Police got theirs at the same time, and they had the Hangar 1 who outfitted the helicopter requested that we were going to go to the annual convention to show off and do a PR campaign. Is that being discussed again, being a new helicopter? We weren't able to take those last time, but go to ASPCON, and Hangar 1 had really rushed this through. Average time takes about 18 months to build out and outfit a helicopter. They get it in less than a year, I believe. Is that being thought of to go to in Phoenix in July?
Madam President and Councilor Champagne, I do not know personally, but I could find out for you the exact information.
I just remember it being very adamant that they really wanted to show off their new equipment and be a PR campaign for them, for the
Yeah,
people that built the helicopter as well as us and
Yeah, I have
fancy
not,
new
I have not
technology.
heard.
Okay.
I've not heard, but I will check into it.
Appreciate
Obviously,
it.
that's not my bureau, but I'll make sure and get you an answer.
Okay, thank you very much.
Counselor, I know you have other questions, but if you don't mind, can I just see if anyone else has questions for APD so that we can wrap up
Yes, ma'am.
one department at a time? Thank you. Counselors, any other questions for APD? Counselor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for being here. And I know you and I spoke about the National Guard, and I'm just double checking to see if I've received the information about the National Guard commander. I don't see anything. If you've
Madam President and Councilor Rogers, we are still in talks of the actual town hall stuff that we're talking about. Is that what during the phone conversation that you're?
Thank you, Madam President. It was the phone conversation and also my line of questioning about National Guard and being in contact with them directly and being involved in the planning of the town hall. I haven't received anything since last time we talked.
Yes, right now we're in the initial stages. We're actually working with OEI and we'll make sure that you're in contact. We have not set any dates, but I will make sure that when we do have those dates prior to them going in service, that you are involved in it.
Thank you, Madam President. What I'm asking for is to be involved in the planning process. And I've said that very clearly. You know, in my experience, you know, your ambassadors, I've had to do that training for your ambassadors on community engagement. We're not there yet. So what I'm saying is that I would like to be involved in the planning. How do you know if I'm available if you just give me dates? So I have faith in OEI, but I would like to personally be involved in the planning. Thank you.
Counselors, any other questions for APD? Thank you so much for being here, sir.
Thank you.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes, Madam President, thank you. It's a question for the administration in reference to the homeless pet issue that had come up a couple meetings ago, 1 or 2 meetings ago. I just wanted to see if there was an update because there was a mention that there was a homeless person breeding dogs and selling them. And the reason why I bring it up is because more recently I was advised of a fight between 2 homeless people and a dog got involved and the dog got stabbed, apparently. And I don't know if the dog died or not, but I want to see if our animal control has any update on if they're outreaching to homeless about their pets. Are they looking into this?
Madam CAO.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, Carolyn Ortega, Director of Animal Welfare, I think sent over answers, so I'm going to work from her answers that she sent. She had heard of similar concerns in early January as to what you described, and so she went out into the community on working with members that deliver food to the unhoused on Sundays. They provide jackets and leashes and other accoutrements for animals and primarily dogs that are in encampments. They went to multiple locations, which she listed in the response, and what she found was the opportunity that she had was to both, put the leashes and collars and jackets and things on the dogs. They were very friendly. There weren't any concerns that they could see. She saw that they were not malnourished. They were very well cared for. She saw that there were lots of animals that both love their people and love obviously people that love their pets. But she also saw opportunity that needed to, and so she mentions that she went back and started thinking about what we could do. So on October 9th, the ACS, Animal Welfare, ACS, and community members who frequent that location went out to the Rock of Noonday to administer distemper and parvo, or DAPP, vaccinations to dogs of the unhoused. They vaccinated 18 dogs, 5 under 5 months and 13 and over 5 months. They also gave out leashes and spoke with the owners about spay and neuter and what resources they can provide. All pets that they looked at were healthy and no signs of parvo, and ACS happened at the same time to be able to support 5 individuals with services. On April 10th, the same team went back out to the Rock and they vaccinated 2 dogs. On April 18th, they went to the Gateway West, for 2 hours to vaccinate the pets that are there for both distemper, parvo, rabies, and they did microchipping as well. There's a volunteer veterinarian that is supporting in that work and volunteering their time. Then they've been able to take the We Care van to Gateway West once a month to fully vaccinate and microchip pets there as well, which means they're also checking for malnutrition and other opportunities. They also are speaking to everyone actually about anyone that has intact animals, about spay and neuter and how they may be able to bus or take in pets from the shelter and return them back to the shelter after they've had spay and neutering done, so that it doesn't require people to get their animals to our spay and neuter clinics. That's still in the works to determine how to do that. Will be continuing to focus on 1 encampment at a time and making sure that they're moving through to build trust and ensure that they're taking care of animals. But they also respond to 311s, which some of what you mentioned in your questions, I think is where the kind of concerns that are expressed in our 311 calls. And so they do respond to those quickly and ensure that they are responsive in the community. They are working on analyzing the HUD Ordinance, and I think they're working in partnership with Councilor Feeblecorn to see what opportunities we have to look at related to due process on citations and court orders and court and processing for warrants, so that our hands are less tied related to enforcement. And I think there's some other things in those works in that revision that will give them even more ability to continue to serve in these ways and do it effectively. She acknowledges that the nuisance abatement ordinance that you all supported, that they've been able to issue civil fines, which is getting them closer to communities, understanding that, making sure the community understands our pet laws, and that's important. We have to protect humans and pets at the same time in our public safety.
Okay. Madam President, Dr. Sengel, thank you very much. It's important to be, and the reason I know we talked about it before, but to have an update like that to so that we are making progress, so we're not just kind of leaving it in the wind after we talked about it, especially after learning that, and I didn't see it myself, I haven't seen the police report or anything, it brought to my attention that an incident like that or a dog could have been attacked and a possible abuse of a dog is brought up to the attention. And Madam President, I just have one more question, I believe, for the administration. And again, I submitted this, but the mayor's executive order of 100% renewable effort to all city functions, can you kind of chime in on the details of that? Because I remember discussing something more recently. We discussed that there was a water plant that we use that uses a solar parking lot, and it only covers about 40% of the power for that installation. So is that going to be addressed to be 100%? And
Madam CAO.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, we have Ann Simon, our sustainability officer here, that can speak to exactly what the 100% plan looks like.
Good evening, Council President and Councilor Champagne. So the question is, what makes up the 100% renewable?
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you for the question. Yes, we use in the city of Albuquerque about 40 megawatts of energy. And we know that because we have the brain and we track all of our consumption and we look at all of our facilities and we know what our need is. And generally speaking, we buy that power from PNM. We generate about 7.5 megawatts of solar on certain facilities around the city. And in 2020, we purchased, or we became a subscriber to PNM's Solar Direct program, which gives us renewable energy from PNM's grid. So that made up another 25 megawatts. So with energy efficiency measures that we do, for example, our lighting, our water efficiency measures, we bring that down about another 1 and 2 megawatts, but we were still short about 6 megawatts to get us to powering our government with 100% clean and renewable energy. So it's that 6 megawatts that we have been trying to fill, that gap that we've been trying to fill for the last couple of years. We, and thanks to you all, recently contracted with Sustainability Partners, an organization, a company, private company that will help us offset that last 6 megawatts of power. The way they are doing that is instead of having the city of Albuquerque building, constructing, bidding, procuring, and then operating all of these facilities, we are letting Sustainability Partners provide that service and then help us offset the energy with just a flat monthly fee that will either meet or be less than our bill from PNM. So it's called infrastructure as a service. So it's not us owning the facility, it's this private company, and you all helped us get there by passing that contract. And it will be on 10 to 25 sites across the city.
Thank you for that explanation. And I appreciate the patience of the fellow counselors on these questions because I was kind of curious. So we're really only talking about electricity though, right? Not gas, because I know in the wintertime we heat our furnaces with natural gas. That's not renewable, is it?
We are
just simply talking about electricity.
We are talking about an electricity offset, yes,
Okay.
thank you.
So it's not 100% renewable to all buildings. We're not, because we still use gas.
We are offsetting our electricity use, yes.
Is there any plans, Madam President, is there any plans then to start implementing our fleet with more electric vehicles at that time? Because we're really pushing this 100%?
So, Councilor President and Councilor Champagne, we do anticipate down the road as we bring on more electric buses and we do convert our fleet to electric or hybrid even, our load will go up. So there are other ways that we can add to that offset. Community solar is one of them. Additional solar facilities from an organization like Sustainability Partners or another organization, or even generating our own electricity with our own new solar installations.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilors, any other questions for sustainability? Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to clarify, because I read the executive order and it says 100% renewable energy. And you just said that we are not going to 100% renewable energy. We're going to 100% renewable electricity. And so I just want to clarify that is what you're saying, correct? And
Councilor President and Councilor Feeblecorn, yes. The goal, we will meet our goal of 100% renewable. That means that we will be powering our government with clean energy. And that's the bottom line.
Madam President, that is not true. We will not be having 100% renewable energy. Energy comes from natural gas as well, and we are still using natural gas in our city facilities. So I just don't appreciate this type of greenwashing, right? It is great that we are going to get 100% renewable electricity, but I think we should stop using words that don't mean anything. And what you're telling us is that we're going to go to 100% renewable electricity, not 100% clean energy for city buildings. Did I misunderstand something?
Councilor President and Councilor Feeblecorn, what we're doing is we are offsetting our electricity use, and we are also reducing our load. So when the less grid energy and that includes gas and electric, that we have to buy from P&M or the electric gas company, the better off we are. And the more installations that we have on our facilities, the better we are and the closer we are to that 100% renewable goal. We know that we use 40 megawatts, and it is a mix, but we are now offsetting 40 megawatts with clean renewable energy. So we will be at 100% renewable energy powering our government.
Madam President, that's just not true. We are not stopping using natural gas in our buildings. That is a fact that we cannot continue to greenwash. We are using natural gas in our buildings. There is very little movement towards reducing that amount. And so when we tell the people of Albuquerque that we are going to be 100% renewable energy for city buildings, we are lying to them. Period. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilors, any other questions for sustainability? Thank you. Councilor Champagne, any other questions?
No, Madam President, thank you.
Councilor Baca?
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah. Questions on R2276. That is the noise cameras. So that was passed 2022, right? Director.
Come on down, Director Leach. I'm sure you're going to have to answer some questions. Thank you.
So Dr. Leach, you and I spoke about, what, 2 months ago? About 2 months ago, and then he went on vacation, and so he did prepare a report for me, so I appreciate that. Before that, when did you speak to APD to get involved with this?
That was the summer of last year.
Summer of last year? Okay. So, okay, so this was passed in 22, and part of it said, we shall do a report within 3 months, and you shall begin the project within 3 months of that. That would put us in 23, right? Yes. This is actually for CAO single. Sorry.
Madam President, Councilor Baca, sorry, I have a hard time hearing you, so I'm trying to look up the legislation so that I know exactly what you're referencing.
So Section 3, the administration shall report status of the program development within 3 months of this enactment and shall commence the pilot test program within 3 months thereafter. I'll save you the time.
Madam President, Councilor Baca, I think your question is that equal 6 months after passing? Is that right?
Right.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. And then I brought this back up in last summer, correct? So that would have been 24. Yeah. So now we're in 25.
My
So
understanding.
before I even get to Dr. Leach, I mean,
My understanding, sorry, we're all, Madam President, Councilor Baca, City Attorney just reminded me that Deputy Chief Josh Brown gave an update on this item last summer to City Council.
yes. Yeah. To start a pilot program, and we had Dr. Ferenchak here who said he could do it. And I met with Dr. Ferenchak 2 weeks ago, who still hadn't done the pilot program because he wasn't able to. He did some preliminary data, which I saw, very preliminary. I spoke with Dr. Leach. He had some concerns for sure. That's why I asked for, okay, what are the actual concerns? Of course, this is a year after we first talked about this. I know government takes a while, but we just built a whole recovery village and got someone on board in that same amount of time period. I'm still waiting for my pilot program. Not my pilot program, I'm sorry. Councilor Benton's pilot program. Yeah, so now Director Leach has sent me a report. I'll move on to that a little bit. There's some concerns about Dr. Ferenchak's not allowed system. Some of them seem okay, right? Potentially that prototype won't work. He has a concern about APD officers having to go through everything. I think that's a little unfounded, given we have a speed camera program where our police officers don't actually look at it. When we spoke a month ago, he referenced a 2016 paper for his report. I'm glad you switched to a 2024 paper. That's a little, you know, technology tends to change pretty fast. Essentially, this looks like a recommendation to go out to RFP for multiple entities, whether it's Not Allowed or Sorama or other groups, to do the pilot program. Is that a fair assessment?
Madam President, Councillor Backer, thank you for the opportunity to discuss today. We got brought in with the summer of last year, as you know, and since then we've been working with Dr. Ferenczak to try and get something that would actually work as a proof of concept. We spent a long time with him trying to kind of like get something that would actually, we could actually do a good proof of concept with in terms of cybersecurity and just getting something on the network. We also spent a long time kind of like coming up with some competitive advantage that we could, that would actually give him a competitive edge in the marketplace. And during that due diligence, we found that there was actually a better products on the market that were also available at a lower rate. So I don't think we need to go to RFP. I think there's probably a way of procuring this. I gave you a recommendation as to one that looks very promising. We have spoken to the vendor, and I think it could be a very good choice.
Right. Okay. Okay, so you're ready to go on a pilot program, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm fine with that, however we do it, however we get it quickly. I will say that in meeting with Dr. Ferenczak, he said it was, he was given very little cooperation. He could not get any power supplies. There were some legitimate things I thought in terms of confidentiality and so forth. There was no mention of money the last time we spoke, so that's a new thing. I would have been fine trying to get funding for you had that been brought to my attention a year ago. I do like the idea of someone local, right? That's always a good thing, as opposed to a Dutch company. Nothing against them. They're doing a great job. They're doing a great job, right? So when is the pilot program going to start? Do I need to give you a little bit of money for that as well?
Madam President, Councillor Backer, we're ready to roll with the proof of concept. As I say, I would just say that that company is actually seems to be the market leader right now in terms of where the state of the art is. And to the discussion, one of the concerns that I've certainly had with Dr. Ferenczak's approach is I don't think it's going to give you a sufficiently high rate of hits, actionable hits. Certainly the state of the art right now is around using Microsoft, arrays of microphones, sorry, getting hooked on Microsoft there, using arrays of microphones as opposed to just one or two microphones. And I think that's a very, very important difference that we have between the two technologies. We're certainly ready to move. I think we're happy to discuss funding with you, but we've identified a vendor we're happy with, ready to move.
Okay, so ready to move means by the end of the summer, if not sooner?
Yeah.
Dr. Single? Yes? I can count on that? We're not going to be having this discussion next year?
Madam President, Councilor Baca, you can count on it.
Okay, thank you.
Councilors, any other questions for DTI? Thank you for being here, Director. Councilors, any other questions for admin? I have a few. Director Simon, thank you for sticking with us. I'll start with you because I think the other two questions, there's not anybody from the departments. And Director, I don't even know if this is necessarily from you or with your recommendation, but I might be putting you in the hot seat a little bit, just to give you a little bit of a warning. I did receive the email from Mr. Anderson. To preface this question, councilors, I have recently told my analyst that we will omit constituent information from the emails that I send to the administration because between Gov Affairs and the department directors and however everything is operating in the administration side of things, they have been taking it upon themselves to reach out to the constituents before they reach out to me and give me the response I inquired on. So now we're sending, from my office at least, just the question and the concern to each of the departments. I'm a little frustrated that I did get the answer of this is an anonymous request. So basically I didn't get an answer at first. And it wasn't anonymous, it was from me. And I count as somebody. But my question to you is actually one that I sent. And yes, thank you for responding after some time. about some ADO golf course stuff. I'm not going to get into all of the questions, but I'm going to read what the constituent said, and then I don't want to read the answer out loud. I would like for the administration, AKA Director Simon or Mr. Anderson or CAO Single or someone on the admin side to read it, because to me it's atrocious what I got back. It's embarrassing, it's frustrating, and the city of Albuquerque should not reach out as constituents and receive that answer. So the question is, given the consistently poor conditions outlined above, the current fees, this constituent is talking about golf courses, for playing these courses are simply unreasonable. Charging premium prices for subpar facilities is unacceptable and shows a disregard for golfers who utilize these public amenities. And they go on to request that we lower the fees, and that's, that's their purview. Mr. Cornelius, can you please go ahead and give Director Simon the response that I received from the administration? And you're welcome to read that entire paragraph, but I highlighted the 3 most significant portions that I find really reprehensible.
I have those answers too, Madam Chair, so I'll be happy to read the response. This was the final question. And first, Madam Chair, let me just say, if we've responded to any constituents without going through you, that I apologize for that. That was sort of not intended as.
And I appreciate that. It's not, and in all fairness, it's not just your department.
Yeah, no, I'm just interested in getting you and your constituents the answers, and so sometimes I take that as like, okay, please get the constituent the answer, and we can certainly modify that practice to share the responses with you first, and you can handle the constituent. And I appreciate actually the way you have responded to some constituents on other subjects too. So getting good information to the constituents is our shared goal. This question was mainly focused on the fees again, and that compared to course conditions. So here we go. So our city golf courses they're not private country club courses which operate under different economic models. I continue to believe that our city courses are the best golf value in the Middle Rio Grande.
Wait, but Director.
Yeah. Say again?
Can you just continue reading?
The truth is that the city golf courses are the best golf value in the Middle Rio Grande, and the reality is that current fees are not premium prices. In fact, it's the opposite. City rates are actually low for the market. Current weekday, weekend rates for 18 holes, which is the greens fee only, not including a cart, on city courses is only $27, that would be the weekday rate, or $33.50, that's the weekend rate. This is versus rates of $40 and $50 at Paradise Hills and $37 and $52, which is a local rate for New Mexico residents at UNM. Rates for private and/or Pueblo courses range from $66 to $91. Our annual pass is an even better deal for the frequent golfer. Maintenance effort and overall conditions at city courses are also a function of staffing, operating budget, and capital investments. PRD, Parks and Recreation, does the best we can with what we are provided, and we do not have an unlimited capital investment fund. While conditions at ADO are obviously not up to our standards, a rate reduction at city courses is not warranted. When we have had temporarily faced similar challenging course conditions in the past, there have not been rate reductions. Golfers who are not happy with the course conditions at ADO can play other city courses at will or take their game to other municipal or private courses. I will also just add, since I wrote these this afternoon, and I think evaluating our fees, we do that all the time, and we're happy to evaluate temporary fee conditions at the courses. I think as we try to fix ADO, we're going to see doing that in pieces. So in a sense, pieces of the course the playing experience will also change there, which may reflect a reasonable fee accommodation.
Thank you,
but
Director.
I'm open to that.
So I appreciate that. The point that I want to make is that the response I got back from the administration is go ahead and tell your constituent, if they don't like our city courses, they can go and play somewhere else. That's gross. Especially when last week at our budget meeting, we were told that you don't need more money and you're happy with your budget. I don't, like, I have to bring that to everyone's attention because to me, that's just gross. I'm trying not to be mean or disrespectful to anybody, but that's what I'm going to send back to my constituent tomorrow. And that is shameful, in my opinion, about how our city should operate. That last sentence says, golfers who are not happy with the course conditions at Arroyo de Oso can play other city courses at will or take their game to other municipal or private courses. So please keep that in mind, councilors, as we go ahead and proceed with the budget process and how we proceed with our constituents, because that to me, I'm beside myself on that. So I didn't think that we should reduce our fees, but I certainly am embarrassed to respond to the constituent, and I will because I'm honest, and that's what I received. So that's what I'm going to respond tomorrow.
Madam Chair, may I?
Sure.
So the preceding question before the question about fees also was about conditions of courses, and I just want to point out that we're making a robust effort, to care for the courses, and particularly at the one course ADO where conditions are very subpar right now, that effort is robust. The rehabilitation effort is underway. So I apologize if the tone was not appropriate there. I just don't want people to think that we would ignore a course completely and say, forget about that course as a playing opportunity. We're going to bring that course back. We're making a good effort right now. It's underway to bring ADO back, and I think we will see course conditions improve rapidly if we can succeed with that.
And before we move on, Director, I think that I've been in your corner when it comes to the constituents reaching out and what you've been telling us, and I think I've been supportive of that response.
Yes.
Until now, at which point I am truly embarrassed to forward this to a constituent. So councilors, I'm going to make sure that Dawn Marie is able to forward this to you so that you can see the full body, so that it's not that I'm just highlighting a few select sections, because it is talking about, I left a lot out because I do agree. I mean, you gave very valid reasons as to what Parks and Rec has done at ADO to make improvements, what you are working on, what your concerns are, what the efforts have been. And then we got to that. And I was going to let it all go. And then I saw that and I thought, this is extra. So I will make sure that we forward that to all of you so that you can see in the full entirety the question that came from my constituent and the response, again, in the entirety. Thank you, Director, for waiting this full evening. I do have two more questions. One is regarding the IDOH at North Domingo Baca. In particular, I had received an email back from Director Turner regarding my last question at the last council meeting of, does the North Domingo Baca Aquatic Center, are they going to be under the potential for the 12% IDOH? And the response that I got, it was noted that the POs, open POs, quote unquote, could be subject to the 12% IDOH if billed between April 1st and June 30th, 2025. My question is the department taking any steps to avoid billing these charges during this window to prevent the pool, the aquatic center, from absorbing an increased rate of potentially over $400,000 when we're already chasing our tail on a tens of millions of dollar project? And now the admin is going to go ahead and give us 12% to add on almost $500,000 of IDOH. So should we just stop work altogether until after June just to avoid this? Because I'm worried about having to pay this IDOH, 12%. So we could go ahead and give the IDOH of 12% on these open POs. And I would like to know how we're going to not do the 12% of IDOH at the North Domingo Baca Aquatic Center.
Council President Bassan, I believe what Director Turner was trying to say is those POs are open. As those bills come and we pay those bills that are received and paid within this time window that we are adjusting the IDOH to get a correction on it, that anything that's billed during that time would be subject to the 12% as it passes through our payable process. I will say our contractors bill regularly, and Mr. Montoya can speak to that as well. Our contractors bill regularly. They're not going to hold the bill at our request. They want to get paid. We're going to pay them. We pay as promptly as we can. And I do not believe we're advising anyone to hold bills back. I would not advise anyone to hold bills back, and our contractors need to be paid. And bills that get processed during that time on those open POs would be subject to that 12%.
Thank you for the clarification. I'm not asking for us to ask vendors to not submit bills to us for the work that we have contracted to do with them. What I'm disappointed in is that the administration and the mayor and you, Madam CAO, have expressed a unified priority in finishing this project. How are we going to do that when the administration makes a decision to impose a 12% IDOH, increasing things on projects like this and whatever else, when I feel like that's setting me up to look bad, or that's setting the city to look bad, when we already can't get to that dollar amount, and now we're gonna go ahead and impose a potential $500,000 more because we need to go ahead and increase IDOH right now for only 3 months. Mr. Soroso.
Madam President, we need to look at the overall IDOH for the year. It was low, we adjusted a little bit, we adjusted a little bit more. The average for the year is just over 5%. So if we'd started the year at 5%, we would have 5% IDOH on all of the buildings. So we're averaging just over 5% for the year.
And I understand that.
Conversation about 12% is just in the short term to get us to the correct average for the year.
Sure, and I understand that, and I remember you telling us that last time at the council meeting. I'm not disregarding what you've said. I'm pointing out that in the email, it was confirmed by Jennifer Turner, telling me from DMD that we could end up costing another almost $500,000 in this, and I find that that's also disappointing. So, I mean, we're self-sabotaging in this city, and that's, I get that we have to make up for it. I get that we need to increase IDOH. I'm not saying we don't. What I think is bonkers is that we're doing it for just 3 months out of the year on projects like this one, or maybe a couple others. Like, I just don't think that we've fully evaluated how to make that full on the commitments made to us as counselors, to me as a counselor. That's the problem. I was made a commitment by this mayor. And now I feel like I'm getting self-sabotaged because of this. And I think that that's disappointing, because in addition to another $20 million, now I need to start looking for another $500,000. And that's frustrating and heartbreaking. And it should be for a lot of the constituents in all of Albuquerque, if not beyond. The last question I have is for solid waste, and I realize that we failed to send this in advance, but I do want to make sure to tell you, because on April 14th, I sent an email to Mr. Whalen, Mr. Gallegos with solid waste, and I said, can you please see the email below, and are you able to provide an update? It's in request to an update on the recycling contract, and I never got a response. So then last Thursday, I went ahead and sent it again, saying, popping this to the top of your inbox. I still have yet to get a response. It would be lovely if somebody would please respond with an update for the recycling contract, whether that's from Mr. Whalen, Mr. Gallegos, or anyone else, please. Councilors, any other questions or comments? That being said, there being no further business, this city council meeting is adjourned.